he was exceedingly clear and on this. And even if the Americans were not to do it, the French and the English and the British have said pretty much as much. So no can go. Prince, you have your hand up.
Yes, I do. Hi, Ben. Hi, Ryan. Ryan, is Sudafed legal to get there?
Yeah, but you have to show 2 forms of ID, and you're only allowed to buy so much a month.
Okay,
It's harder to get Sudafed than some other much more serious or dangerous products here, but I fault the bathtub chemists for that.
Oh, yeah. No, I have to leave the state to get Sudafed. I can't get it here. Anyway, since Solomon came up, I think I said your name right. I apologize if I did not. I've seen some stuff about Georgians being around the border telling Russians to go back to Russia. And I'm wondering if you have any color on that. Also, you asked about Lyman, and my understanding is there is reason to celebrate as far as that is concerned. I also noticed Alex Caftelli came up, a Georgian that we have in here all the time, so it might be a good conversation.
I had a question for Salome. I watched a video earlier today of some Georgians parading through the streets after dark with a megaphone and announcing to all the new Russian residents that they needed to go home and take care of their political problems. Have you witnessed any similar acts personally, or was that just an isolated incident?
Oh my God, there are so many questions. Okay, firstly, yes, and yes. There was a protest, and it's ongoing protest in Georgian-Russian border, because there are a lot of Russians are there coming, and my friends are organizing them. That's like protest there, but other group. We are going to the streets of the Georgia in Tbilisi, basically, and we have big microphones, and we giving some kind of history lecture to Russians. We are basically they are sitting in the restaurants, and they are walking. A lot of them walking in the streets. So we are explaining even in Russian because they don't speak any other language. And we explain in Russian about history, and we demand from them to go back to your Putleristan and live there. And if you don't like your country, just change it and make it democratic. So yeah, this really happens. And we also place stickers. Like in Tbilisi, if you just walk everywhere, there is Ukrainian and Georgian flags, and also there is some kind of funny photos of Putler, and you can just do whatever you want to that. Some of them are saying that shoot this motherfucker. Sorry for this word. And some kind of funny stuff. So Russians do not like it quite, and they always complain that why Georgians support Ukraine so much, and we don't give a shit. Yesterday there was some kind of information that Russians in Georgia now today have to have like Russia support demonstration, but when we contacted our friends who knows some kind of stuff, they said that it's false, but like today evening, we will see. I have prepared my eggs for anyway. I will be in the place, and my friends also, to see if if they really dare to have like that kind of Russia support demonstration in Tbilisi, we will witness how Russian bones crack, because we Georgians will not allow that. So yeah, this is basically this updates from Georgia.
Sounds like you are well prepared. Please keep
Yes.
us posted. I think the message needs to be reiterated loud and clear that they need to go home and clean up their own Putler stand. Work on an effective and representative democracy, and one that doesn't have colonialist ambitions towards all of their neighbors since the 90s. I guess that's not anything new as of the 90s. They just seem to have this unrelenting desire to reconstitute the Soviet Union. And I don't know why people can't accept the fact that the Soviet Union has been annexed to history. Hi, Mars, go ahead.
One of the things that I've been seeing in recent days is multiple countries urging their citizens that are currently residing in Russia to leave Russia. I was wondering if there are, like, what the reasons for that would be, because I feel like it's been an unstable situation for them.
I think there's
there's several reasons. One of the least obvious that I was confronted with is the fact that many of those residents have actually the double nationality. They can be either American, Russian, or whatever other countries have recommended their citizen to exit the country. So they have the double nationality, and what the embassies are saying is that the double nationality will not prevent you from being recruited in the mobilization. And as a result, if you don't want to fight in the Russian army, we cannot protect you. As a result, you need to leave, and may as well extend it to everyone. That's the only precise reason I've seen. Maybe Prince or Alex I've seen others, but that's the only definite one that I've seen.
It's becoming very difficult to find travel out of Russia as well. So it may become even more difficult as Russian airlines are incapable of repairing their planes, and other nations don't want to schedule flights into and out of Moscow or St. Petersburg. So given the fact that there is some degree of lawlessness at borders or arteries exiting Russia by road, if you suddenly decide that you want to avail yourself of your foreign citizenship and you are a dual national, like Ben was saying, you might not be able to do it very quickly. And I think foreign embassies are advising their citizens that they should probably do it sooner rather than later, because consular services might not necessarily be available or quick resolutions should a problem or an unforeseen circumstance arise. We saw how quickly people tried to flood in across the border with Georgia when they realized that Putin's war might affect them personally. And we also saw, thanks to Rosalie, how rapidly and sharply ticket prices went up on airline flights leaving Russia. So it creates a problem if you want to leave for any genuine reason.
Yeah, that makes sense. And kind of what I was thinking is there has to be a degree of intelligence that's going into this kind of guidance that various countries are providing. I was wondering if perhaps, there might be a degree of intelligence that's indicating that perhaps, these quote unquote like foreign nationals or whatever could potentially be targeted specifically by Russia for example, conscription or whatever else, maybe jailing them. Just it was just interesting that all of a sudden it came, because it's obviously has been a dangerous situation for months now. So yeah, I was thinking maybe there was something beyond that.
Well, and the State Department specifically, I don't know about what other foreign embassies are doing, but I know that the State Department issued guidance similar to what you were speaking of, and they've been advising Americans not to travel to Russia for quite some time. If it wasn't already a hard red on the travel warning map, it definitely became one in late February. So it's not really a change of policy or messaging so much as just a renewal of their pre-existing guidance.
Thank you, guys.
Anytime. If anybody has any questions for Salome or Ben, feel free to come up and ask. We also have Constantine on the panel. And Alex, I believe, is a former Georgian citizen. I don't know what his current residence is. But given that we have two Georgians on the panel, I feel like some questions about Georgia are warranted. And Salome, I know it's extremely early or late, depending on whether or not you've had any sleep. So don't feel obligated to stay unless you absolutely want to, in which case we're happy to have you here. Alex, go ahead.
Thank you. I was actually in the middle of doing something, but გამარჯობა ცალმე ძალიან მოხარული ვარ აქ გიხილოთ და რა ვიცი საკმაოდ ხშირი სტუმარი ვარ მეც და ძალიან მიხარია რომ მეტი ქართველები ემატება ამ chats. I will continue in English so that other people understand. First I wanted to address a little bit those questions about tactical nukes. Everybody, actually including, Putin, he's sometimes he says one thing, then he says, no, it was just, no, we don't consider it seriously. And even his propagandons, some of them, like this lady says, oh, we will use nukes. And then Russian military said, like, you don't know what you are talking about, etc. And even this terrorist Girkin, the other day he says that there is no nuclear is no answer because he has his own version, but he says that the response will be devastating, and he said that Ukraine will get nuclear in a matter of weeks, and we'll get. So basically, they are trying to threat with this card, but at the same time, because this doesn't work anymore, they also realize that this will be end of Russia. And consider this today. It is really, you could look at it as one man's war, because everybody else can distance himself from this very bad decision, judgment, and crime, and try to find his way, to still, continue his happy life, because they were all very rich, living very happy lives. And now for some crazy ideas, for some Führers, they should kind of lose everything, including, and they have kids, they have whatever. So the pressure within the bunker will be very high. And there is a lot of chain in command when giving orders to use nukes. It's not just one man and then robot does everything. No, there are like at least five people who need to make a decision. And there is very high chance that basically Putin will not be able to execute such a decision, even if he takes it. So again, this is like maybe 0.5% chance. And also militarily, tactical nukes will achieve nothing. Like, it won't stop Ukraine. It will make everybody else in the world mad, including Chinese and Indians and, you know, all those nations that Russia is trying to kind of make friends with. It's basically a no-go, and I'm pretty sure they know that. They are in contact with US officials on a one-to-one basis, so that, you know, this option is not used. And even generals, you know, the most prominent generals, they say, you know, this nukes card is only has a value until it's activated. Russia would rather have, you know, the threat of kind of nuclear than using it actually, because this will be a different world, and it will end very badly for Russia in first place. So again, we should probably not even worry too much about it. Although, yeah, I mean, there are people who are responsible to make sure that these things don't happen, and I'm sure they are very busy right now. For other stuff, one word, you know, there was one blogger. He was actually paid by Putin. Putin once even gave him a decoration or something. He was basically pesting people for, you know, dress code and for drinking in public. He was beating them up. Yeah, you know, acting like a hooligan. And this blogger was using name like Lion something.
Alex,
Lion doesn't agree, or Lion agrees, or some. Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. I just want to ask Salome, what did you think of Saakashvili in the end?
What I think of Saakashvili?
No, Alex, no, you've done such a good job talking about like so many topics at once. It was really fun to listen to you, and you did really well. But Salome, if you're there.
Yes, I'm here. Saakashvili came from, like, we had the revolution, and Saakashvili came by revolution. And in the first term, when he was president, he and his team did really, really great job to develop Georgia really faster. But the main problem Saakashvili and his team had is that there was no good opposition party for them to balance them. And this is why, as you know, what power does to humans and to people, and Saakashvili is no exception. On his second term in Georgia, as he was president, he and his team became so corrupted and tyrannical. They could not stand any opposition idea. So this is why we Georgians wanted to remove him and his team, because they done really, really sadistic and tyrannical things towards people who had different ideas. And, and this is why in 2011, we just voted Georgian Dream. For us, it had no, we had these feelings that we need someone, but not Saakashvili, and we were ready to vote anyone, but not him. And this is why we changed them. But Saakashvili wanted to stay, but when he saw that he could not buy so many votes, and even after buying votes, he could not win, he just realized that it would be more smarter if he just go peacefully. So yeah, this is what we think about Saakashvili.
Alex, sorry, you got interrupted. Go ahead if you'd like.
Yeah, I won't speak about Saakashvili too much. That's like the Georgians. But I agree. They wanted to have anybody, but not him. So they did get anybody, and happily thereafter with anybody. Anyway, going back to this blogger, his name is Lion something, and like I said, he was one of paid bloggers by Putin. He was beating up people in Moscow for dressing, I don't know, dressing shorts or something. And apparently yesterday he entered Georgia, so he's somewhere in Georgia now. I think it would be great to kind of find him and send him back to Moscow, because this is one example where the guy spent, years propagating war propaganda, and beating all those people who well, basically didn't look like a regular Russian sheep. So yeah, I think it would be great karma for him to be sent back and join mobilization. But otherwise, honestly, I do think that people who kind of flee, that's I wouldn't call that exactly bravery, but I think it still do harm to Russia, because again, that's probably the easiest way for them, or was until recently. I'm pretty sure Russia will close the borders, but well, that's their choice. They fled the country. It's not really very honest from them to kind of fight back to the regime. But let's be honest. It takes guts to face up. It's usually people go, "Oh, I can't do much. I am alone. People do not support me. Whatever." It does take guts to be a leader. So yeah, it's still a damage for Putin's regime, all those fleeing people. So unless they, like, we know what they did in the past, and we should kind of exactly punish them for that. I would not really worry about how many people flee mobilization in Russia. The more, the better. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Kalo, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. Georgia has some state-run enterprises, like they refurbish some of the aircraft and other arms that Ukraine's using. Do they have the capacity to help out more, or or is more of their focus on protecting their own sovereignty?
I hope that wasn't a question for me.
Any of the panelists.
I think that I'm not very familiar with what happened to that. There was a factory that was maintaining Su-25s, like old Russian Sus. After collapse of Soviet Union, it did try to remain relevant for a while, but Georgia is not a large country. It would be very hard for it to support, airline production or whatever. I am not sure what happened to that factory. I know that, again, under Saakashvili, Georgia did make some efforts to kind of revitalize its military industry. It even created the the armored vehicle called Didgori. They sold a few units to actual Turkish army. It was pretty decent machine, but after Georgian Dream came to power, and again, I can't help, thinking that it was kind of compromise with Russians. And they were trying to please Russians as much as they could do. So all those initiatives, I think they were brought to kind of, again, without strong state support, it is very hard to have any military industry to begin with. So I am not sure if anything exists today in Georgia to that end. I'm pretty sure there will be some opportunities going forward once the post-Soviet area is free from Russia. Yes,
I'm sure Ukraine will be able to help potentially in that effort. They seem to be making some very interesting small arms these days, but I know they will have a booming military industrial complex going on in Ukraine, hopefully, when peace is reached and Russia is pushed back within its borders. And I hope they will be willing to help Georgia if they need any assistance.
I agree. And there will be, I do hope that, I do not know, about this heavy equipment like tanks, aircrafts. They can be very, very expensive. Like NATO countries, how many tanks they produce? As far as I know, it's either Abrams or Leopard. It's like you need to be really big country to support. But Ukraine was producing excellent tanks. I mean, best Soviet tanks. Will they be able to kind of recreate this industry? I don't know. I know they are with Poland, together with Poland, they are trying to do something. Maybe they will succeed because Poland bought a license from South Korean, I think, howitzer. And then also, South Korean howitzer. I forgot its name. So there will be some effort to that end. If Georgia finds its place, that would be excellent. I do believe it will be part of NATO because, again, it is very expensive for a country to have that industry. Maybe Sweden is one example, and after they join NATO, I think even there will be more kind of cooperation to that end. But I do agree with new equipment like drones. They do not require that much investment, and they could be potentially a good areas. But we are looking into distant future. Ukraine needs to win first, and honestly, Georgia needs to win too. So,
thank you for bringing us back around to center, Alex. If anybody has any questions or comments or news about Ukraine, with the exception of 2 pipelines that went through the Baltic, those are not allowed this evening. I'm joking, but I'm not soliciting. I promise. I'd really like to not talk about Nord Stream ever again.
Well, that makes 2 of the co-hosts that have banned that, you in finance, eh?
Well, with any luck, there won't be much to talk about moving forward. That's something for the history books.
So we just did a co-host swap. Everyone give Ben a huge round of applause. Ben is super dedicated and works late hours from France, and we just really appreciate all his dedication and help. So thank you so much, Ben.
Send him all your questions about Paris.
Absolutely. And have a good night's sleep. And folks, if you would be so kind as to retweet this space so we can get the word out. And if you want to speak, please raise your hand. You can do that by pressing the heart-shaped icon. And there we go. And we will go to hands. Go ahead, Alex.
Sorry, Alex. I went ahead and we have an imposter, Alex. We have our regular Alex, native of Georgia, the country, not the state, and we have another Alex Ruggieri. I hope I pronounced that right.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Thank you.
Go right ahead. Sorry.
Oh, thank you. So first of all, I want to express my gratitude for the expertise that's been gathered in this space. It's been very important to me to understand all the dimensions of the conflict and the importance of what this means for Ukraine and the world. So thank you very much. There was an article in the Sunday New York Times this past Sunday, I believe, or maybe it was the previous one, I can't recall. But it left me with the impression that because it was talking about some of the casualties, and it was talking about that most of the casualties are blast injuries as opposed to injuries that one might get from small arms fire. And is that pretty much the modus operandi here in this conflict? So are the big shifts occurring because of the augmentation in the artillery capacity of the Ukrainians, or to what degree is small arms combat and house to house type of fighting important, and how will that specifically apply? Do folks think with the ultimate outcomes with Liman and those areas? Thank you.
Where is Colonel Spencer when we need him?
I was just thinking the same thing myself.
So I can speak a little bit to that, and I just actually we had a discussion in internal chat with a couple of my friends a couple of hours ago related to this. So there is almost, from the infantry standpoint, from a mechanized brigade, the guys who I talked with, they say there is almost 0 to none direct combat where they can see the enemy with their eyes. Majority of the fighting happens. Thank you. Majority of the fighting happens without actually seeing the enemy. You know that direction. You shoot in that direction with all the firepower that you have. You suppress him, and then and you have also artillery and drones flying around, dropping munitions and correcting artillery. And at some point, the enemy just understands that he cannot perform any operations anymore. He's suppressed and he has to move out from his positions. When we're talking about towns and houses, the Russians appear to be running away. When the town or village is encircled, they try to run away before that. And that's no one wants to be encircled, and focus on the urban combat is not happening that much right now because no one wants to get encircled, and that's where the key focus on the of forces at the moment. At least Ukrainians, and of course Russians tried that as well, but failed mostly. Well, so they were successful in Mariupol. Let's be real; they did encircle it, and that's when our forces had to fight literally door to door. Otherwise, other than that, there is not that much combat. It does exist, but it's not like everyday stars, everyday happening for infantry brigades. Regarding special forces, like special operations, there is there is more of that, of course, but still it's not it's not what is decisive in this conflict, and mostly it's operating the drones and using the drones to find targets, and sometimes of course there is a small arms fire as well.
Thank you very much.
About encirclement, that's except for Liman. where that looks like they're getting encircled. So just getting caught up on that. Over the past couple of hours, have you heard any confirmation of this, Constantine?
No, I have not, and just eagerly waiting. Just so people know, it's 4 o'clock in the morning right now in Ukraine, and I don't think that much have been happening during the night. Not that many, only mostly like how we said, like we said, special operations and
Spooky boy
reconnaissance.
stuff.
Yeah. It's for infantry, and general combined arms operations are pretty hard to perform during the night, even with the night vision equipment, because it's simpler. Driving cars, even with the night vision goggles is pretty complex task, and there are high chances of shooting each other.
Well, hopefully we'll get some good news tomorrow morning, which will be a few hours away. So thanks for that, Constantine.
I think we have a couple of open spots on the speaker panel, so if somebody has a question or a comment, feel free to raise your hand. I may or may not have the ability to approve speakers, so all the responsibilities on Bloke.
Yeah, I think my Twitter should be working because it's nice and fresh. I just logged in, so let's see how long that goes on. It seems to be working.
We're fresh off of a crash too, so we should be good for the next day or two, maybe. I think our record length broadcast was 82 or 89 hours, something just shy of 90. So let's see if we can set another record. David, go ahead.
Yeah, just a kind of a off the wall question here. Thank you guys, first of all, for putting together this amazing space. I really appreciate it. And I just can't.
David, you're fading in and out. I lost you anyway. I don't know if anyone else did.
I did as well. Hang on, I'm gonna.
Is that?
Yeah, actually, I can hear you better now.
Sorry about that. I'll try and be quick here. Why not have Ukraine take Russian territory?
Okay, so you faded in and out, but I think I got the gist of the question, which is, go ahead.
I will answer as Ukrainian. In reality, Ukraine does not want to lose support from the West, from the free world. At the moment, Ukraine does indeed has a capability to, for example, occupy part of the Belgrade region, and it would be strategically, actually, you can consider it strategically valuable, because then Russians would actually be forced to withdraw their troops from other regions, just and it would essentially equalize and speed up the deoccupation of Ukrainian land. But I think that's my personal take here, that the politicians and supporters of Ukraine in the West are strongly against it. So it's more like a diplomacy question more than a military and tactical one. And of course, this hurts. Like it's more Ukrainian troops would die because of this. But we discussed once again at that meeting recently. We discussed this stupid sham referenda, specifically in Zaporizhia or Donetsk region, where they don't control majority of it. They control only some portion, and large cities are not even under Russian control. They perform sham referenda and say that it's now part of Russia. So we were like, let's invade one village in Belgrade and perform a referendum over there and say that Belgrade is part of Ukraine right now. Like it's just to show the stupidity of their invite all the reporters to their create this stupid propaganda videos and see how the reaction to that is coming.
Exactly. And I'm not sure if I'm still breaking up, but the power is the ability to do something, not to actually do it. So to demonstrate the plan to do it, and I haven't looked at the military sort of movements of the Russian troops, but as I understand it, there's absolutely no Russian troops between the Ukrainian border and St. Petersburg. So not that Ukraine wants to take St. Petersburg.
Let me stop you. There is, what do you mean between Ukraine and St. Petersburg? That's like almost 2,000 kilometers distance between.
Yeah, they've moved all of their military over to the eastern part of the Ukraine.
Well, they still have some military there. Yeah, but you're essentially right. Their most capable units are fighting right now in Ukraine, and whatever is left is either conscripts or young conscripts. I don't mean mobilized. I mean conscripts or their units without any combat readiness, and that's actually one of the reasons why how at least for me that's one of the things that why I think Russia cannot use nukes, because as soon as they use at least one nuke, well then the game is over. Ukraine, there is nowhere else to escalate. Ukraine can invade and hell with them. That's
exactly. And again, I'll take this off the air, but a Finnish general was asked, if the defenses are so weak in Russia, now that they've moved all of said another way, their only capable force is now in the east part of the Ukraine, then what would stop him from, as a Finnish general, being able to walk into St. Petersburg? And he said the only thing that would stop him is if Poland beat him, because there's nothing between Poland and St. Petersburg or Finland and St. Petersburg, which leads me to believe there's nothing between those 2,000 kilometers and Ukraine. So I agree with you 100%. I mean, if he were to even do anyway, thank you guys again. I won't take up too much time. Thank you.
And another reason why it's not happening is that simply no one wants Finland. I think is happy living within its borders. Poland is happy living within its borders. Ukraine is happy living in its borders. Putin knows that, and that's why he can afford doing that. That's like we have an anecdote. Why is no one can catch uncatchable Joe? That's anecdote in Russia, in Ukraine, and the answer to that is because no one needs him, and no one wants to catch him. So same here. Like one of the biggest reasons is like no one needs extra land. Everyone is living happy within their borders. So everyone but Russia.
I don't even think they want Ukraine. They just want the washing machines.
So, folks, I've got some public service, a couple of public service announcements. First of all, Language Learner will be here with his military update at 22:15 Eastern Standard Time. So that's going to be great. We'll be able to get up to date on what's happening on the ground in Ukraine. As always, we encourage people to donate to Maria Aid. We're not Maria Aid, MriyaReport. We're all volunteers. We do this to help Ukraine in the information space. We don't accept any funds here, but we do support Maria Aid, which is a registered nonprofit, subject to audit and everything. And it is also run similarly by volunteers who don't get paid. That means that when you give $1, that dollar goes into buying non-lethal aid, which is then shipped to Ukraine. I'm having a little trouble bringing some speakers up. So if you're finished speaking, remember to tap on your profile picture and just drop down to listener. That's better for the Twitter algorithms. If I run out of space, I might have to drop you down just to make room for other people. Don't take it personally. You can always re-request. And with that, we will go to George.
Good evening or good morning for some people right now, I guess. Bloc Québécois, how's it going?
I'm adequate, thank you.
That's good. Okay, so it looks like someone uttered the sentence Russian and capable force in the same sentence. That was kind of funny. But in all seriousness, the ramblings today of the Belarusian so-called mobilization or whatever the hell they're trying to pull there, and of course this is not going to take effect till November. By that time the war might be over, hopefully, but I don't see how any Belarusian forces would cross into Ukraine and not quickly surrender and join the Ukrainians, and hopefully that they'll march back into Belarus and liberate their own country from Putin's puppet. But is there any more information going on around Liman? I think they were pretty much almost the noose was almost completely around Russia's neck right there. It looks like they pretty much have cut them off, except for one route, and that doesn't look safe. It looks like that was probably being shelled constantly. Anybody have an update? I'm sorry, I just got on.
Yeah, so we're all waiting with bated breath. We don't have any confirmation of the situation, but as I just announced, I don't know if you heard, Language Learner is coming in an hour. So we're going to get the most up-to-date news we can get from him. And then by tomorrow, we will have a much better picture, probably. But I will say that this looks like absolutely like an operational encirclement. I mean, they look, I'm trying to find the word without swearing, but they are foolish not to have left Le Mans earlier. Let's put it that way.
I think the most important thing is, like, I'm hearing like estimates that it's only about maybe 25 to 3,500 Russian soldiers in that pocket. Obviously, I don't know how some of them are experienced or not, but I think what's most telling is the amount of equipment that's being lost by the Russians there. And it's going to be obviously eventually captured by the Ukrainians. And remember, the Ukrainians do have the ability to repair a lot of the things in country, and what's not repairable, they can send to their allies. Because they have agreements on repair facilities in Poland, the Czech and Slovak republics. But I think that's one thing that Russia really can't ill afford either right now is equipment, because what we see on those trains looks like they're emptying out museums.
Yep. I don't know if I can add much more to that. Also, I'm in agreement with you about Belarus. I think that Lukashenko would be an idiot to try to force an army that didn't even want to get involved at the beginning of the war. Certainly not after everything they've seen. I think that will absolutely backfire on him, even if he allows these new conscripted forces to pass through his territory, it's not going to end well for him. And if you think the Ukrainians are doing a good job defending themselves against the Russians and kicking the Russians out of liberating their land from the Russians, I mean, of course, it'd be terrible if people attack from Belarus, but I'm very, very confident in the Ukrainians' ability to defend themselves. And anyone who thinks they're going to be able to attack Kyiv and Kharkiv is an absolute lunatic, and it's just not going to happen. That's my 2 cents. But
and don't forget one small thing that Russia has nuclear weapons, and that's why Ukraine is not invading it. Not invading at the moment. Belgorod. With the Belarus, they don't have any nuclear weapons, and the retaliation for that may as well be, Ukrainian troops up to the Minsk.
Yeah, that's kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Liberate territory and remove an annoying dictator to your north.
Sorry, look, really quick. I was going to add. I saw a picture of Russian troops that had been recently mobilized, and at first I thought maybe someone's playing a trick on us on Twitter, because it looked like guys that were doing a World War II reenactment. It was ridiculous, but there they were with these. I don't even know if they're steel pot helmets. They more like look like tin pot helmets. From probably circa 1946, 47, and canvas web gear. With leather pouches, and some rusty old. It looked like SKSs. It didn't even look like AK-47s. And if that's what they're going to outfit the Belarusian army with, yeah, they better sit this one.
Yeah, George, if you want to go having a look around Twitter and Telegram, you should see the condition of some of the weapons they've been given. It'll absolutely blow your mind. So not good. And it's just another sign of how ruthless a dictator Putin is. He doesn't care about anyone. He doesn't care about Ukrainians, but he doesn't care about his own people. He's just an absolute madman. We've got lots of hands up and lots of people requesting who I can't bring up because we got a lot of speakers in the panel. So let's go on to the hands. I believe that it was DI_GM followed by Indigan, and then we're going to have to cycle through some other speakers. George, feel free to stick around if you have follow up, but I just want to get through some hands because there's lots of requests coming in. All right.
Hello?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Being an old MI guy, I'm familiar with the idea of the map isn't the territory. So I'm kind of interested in the weather coming on and the different vehicle makeup for and if anybody can speak to that, I'd really appreciate it. If we don't have folks, that's okay. But anybody that can, let me know some info on that, I'd appreciate it.
We've got the best person possible to answer that question. Konstantin is Ukrainian, and he knows exactly what he's talking about when he talks about his own land.
I'm sorry, was there a question? I was barbecuing.
Yeah, I'm just interested in how the weather is going to affect the various force makeups with the vehicles, because there's so many different vehicles out there, and I'm not familiar with a lot of them. And I'm definitely not familiar with the terrain, and I know that the terrain is very different when you look at a map versus what's actually there.
Yes, so the terrain is the weather is going to cause problems. It's not a secret to anyone. But once again, there isn't a way to mitigate it, because first of all, Ukraine does not fight in wide-scale tank, advancements, and most of the fighting is happening through the roads. There are a lot of problems, of course, for the off-road right now, and it's an issue. But once again, it's not absolutely all the time, and you can help with that. And people are buying SUVs to transport the troops. Most of the vehicles, they actually capable of like tracked vehicles, for example, M113 or MTLB or BTR. They mostly capable going through the dirt with if the driver knows what he's doing. The problem usually is for the supply vehicles, such as smaller cars, SUVs, buses, medical evacuation stuff that is hard to get. And right now, MRAPs also appear to be not as off-road capable because of their weight and size. But once again, it's a limitation that affects both sides, and Ukraine is addressing that, mostly by adjusting how we operate. I don't know how much detail you want to hear, but the roads are muddy. You can see a lot of that on the videos, and it's gonna get worse and worse in next couple of months. Then at some point it's gonna freeze, and there are gonna be a bit better conditions but that's only if the winter is going to be cold, because sometimes right now winters are somewhat unpredictable and unusually warm. I hope that answered the question, but I'm not sure.
The IGM, does that answer your question? Well, he dropped down, so I guess that must do that.
Don't forget about the grill. Don't forget about the grill, Konstantin.
Don't burn whatever you're cooking.
Lamb chops.
Oh, nice.
Meat. He's from Texas now.
Lamb chops. You can't say lamb chops when you got a Greek on the column.
Alrighty, I think it was Alex followed by Rodrigo, if I'm not mistaken. And speakers who are requesting, please be patient. We have to cycle for whatever reason. It seems there's a random number of people that you can have speaking simultaneously on Twitter. I don't know. I guess they're cycling through different instance sizes. Who knows? But bear with us. We'll eventually get to you. Go ahead, Alex.
Thank you. I wanted to offer a slightly different topic, and I find it interesting. In last 24 hours, there are a bunch of announcements from different countries like US, Canada, now Italy. Before that, somebody else, I don't even remember the name. But they are suggesting their citizens to leave Russian territory. And interestingly enough, these announcements, they come today. They did not come like 7 months ago when Russia invaded Ukraine. So either they know something or they expect something, or this is a reply to I think they are expecting something following the mobilization. That is one kind of clue. And the leading indicator, I just don't know what kind of indicator that is leading to what. Another thing is
the possibility that those people might also be mobilized.
Those citizens could be mobilized. That's one version, yeah. Another thing was there is emergency meeting, Security Council of Ukraine, and there will be some important announcements will be made. I have no idea what they will be, but President Zelensky, in his last two, I think he's now every evening he makes a speech to his people, to his nation. But yesterday or a couple of days ago, he made a portion of it was addressed to Russian population. And now he's talking to people of Dagestan, Chechnya, Ingush, Circassians, all those captive people within Russia, calling them basically to go against mobilization, to manifest against mobilization. And I'm curious if going forward we'll see more activity to that end, because, like I said, Russia is really it's not a monogamic society. We can speak all day long how kind of sheepish Russians are, how they lack ability to protest or whatever. But I think they may still surprise us. But speaking of Russia, do not forget it's not a homogeneous society. There are plenty of captive nations. And if those people have, I think whoever dreams of kind of better future for those nations, they should come to realization that time to act is now. I think we'll see more activity, and this mobilization can be a huge catalyst to those movements. Again, I'm speculating here. I know that I myself do not like speculations, but people do need weather forecast. People do need kind of some kind of projection into future, which often is a speculation. Like, what's the point to tell you what was the weather yesterday? Like, everybody knows that. Or what did the stock market do like yesterday? That would be useless. But yeah, what do you guys think about these possibilities? We'll probably see in near future, but I think there will be this pivot, because again, we were speaking about tactical nuclear weapon. Well, so what would Russia do if, say, Dagestani people kind of refuse to not just mobilization but declare independence? What will they do?
My first comment is who cares, but as this is somewhat of a financial statement, I'll let Ryan take it because I can barely balance my checkbook.
I'd be surprised to see what exactly they can do while they're so preoccupied in Ukraine right now. I don't think they can do two things at once. But that's a problem Russia will have to face when a lot of these conscripts presumably go home.
Do you have a follow-up on that, Alex?
I wonder.
don't know
I
how to
wonder
really
heavily
answer
what
this question.
the Kadrovites are going to do when they go home.
My follow-up would be speculation again. But yeah, I don't think they can do much. And yeah, it will be interesting. But I do see this, this pivot to, again, Ukrainian president addressing directly people of Russia and nations within Russia. That's kind of new. And I think this Security Council meeting will make some important decisions. But I have no idea what it could be. I guess we'll have to wait. Hopefully, won't have to wait for too long.
Okay, thank you, Alex. I think Rodrigo is next, and I know there's some people in the queue. Please, as I said before, folks, bear with me. Those of you who are on the speaker panel, please either raise your hand or I have to cycle you down because I can't bring up more speakers if the panel is full. So if you want to speak, press the heart-shaped icon, raise your hand, and then we'll know. Perfect. Love seeing that. Then we know that you want to speak. And let's go to Rodrigo.
Thank you very much for having me take the floor. It's an honor to be here. My name is Rodrigo Figueredo. I'm going to be very concise and only talk about 2 points. First of all, like a real short presentation. I'm an Italo-Venezuelan. I got exiled by the Nicolas Maduro regime, which y'all know is like a local anchorage for the Russians in Latin America. I've been doing since 2014. I'm a human rights militant artist, and I'm an expert in fourth generation communication wars. I've been doing memes using my art in order to, I call it arte para luchar, which means art to fight for freedom and democracy. Those 2 words should be together because there's a lot of manipulation about the word freedom lately. And since 2014, we've been in Venezuela through the protest, and me specifically with my art, using social networks, the new technologies of communication. We've been doing the fight. And we kind of like dominated the scene until 2017, 2018, when the Russian labs came into the field because the regime of Venezuela and other allies such as Cuba and Nicaragua, they're really good at bunking people in the space, in the terrain, but they were not that good with communications. And also all the intellectuals, all the best people would naturally be driven to fight for the right cause. And so when I saw the fellas come up, the NATO, that's something that now it kind of like became broad-wise. And also the fact I'm a Web2 influencer, and I'm also starting to become a Web3 influencer. Web3, for those who don't know, that's the blockchain, NFTs communities. And so here I go to the 2 points which I wanted to talk about. The first one is about the Latinos participating in the effort. Most of the people who are helping Ukraine from abroad are organized Anglo. And we Latinos have not had a vehicle, a way to have our people who want to go and fight. And also I'm going to rebound on what was being said about Dagestan. So we would like to help Ukraine because at the end of the day, not only it's the same fight, but it's also something that if we get that experience, we would be able afterwards to bring it back home and use it in our spaces in order to free ourselves from our own totalitarianism, but also from the totalitarianism that comes with the Russians. And whatever nation comes and tries to, authoritarianly try to suppress your culture identities. And my first point is that I cannot say a lot of things here, but I can say that we've been in contact already with the Ukrainians government and intel agencies. I'm in Italy right now. I was very worried with the new election of the Meloni because she's clearly anti-European, but she kind of like was kind of like pushed by Zelensky tweet to say that she was going to help Ukraine. So that's one less out. But my thing is this. First of all, even in NAFO and fellows, I haven't been able to bring in, and I have a very big influence in the Latin American people to work together. Latinos don't know a lot yet about NAFO. That's a thing that we kind of like should work on and coordinate. Then the physical part that I was talking about getting our people there. People need to see that the whole world, Asian, Africans, Latinos, whatever continent you come from, whatever language you speak to, this is like a Star Wars metaphor. This is like the rebel alliance against an empire. For those who are old enough to have that reference from Star Wars, and it is important because to counteract all the manipulation in communication. So I like to see people speaking Spanish over there. Echándole plomo a los hijos de Putin. We call them hijos de Putin. In Spanish, it sounds real good. And then the second thing is about the coordination. So that's why I took the time, and I thank you for having me here in order to. I see that there are heavyweight accounts here. I'm completely doxxed. You can Google me, Rodrigo Figueredo. In order to organize that, I would like to make bridges. I'm a real good bridge maker, and that's it. Que viva Ucrania libre y que viva Venezuela libre.
Oh, thank you so much, Rodrigo. Actually, there has been some discussion about branching out into other languages, but of course, it's hard to, because it's difficult to find volunteers and stuff like that. But maybe if you got in touch with Yehuda or Axel, we can see how we can band together and put together an international coalition to support Ukraine. And I think that would be a beautiful thing. And it is so wonderful to hear people from Latin America. Go ahead, Ryan.
Daryl may or may not be able to help with that. I know just enough Spanish to be able to try and read it, but my vocabulary is terrible, and you have to speak to me like I'm a 2-year-old if I'm to understand it by ear.
We're bilinguals. I mean, it's not the human resources that lack. I can tell you that a lot of people would go there. It's much more the infrastructure and the vehicle. I mean, a vehicle is a metaphor, the way to sit in. I had a meeting through a person. He was from your side of the Atlantic with a Ukrainian congressman, and he held one of my art pieces for Venezuela as a symbol. That was like really viral in Venezuela. I got all contacts with all the top-notch Venezuelan opposition of the democracy, plus also Europeans. So if we're talking about people setting it up, I mean, we have enough bilingual people who could do that. But then if there's on the lower sides of the units, then most of the people won't speak English. Obviously, they won't speak Ukrainian.
Well, me being a fellow myself, I'll have to talk to the folks at the Culinary Institute about it first.
Link up, bro. I already followed you.
Thanks.
Thanks for the space, and thanks to y'all. You can drop me down to have somebody else speak.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, Rodrigo. Let's get some new speakers up. We've got a ton of hands here. Salom, go ahead. Sorry, I think I was probably sleeping the first time you made a guest appearance on the space here, so forgive me, but I wasn't familiar with you before this evening. Bloke, you're going to hurt your fingers typing that hard.
Oh, oops. I have this. I have the most awesome keyboard ever made, but it is a bit loud. Apologies.
Firstly, NAFO fellas are the best union on this earth. But I have question. And after I get answer, I have to leave you guys. It's 6 a.m. in Georgia now, and I have to go somewhere. So my question is about, like, we had a lot of fun with the mobilization of Russians in the social network, but in reality, I think that the new flow is still a challenge for the Ukrainian army. So I wonder how the Ukrainian army is updated and renewed, because Ukrainians have been fighting for more than like 6 months and the army gets tired too. So how is this renewal process going on, if anyone is familiar?
I think they're rotating units in and out. They don't have all of their forces fighting at any one time. And one of the unfortunate benefits of having to fight on your home territory is that being able to cycle out for just a couple of days affords you the opportunity to go home and see your loved ones. So it's not like you have to spend weeks coordinating flights to get somewhere and make use of your leave time. But Konstantin has served in the military in Ukraine. He probably knows better than I do, and I think Bloke is a former service member as well. So I will defer to people who actually know how that stuff works.
So we have right now vacations only allowed due to family issues. That's how it's called. So if you have something happening in your family, you can leave those vacations, I think, up to 10 days. And another part is rotating units. Some units are rotating, some are not. Some there is some level, of course, of people being tired and wanting to to have a bit a less stressful environment and to be pulled back. But it's not as much as we want. Those rotations can be done. So rotating is an issue. Our general staff is working on it, and the only real help for that is actually providing more equipment. So those brigades who are lesser equipped can take place. Those can stand instead of those brigades who are equipped well right now at the moment, because that's quite a big problem. So it's writing to your congressman, and if you're not in United States, to your representatives, can speed up the help to Ukraine and can help those rotations.
I'm not sure if Dan or an interested human were next. And Salom, be careful and keep us updated.
Thank you. Bye.
Hey guys, go ahead.
Just gentleman earlier was asking about maps and so on around Lyman. Google Earth has really good coverage there, and I was actually able to get a couple of pictures of that last road, like that showed the road in this rain, not just somebody hugging their girlfriend or whatever. So it is definitely worth a look. Looked like a terribly nice place when the picture was taken, which was not this time of year, which is less helpful, but still. But Google Earth Pro, just the web version, does a real nice job with some of this. Just wanted to throw that out, and it's free.
Gentlemen, I wanted to thank, and ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for your time and expertise as folks ask questions. I'm unable to follow the activities and the successes of the Ukrainians, and but I'm doing everything I can from Texas and the USA to donate and amplify and have just conversations around with people around town, making sure that this this war and this fight for democracy and fight for freedom is on people's minds. So thank you all for what you're doing, and I'm trying to do my little part. If I was 20 years younger, I hope I'd be driving a truck in Poland, helping with the activity. So my questions is really like what's going on in Lyman, and is there how are they going to deal with 20,000 POWs, and is there any idea of how many of those POWs will want to end up staying in Ukraine and immigrating? So apologize. Thanks for the time.
No reason to apologize at all. So excellent news for you. We'll get an update, a military update at a quarter past the hour. So if you stick around for another 15 minutes, Language Learner will be up here. He's got this really cool interactive map. So when he walks through the update, you'll be able to follow along on the map, and he'll explain all that. So we're going to be waiting for that in 15 minutes. As for the prisoners, just to give you some perspective, some of the new so-called mobilized recruits, or whatever you want to call them, were literally sent to Ukraine with like no training. It was just pathetic. And some of them have already called the hotline that Ukraine has set up for surrender, because they, I mean, they can see the writing on the wall. They know that their government doesn't care about them, and they know that they're just being sent to their deaths, and they've decided that they would rather surrender. So that is already underway. As for what's going to happen in Liman, it's hard for us to know exactly how many people are there, and and how many Russian soldiers are there. There's estimates. We're going to have to wait and be patient. But I will tell you this: Ukrainians are they have a professional army. They're NATO trained. They've been training with NATO countries for the past 10 years, well, almost 10 years, 8 years. And they take surrenders and treat POWs according to the Geneva Convention, which is despite all the despicable things done by their adversaries. So we're just going to have to see. It could potentially slow things down a little bit, but the Ukrainians have demonstrated the utmost professionalism in the way they have taken prisoners so far. So
I'm just wondering about the logistics of dealing with 20,000 POWs. I mean, 500 people is a stinky mess to have to deal with and feed and house and treat humanely, right? It's just sort of mind-boggling to try to deal with 40 times 500 people.
And I'll give it even more than that before Konstantin speaks. But even more than that, this is how above and beyond the Ukrainians have gone. They've actually collected Russian dead and refrigerated them, and made sure that they were identified, and attempted to contact their family. So they're really going above and beyond. But you are right; it is a logistical challenge. But I'm going to shut up now because Konstantin will know more on the subject.
So I will tell this that there is no 20,000 troops in Liman. I mean, that's such a guesstimate, such a crazy number. It's not real. There are no 20,000 of them there. I mean, there are maybe some wild accounts that are saying that, but it's not true. Just it's not true. So there may be about 2,000, and trust me, they have been evacuating as well from there, because when people refuse to fight, they leave the theater, and there aren't that many people, combatants on the Russian side left in that salient. Because that's just 20,000 is just way too much for such a small pocket. I would try to estimate, but it's gonna be a guess. So but 20,000 is just it's insane number. It's not gonna be that.
Are there any estimates of how many POWs have been taken so far? And I'll you can take me off speaker after that. Thank you so much.
No, I don't think there are estimates, and it's almost impossible to estimate those Those figures are kept secret. It's one of the really secret things, and not many people know it actually, because that number is not like written on the board somewhere. So I don't think that that number will be released anywhere anytime soon, because numbers like this can spark lots of controversy.
Thank you all so much. Bye.
Thank you. I guess it is Space Marine.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Is that part of the Space Force? We have
no, we're a different planetary organization.
Okay.
And one day we might make it to your world and sort y'all all out. Anyways, my question is, with Belarus, if Belarus gets involved in this, does that open the door for any other friendly countries to come and help Ukraine?
I don't see
so far,
Belarus getting involved in this.
right? But I mean, in the event, in the unlikely event, because so far it's just been, basically Russia and Ukraine going at it, and if another country steps in, would that open the door? An escalatory.
I don't think so. I mean, first of all, the Ukrainians will just have two asses to kick instead of one. But I don't think it would change much from that point of view. That's my personal opinion, but I'll speak to my two co-hosts. What do you guys think?
I think the potential economic sanctions that would be placed on any other belligerents that chose to enter this conflict would be swift and crippling in ways that they have not been so immediately crippling to Russia. But Belarus has seen exactly what Ukraine is doing and is willing to do to defend its territory. And I don't think anybody in the Belarusian military has any desire to cross their border and enter into Ukraine. Ukraine already received aggressive forces through Belarus, so they already have their border fortified there with territorial defense forces, I'm sure. I don't want to speculate too far, but I just can't imagine in any way that Belarus would want to enter this conflict. Seems like a death wish to me.
I believe also that if Belarus joins this against Ukraine, the military to Ukraine would escalate as well. Ukraine would get new and more and better equipment much faster than before.
I mean that's for sure. But the listener, I think, was asking specifically if that would open the door for NATO involvement, and I don't quite see that, but absolutely, that would just, maybe
it would open the door for Ukrainian involvement in Belarus, and Lukashenko doesn't
exactly.
want that above everything.
Yeah, totally agree.
Let's go to Colby and then a fella.
Belarus did not join in this invasion at the outset when they thought that they were going to win very quickly. So they have remained uninvolved, aside from the fact that Russia's been basing forces out of their territory. But the Belarusian military itself has not conducted offensive operations into Ukraine this whole entire time. It seems highly unlikely to me that they would start now, given that things are going so poorly for Russia, and they have a whole lot more to lose. And even if they did participate, what are they going to do? What is the Belarusian military going to add to this equation that's going to be a benefit to Russia? The Russian military has performed abysmally. Estimates about the efficacy of the Belarusian military have always been extremely bleak. So they don't bring a lot of capabilities to the table. And should they make any sort of incursions against Ukrainian territory, the terrain in northern Ukraine, especially more on the western side, further west from Kyiv, is extremely difficult terrain. This is not terrain that it is easy to conduct offensive operations through. It is an area which was avoided both by German and Soviet forces during World War II because it was so rough. So the notion that there's going to be significant numbers of Belarusian troops that could conduct offensive operations through this area with any level of efficacy is extremely dubious. As for the question of whether it did theoretically happen, whether other countries would come to Ukraine's aid, nothing is legally precluding them from doing so right now. They can if they want to. They choose not to, because bringing NATO into direct conflict with Russian forces is a very bad idea. And again, it is just wholly unnecessary for any other country to get directly involved with boots on the ground in Ukraine. Ukraine is doing a very good job of fighting its own war with outside support. But they've never asked for other countries to send their soldiers to come fight on their behalf. They have just asked for assistance, and assistance they have received, and assistance we hope they will continue to receive in escalating amounts so that they can bring this to a swift conclusion.
That was so eloquently said. And if I could just embellish a little bit, Colby, if you'll recall, there was a lot of sabotage going on with the the Belarusian railways. And I would imagine that the Belarusian population would be so infuriated. I mean, a lot of them are fighting in a legion for Ukraine. That population would be so infuriated, there would be a lot more sabotage. It would be counterproductive in every possible way for the Belarusians and the Russians as well. So just to embellish that point a little bit. Shall we go to a fella?
Hey y'all, just wanted to remind everybody that there actually was a crossing by Belarusian military into Ukraine a couple months back. I believe it was 2 soldiers who were desperately fleeing their own military and crossing into Ukraine to hopefully have a better life.
Thank you for correcting that strategic error on our part. Much appreciated.
Yeah, the defections are well documented. Obviously, there's a entire battalion of Belarusian forces that are fighting in the Foreign Legion on behalf of Ukraine. So yeah, it just the Belarusian military has not conducted offensive operations, on its own in any capacity.
Jens.
Yeah, I had this odd thought about Belarus. I hope if you could address it, I could stop wasting time on it. But my thought was that maybe Russia could send in a bunch of Russians into Belarus, and they could take the Belarusian armor that they have been training on along the border, and then do a meat grinder attack. But I thought you could convince me that this was a silly notion.
Colby, I think you're the best placed person here to answer that.
Yeah, as I just said, this is very difficult terrain in the north of Ukraine, and we already witnessed this during the initial operations from Belarus against Kyiv. That the terrain is very challenging, and obviously that was as big of a reason why Russia's attack on Kyiv failed as resistance from Ukraine, though the terrain was very much to Ukraine's advantage. So the suggestion that Russia could rearm and re-equip with the hardware of the Belarusian military, which isn't that far-fetched of a proposition, again, it doesn't really change the strategic reality of trying to launch a new offensive operation from Belarus against Ukraine, because this is a sector of the front that has seen virtually no action since Russian forces were ejected after the initial attack failed. And so Ukrainian forces in this area have had a significant period of time to prepare, and preparing they have undoubtedly been doing. So they have defensive positions, they have set up ambushes, they've figured out their fields of fire. They've done a lot of preparatory work in case this eventuality does come. So it is very likely that small numbers of Ukrainian forces, TDF predominantly, could fight very successful delaying actions for some period of time to allow Ukraine to deploy reserves, strategic reserves, and redeploy forces from other sectors as necessary to meet this threat. So I think it's very unlikely that this would even materialize, but if it did, it would be a massive strategic blunder by Russia to expend such precious few resources they have on a unsupported attack on a completely new sector, so far away from the main theater of operations right now. It just introduces a lot of new strain on Russian logistics to have to support a new theater of operations so far away from where most of the fighting is happening right now.
Thank you. And I don't have to trouble myself every time I hear the word Belarus. Thank you. I'll drop down.
Gunther. Gunther, did you hear us? You're up next. Uh-oh, I don't think Gunther's mic is, or he can't hear us, it doesn't seem. Gunther, last call, otherwise we'll drop you down. You probably have an audio problem and we can bring you back up later. For everyone in the audience, Language Learner is here to do his military update. So we're just going to cycle through a couple of speakers and then Language Learner will begin. There is an app, he'll tell you about it. Check out the Nest. Last call for Gunther. Otherwise, we'll bring up one last question.
Gunther, can you hear us?
Oh, sorry. I'm walking my dog and got distracted. Hey, I wanted to ask about Liman and what happens after it falls?
A lot of Russians get captured and Ukraine liberates more territory. Very interesting, but Language Learner, I think, can address that best after he's done his update. So if you want to hang around, Gunther, it would be a really good question to ask afterwards, or have Language address it afterwards.
In real short, it's a main defensive position, or what passes for one by Russia in the region. Should they lose that, they have other defensive positions, but they're not very close. And if they are able to be encircled and captured in full, then that would be a very large quantity of Russian prisoners of war, as well as another blow to Russian morale, similar to what we saw after Balaklia.
And also, it is a hub. So there's a lot of logistical meaning to Liman. We're just about to get to the update, so let's leave it for afterwards. Stick around, Gunther, and hopefully it'll be a little bit clearer later. Language, is it okay if we go to Robert before we do your update?
And then just, please that I interrupt that. For those who are interested in following along, there's both text for tonight's update, as well as a map app that you can use. It's free. I don't see any of your data. You don't see any of mine. You just see the Google map I'm looking at. We're using Andrew Perpetua's map, which is phenomenal. If you are using that map and you feel like you're not overwhelmed enough with all the information, if you click on the top left of that app, you should see a little sliding button just to the left of the user profile. That will open up the interface so you can choose what you see. If you scroll all the way to the down, you will see the opportunity to toggle all of the Russian and Ukrainian artillery strikes recorded today. That can get very overwhelming, but if it's something you're interested in, by all means, I feel it does make the experience a little easier. Well, not easier to follow, but perhaps easier to understand the nuances of. And with that, sorry for talking over you, Robert and Ryan and Bloke.
Language, I live for your updates. I'll just do my 30-second Budapest memorandum rant and hope that you're ready to go by the time I finish. When we talk about unilateral intervention in Ukraine, the United States and Britain, United Kingdom, have the best excuse because they were signatories to the Budapest memorandum that induced, along with Russia, that guaranteed Ukraine territorial integrity and induced Ukraine to give up its 1,900 nuclear weapons. Now, even though they didn't control the weapons, they controlled the material that could be removed and fashioned into new weapons. So Ukraine could today be a major nuclear power were it not for the Budapest Memorandum. And Ukraine thought long and hard before they executed that and joined the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. So right now, today, the United States and Britain, independently of NATO, can intervene on Ukraine's behalf under the auspices of the Budapest Memorandum. And Obama hid behind Europe, and Biden hasn't professed an additional obligation to Ukraine based on the memorandum over and above what the coalition of the willing has. But that's my rant. Language, take it away.
Yeah, it's a good rant, brother. I will push back gently on one side of it. If Ukraine had decided that they were just going to keep the nuclear weapons, they probably would not have been allowed to by a coalition of a number of countries who were not interested, especially the U.S., not interested in a bunch of nuclear material floating around at the time. And Ukraine in 1991 was very much not a secure area for nuclear material. Couldn't be guaranteed. There's a good book that kind of explores that possibility, among other, sort of more geopolitical drama, very top class. It's called The 10,000. It's actually based off the old book of Anabasis of the Greeks marching out of Persia, after they got all their commanders killed. If you guys are interested in it, by all means. But the opening kind of deals with that hypothesis that Ukraine says, no, we're going to keep all our nuclear weapons. And the short answer is a bunch of people say, well, we're going to try and secure those. Nuclear weaponry in the wild was a major concern during the fall of the Soviet Union.
Yeah, and just if I could add to that, it's yet another reason why we must support Ukraine, because we must explain that regardless of a state's nuclear status, that we will support people's right to freedom and self-determination, and help them win against a genocidal war of aggression. Constantine.
So as I know people who were engaged into nuclear disarmament, and trust me, Ukraine can't have had nuclear weapons in its arsenal still. The main reason for that was that we Ukraine would not want to keep all the weapons that it wanted, but trust me, if Northern Korea can have nuclear weapons, Ukraine can as well. Just could have gone into nuclear North Korea mode, and would not have been fun for anyone. It's just Ukrainian people are a bit more peaceful than people think, and give statements like this, try to exploit that, and saying that, oh, United States, Russia did not want it. Well, there are a lot of countries that no one wants to have nuclear weapons, and they have them. And Ukraine could just as well kept, for example, tactical nuclear weapons, or a couple of warheads made by Ukraine and serviced by Ukrainians. So that's not that's all speculation saying that weapons would have been taken from Ukraine. No one is going to take nuclear weapons from anyone if that state does not want to give them up. So that's external pressure. Of course, it existed. It exists on the North Korea. It exists on the Iran. Exists on other countries, that have nuclear weapons, but Ukraine gave them up, and it was not because of the pressure. It was because of Ukrainian people.
Thank you. A lot of points there that I hadn't considered, and you're absolutely right.
Thank you, Constantine. And before we begin, so we're all ready for Language Learners Update. Folks, please retweet this space. Throw in a few kind words about Language Learner, because that's how we get the word out. A shout out to David, who helped put together this map. This is really a great update. I'm really looking forward to it. We've had at least 4 or 5 people ask questions that we're looking forward to hearing language learners update for. So without further ado, take it away, language.
Sure. So if you're following along on the map tonight, there should be a link in the nest that has the code because it says you need to enter it. If you're looking at the map or the app and it's not working for you, the code for this evening is all lowercase, U as in uniform, M as in Mike, Z as in Zulu, 8, Y as in Yankee, or altogether UMZ 8Y. So by all means, if you want to follow along with that, otherwise we will start as per usual in the northwest of Belarus, proceed clockwise, and end with some general statements. And with that, let's begin. So this is the military update for September 29th, 2022, day 218 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. In Belarus, there is an increased movement of Russian military equipment along Belarusian rail lines, as well as movement of aircraft, especially to some air bases in the south that have been expanded by, frankly, Belarusian conscripts over the past month and a half. Despite claims that Belarus may itself mobilize, it is incredibly unlikely, given the tremendous and immediate political consequences that would arise. Lukashenko also holds a much looser grasp on his military and security services, and there are murmurs that such an order to mobilize to attack Ukraine would be outright ignored. Belarus may be using its existing infrastructure to try and house and train new Russian conscripts as a way for Russia to offload its responsibilities there. The threat of a new assault from Belarus seems unlikely, given the more prepared Ukrainian defenses in the region, the apparent manpower disparity with some of the TDF forces. While there's approximately some 20,000 fresh Russian conscripts, there is an equal amount, or possibly slightly larger, of Ukrainian TDF and irregular forces, including police and border guards, and the very limited benefit that Russia could stand to gain, even if they were successful in pushing across. Ukraine has been mining this region for quite literally months. It would be a bloodbath. However, we may see more strikes from Belarusian territory in the forms of missiles and airstrikes towards Kiev and western Ukraine. I believe it is unlikely that Belarus will allow for direct artillery strikes from its country, as Ukraine is very much capable and willing to return fire on these positions, and being shelled on your own country's soil is never a good look for autocratic dictators who have a less than complete grasp on power. Moving to Kiev and western Ukraine and the politics of the day. All schools in Kiev are stated in the future to be staffed with guards. Ukraine stated that the restrictions on use of American weapons and targeting Russian Federation's territory itself broadly applies only to the HIMARS long-range rocket artillery systems provided, and that Crimea is not part of that restriction at all. As part of the most recent U.S. aid package announced, 18 more HIMARS systems and ammunition are due to be sent. While the timeline for delivery of these is between 6 to 18 months, Ukraine has stated they will happily take, quote, used systems, i.e. ones that have already been deployed or used in NATO countries, and then NATO allies could refill their own stockpiles from these additional 18 due to be produced. This would expedite delivery dramatically. The Ukrainian government stated there will be a critically important meeting of the National Security Council tomorrow, and that citizens of Ukraine would be informed of, quote, fundamental decisions made, unquote. This is believed to be in reference to Putin's announcement tomorrow, where he's going to, formally complete his, sham annexation after completing their sham referendum. The Ukrainian Military Intelligence Branch, the GRU, states today that the threat of Russian tactical nuclear weaponry usage is, quote, very high, unquote, and that the strikes will likely target areas along the front lines where there are a large number of personnel and equipment, as well as important command centers and critical infrastructure, unquote. The Ukrainian government reiterated requests for anti-aircraft and anti-missile air defense systems in order to mitigate this threat. Before we continue, the alternative hypothesis for making this statement is to either increase Western pressure on Russia to avoid the use of nuclear escalation, or to pressure Western allies to expedite the transfer of anti-air weaponry. I still believe and hope that Russia will not use a tactical nuclear weapon in Ukraine and will adhere to the escalatory ladder that I hypothesize, from conventional to incendiary to chemical to nuclear. However, with the intent to try and claim Ukrainian territories in the south and east as part of the Russian Federation proper, it appears that Putin is at least threatening to try and extend the nuclear umbrella there as well. Regarding nuclear weaponry usage, there has been an uptick in Ukraine domestic news articles and government statements indicating that there appears to be some credible threats, or at least the risk or perception thereof. While the Ukrainian government is planning to publish a statement on protection from nuclear blasts, and the main radio and news channels have been running articles such as, quote, how to use potassium iodide to protect from radiation, unquote, on the national radio service today, it is concerning. This would be like if the New York Times started running daily articles on how to survive a meltdown from the nuclear power plant in Indian Hills, north of Manhattan, whereupon one would start to wonder if there's something imminent to worry about. Most media and governments would rather not panic their citizenry unduly, especially during a chaotic environment like wartime. Ukraine has stated numerous times they will not be dissuaded from reclaiming their territory by threats of nuclear force. Should Putin choose then to escalate, he would likely need to demonstrate something beyond mere threats. Here are a few options in increasingly unlikely terms, and bear in mind, these are all very unlikely. At this point, we have no credible evidence publicly shown indicating that there's going to be usage of nuclear weaponry. At least, or in the most likely of these unlikely scenarios, would be an above-ground nuclear test in Russia proper, which is a violation of the Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. While it would have international consequences, it would be far less than an aggressive use of nuclear weaponry. High-definition footage of a nuclear device detonating over a model town, paired with threats of use, might be considered enough to accomplish Russian political goals, both internationally and domestically, of trying to freeze the conflict. Secondarily, a nuclear detonation over the Black Sea or Caspian Sea has a more offensive threat demonstrating means, capability, and intent of use. This is in line with Russia's escalate to de-escalate ethos as a way to try and intimidate conventional forces that Russia cannot stop. This would likely have massive international ramifications, and several NATO countries have promised direct and severe consequences should this occur. And by far the least likely, a threat followed by an offensive use of a nuclear weapon on Ukraine positions, such as those around the bridgeheads on the Inhulets River in Kherson, or even a common Russian tactical, and I use air quotes there, device, because they are much larger than the ones that were used on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, could cause massive damage out to approximately 2 miles from point of impact. This would be the third use of a nuclear weapon in war in history, and the consequences, both political and military, would be severe and unprecedented. I cannot and will not speculate further on that. We're going to move east to Sumy and the Chernihiv regions. Harassing strikes have continued across the day with no other major changes. Ukraine continues to be shelled along the borders, and unfortunately there were some casualties in some of the border villages to the east of Sumy. Okay. Moving to Kharkiv City and the area to the north, Russian strikes continue along the border region with no other substantive changes. There is a considerable volunteer ferry operation to the east of Kharkiv City across the Seversky Donets River in order to take people to and from Vovchansk, as the bridges unfortunately remain destroyed. With that, we'll move down to Kupiansk and the eastern Kharkiv region in general. Ukraine continues to make progress along the east bank of the Oskil River, and mostly in 2 locations. Across from Dvorchina, Russian forces are still trying to limit Ukrainian gains further east with pronounced shelling by both sides. Ukraine appears to be both moving south along the river itself in order to join up with its troops from near Kupiansk, and is also working to push toward the northeast to the town of Tavlozanka. The benefit of controlling this next town would be control over the highway that runs through it, both directly south towards Kupiansk, as well as potential routes northeast or east deeper into Russian lines. Around Kupiansk itself, Ukrainian troops continue to maneuver along the southern section of the town, along the east bank of the river proper, with Ukraine having taken the suburbs of Kivsharivka and continuing down the highway parallel to the river itself. Should Ukrainian gains continue, it would allow Ukraine to reach the town of Krulahivka, which I am probably butchering and I apologize, which lies across the now destroyed bridge from Senkov on the far side of the river, where Ukrainian troops are also stationed. If Ukraine is able to secure this area and rebuild the bridge, it would allow for more movement of supplies and equipment and act as a springboard for any further assaults east into Russian positions. Up near Kupiansk itself, Russia continues to launch desperate attacks with apparently heavy casualties. There are unconfirmed reports that Russian assaults in this area are barely mechanized, as in they don't have armored vehicles, and mainly infantry using cars and trucks. The Ukrainian armor and mechanized forces report very large Russian losses as a result. With that, we'll move on down to probably the most, I don't want to say exciting, but the most progress that we've seen today around the Izium and Liman regions. Ukrainian troops to continue to press outwards from the territory and the pocket that they've created to the northwest of Liman to both the north and south. We'll start with the north first. Ukraine troops continue to push towards the Borova and Svatov highway, threatening Russian supply lines and logistical hubs there. Should Ukrainian troops continue to push up, it would allow for menacing of essentially all Russian supply lines that supply everything towards Liman. There are reports of Ukrainian troops pushing into the suburbs of Borova itself, although these are still unconfirmed and they may be the leading elements. To the south of this area, Ukrainian troops have continued to push towards cutting off Russian troops in Drobyshev, the suburb to the northwest of Liman, as well as towards the next major towns on the supply line to the east near Zarychny. There are unconfirmed reports that Ukrainian troops have managed to push towards the Liman-Zarychny highway from Stavsky, which would indicate that Ukraine can successfully menace the one remaining highway in and out of Liman. Along this highway, over the past 48 hours, more close to 48 hours ago, Russian troops did bring in even more vehicles and apparently either supplies or manpower. However, Ukraine has launched a number of actually airdrop mines via rocket artillery. They're called Mars, I believe, supplied by Germany, which will likely further impede Russian movement in either direction. These mines, unlike the Russian, much less humanitarian, if you can call them that, are set to auto-destruct at, I believe, up to 96 hours. That's been done intermittently over the past couple days, but it will allow Ukraine to mine that territory for as long as they want to. But if they want to proceed down that road, they can do so without risk of running into their own explosives. Around Liman city itself, Ukraine is continuing to shell, but there is no evidence of Ukrainian troops launching a committed offensive into the city. However, some of the most exciting stuff has happened to the southeast of Liman, where Ukrainian troops have reportedly moved into Yampil following a Russian mass withdrawal sometime in the afternoon. Yampil was one of the larger cities in the area next to Liman and would allow for direct access to the main highway here. The fact that Ukrainian troops were able to push into here following just massive Russian abandonment would indicate the precarious nature of Russian troops in the position and their predisposition to retreat. It appears that the Russian positions in Liman are massively tenuous, and given the historical precedent of Russian troops withdrawing in advance of being encircled, we may see a mass withdrawal from Liman in the near future. Given the only Russian support seen today in defense of their, quote, embattled defenders, unquote, comes in the form of long-range rocket artillery overnight, and that Ukrainian control over the only access in and out of the city will likely continue to strengthen in the next 12 to 24 hours, it is possible that Russia is already in the process of withdrawing to avoid encirclement. Should Russia choose to not withdraw and instead commit to an impassioned defense, which would be the first time they've done so in such a situation, it is likely this would result in massive losses and surrenders, as they are incredibly encircled with low morale in such a scenario. Moving south to Seversk and Lysychansk, Ukrainian troops continue to be shelled in and around Seversk. Interestingly enough, the shelling was reported to be mortars in the east side of the city, which having a much more limited range than larger artillery. It is hypothesized that Russia is either finding a way to fire from across the river to the north, or firing at maximum range from some of their heaviest mortar systems to the east of the city. Otherwise, Russia continues attempts to assault towards southeast of Seversk and has continuously been repelled in the hills around Ivano-Dorivka. Moving south towards Bakhmut and Soledar, Russia has reportedly deployed some of its prison-recruited soldiers here to fight with very high losses. Apparently, the Wagner Group, more experienced soldiers, bring them to the front lines, motivate them to at least start the assault, and then immediately run back themselves. Fighting continues on the eastern side of the city intermittently, with no apparent Russian gains. Russia has claimed the Ukraine troops have withdrawn deeper into the city itself, but this is so far difficult to verify, and given the fact that Russia continues to shell the same areas they have been for the last several months, it's unlikely that Ukraine has abandoned them. To the southeast, Russian forces continue to assault towards and shell the Ukrainian strongpoint of Zaitsev, attempting to push through Ukraine positions here. Thus far, they have been unsuccessful. And to the direct south of Bakhmut, it appears that Ukraine is again contesting the town of Mykolaiv-Kudruha, given that Russia is shelling it again after previously only shelling further up the highway. Moving down to Donetsk and Luhansk, Russian shelling has continued along the front lines, and Russian skirmishes to the west of Donetsk city have reportedly resulted in high Russian casualties. And officials in this region, and the occupied government, I should say, are trying to mobilize doctors for combat medicine-related specialties up to the age of 60. This likely indicates both current dramatic casualties as well as the expectation of more in the future as they continue to funnel meat into the grinder with these recently mobilized forces. Moving down to Mariupol, Russia is reportedly closing movement out of Mariupol for men who want to leave, with the intent of trying to mobilize some 10,000 Ukrainian citizens into the fight. Before, when they were still heavily restricting movement, several hundred citizens would be able to move in and out of the city. That number has apparently dropped to single digits. The Russian occupation government has promised to heat some 100 to 200 buildings in the city over the winter, even if they succeed with the destroyed infrastructure, fuel shortages, and demonstrated Russian incompetence. More than 60,000 people would still be left without heating throughout the winter in Russia's best case scenario. In more positive news, another exchange of prisoners took place today, including several Marines from Mariupol. Another group of Marines from in the east apparently had been hiding out after being rescued while they were wounded by some civilians and were finally able to be brought back to Ukraine themselves under their own power. Regarding Zaporizhia and the southern axis in general, Ukrainian troops continue to shell along the front line with Russian forces, with no major reported offensives in this area. Ukrainian troops continue to amass at several points, and Russia states they are threatened, or Russian commentators state they are threatened by potential assaults towards Melitopol, Mariupol, or points closer to Donetsk city. The Russian occupiers stated that Kherson and Zaporizhia had overwhelmingly voted to join the Russian Federation, recording polls of greater than 90% with 100% turnout in the sham referendum. Aside from Russia, no country in the world has stated they will recognize the results of these grossly illegal referendums, although a number of less than friendly countries to Western allies have actually sent people there to quote-unquote observe, and there's been a lot of political ramifications for that. There does continue to be some evidence of Ukrainian movement to the south of Vuhledar, one of the major groupings of Ukrainian forces here, resulting in Russian shelling on the next town down the highway in Yehorivka. Should Ukraine be able to consolidate control over this town, they would then have two vectors or highways to either the southeast or the southwest that they could use to push further onward. On the western side of the Zaporizhia region, Ukrainian forces have continued to shell Russian troops in Tokmak, reportedly destroying a large quantity of Russian anti-air systems and scores of troops. Putin, very late in the day, signed decrees recognizing Zaporizhia and Kherson regions as independent territories, similar to the status that Russia tries to hold the DPR and LPR puppet states in. This is likely a formality for the Russian annexation claims either on the 30th during Putin's speech or on the 4th of October when the Duma, the Russian parliament system, would officially vote on it. However, the fact that this is something that even with Russia's legalistic system, they would have to do, that they're doing it at, I want to say it was like, 11:40 at night in Russia, indicates that even in their sham referendum, illegal everything, they still can't get, their documents in order. They have to do things at the last minute. So even Russian political theater is demonstrably incompetent. With that, we'll move over to Kherson. Official news from Kherson has decreased over recent days. Unfortunately, there does continue to be long-range rocket and rocket artillery strikes on Mykolaiv, and Russia continues to utilize suicide drones with 5 launched towards Mykolaiv today. There were numerous casualties from cluster bomb strikes targeted at I believe it was a bus station, unfortunately. On the other side, near Kryvyi Rih, a power plant was damaged by Russian missiles. Over the front, there were 6 Russian airstrikes, 3 air-to-air missile attacks on Ukrainian airstrike without effect yesterday, and 12 Ukrainian airstrikes over the last 48 hours, which along with over 270 artillery strikes today were responsible for eliminating 43 Russian soldiers, 4 tanks, 5 armored vehicles, 2 electronic warfare stations, 4 groupings of troops, 4 UAVs, and they also shot down 2 Russian Su-25 close air support planes today. The last 48 hours have passed relatively without apparent change on the ground in Kherson, with continued targeting of Russian ammo depots and barge operations across the front. Ukrainian troops continue to target Russian operations and attempts to bring supplies over the Dnipro River, apparently allowing for some accumulation of supplies that the Russians are able to bring across into warehouses, at which point they may hit it with a HIMARS strike. Russia has deployed some additional 2,000 troops to the broader region, though it's unclear if they're on the north side of the river yet, from freshly mobilized troops in Crimea. The bulk of these are Crimean Tatars, an ethnic minority who have long been persecuted by Russia, and they are unlikely to be passionate about fighting or want to fight at all. They are apparently being tasked with areas with high casualty rates, and it's being assumed that Russia is trying to find a way to quite literally kill 2 birds with 1 stone by being able to both exterminate an ethnic minority and try and throw more meat into the grinder that is the front line. Moving to Crimea and the Black Sea. Reportedly in the Black Sea, there are 3 Russian combat ships with about 24 missiles available for use deployed off the coast of Crimea. Storms continue in the region. And 5 more suicide drones were launched towards Odessa today, with reportedly 3 of them being shot down. Russia is apparently launching and operating the bulk of these from Crimea or the region immediately to its north in Kherson. In general, yesterday, Ukrainian forces eliminated 430 soldiers for a total of 58,580, 20 armored vehicles, 13 tanks, 4 artillery guns, 9 cars and trucks, 1 aircraft in addition to the 2 shot down in the south, and 6 UAVs. The losses were most pronounced in the Kupiansk and Liman regions. As of now, more sets of winter clothing have been handed over to the armed forces of Ukraine than there are reportedly direct participants in frontline combat. Over the last week, the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense transferred 24,200 bulletproof helmets, just over 14,000, or bulletproof vests, I should say, 14,000 helmets, 63,000 pairs of boots, including some 35,000 winter boots, 24,000 sets of uniforms, 15,000 winter jackets, 43,000 winter hats, 90,000 fleece jackets, and 140,000 pairs of thermal underwear. Russia continues to deal with the unrest caused by its mobilization orders, and newly mobilized Russian troops are apparently not even getting basic weapons or movement training before being deployed, sometimes inside of 2 or 3 days. It is incredibly unlikely they will be broadly effective on the battlefield and will likely take massive losses. The Russian Federation has already mobilized more than 100,000 of the announced 300,000, although there are numerous provisions which seem to indicate they want closer to 1 million. Russia has been beset with more protests and arson attacks against military mobilization centers, especially in the east, where some buildings have been attacked quite literally daily overnight, and unfortunately they haven't been able to burn them down, but the Russians can't seem to stop it either, so it's very Wile E. Coyote. Ukrainian troops have captured more than 400 tanks, 700 armored vehicles, and 170 artillery systems of various types from Russia thus far in the war. There are reports that the Wagner Group, the Russian PMC, who has been recruiting people under duress from prisons, is accepting 2 levels of bribes. The lower one gets you deployed to the safer areas of the Donbass to, quote, drink and whore until the war is over, unquote. And the higher one gets you a brand new identity, and your old one is reported killed in action, so you can freely leave and travel around Russia. This is apparently being done with the explicit knowledge of senior Wagner staff, which indicates that the corruption and self-benefit continue to be the main goals of Wagner leadership. Reportedly, Russia has deployed some 80% of its forces from the Kaliningrad enclave and the Baltic states, leaving reportedly only some 6,000 troops for the entire area, down from its initial amount of 30,000. The U.S. Department of Defense officially announced they are allocating an additional $1 billion in additional aid to Ukraine. The package includes 18 HIMARS systems and ammo, 150 Humvee cars, 100 trucks for towing weaponry, 40 trucks and 80 trailers for transporting heavy equipment, 2 UAV radars, as well as 20 broad multi-purpose radars believed to be for artillery and anti-UAV systems. However, this new aid is aimed at meeting Ukraine's long-term defensive needs, so it may take a year or two before some of the listed systems are officially received. Democrats and Republicans in the U.S. today agreed on a temporary spending bill that also provides $12.5 billion in aid to Ukraine. And with that, thank you so much for letting me ramble on. If there's any questions, I'm happy to stick around.
That was great language. Thank you so much. We're all grateful for all the work you put into this. And, you know, that app, it's hard for a co-host to follow on the phone, you know, when we have to, you know, go back and forth from Twitter. I don't know how you do that, but that was great. I'm going to go in order of hands as they were raised because we obviously have questions. So let's start with Robert, followed by Misfit. Well, Constantine go first, right? And then we'll go Robert, Misfit.
Okay, so my question is, do you know the force composition in Liman? And by force composition, I mean which units of Russian forces are there right now, like divisions, brigades, or armies? Is there any information on that?
At this point, the bulk of the Russian troops that may city and in that northwestern suburb of Drobyshev not going to take a lot of rocket and bullets as they try and flee the city to the east. In Liman, I want to say that bulk was DPR, LPR forces, force mobilized conscripts, I should say, as well as additional elements of this reservist group and some Russian National Guard. But I will have to check and see what units are actually there. I do not have that information on hand, and I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
Robert.
Thanks, language. Fantastic as always. I'm glad I have more time to spend with you this evening. Do you have a insight into the balance of fires, artillery fires up and down the front? I understand it's near parity, but I just wonder, are there any places where Ukraine has a clear superiority in our artillery right now?
That's difficult. There are places that Ukraine has shown that Russia doesn't seem to be shelling out of. Whether this is, for instance, south of Kupiansk, where Russia was trying to support itself with artillery, but they don't really have a lot of infantry and tanks there. And it, as I'm sure Constantine can tell you, it takes a little bit of time to go and take the artillery battery and move it and move the ammo for it and get it all set up. And it appears in some cases the Ukrainians are able to move faster in advance than the Russians can in retreat, which is why they're actually abandoning some of these batteries. I mean, Constantine, if I could put you on the spot, if you unannounced, unplanned, had to move your entire, fixed towed artillery battalion, or group, I should say, call it 5 kilometers, how long would that take
you? By artillery, you mean towed artillery?
Towed artillery, yeah. And we don't have to get into the super specific. I understand the Ukrainians do it much faster than the Russians, but how long would you hypothesize?
It's a day at least a day, if everyone knows what they're doing.
And so if you don't know what you're doing and your Russian conscript number 3,000 that just got brought from, Moscow a week ago, you're thinking maybe...
So they will probably still do it in a day, but the problem is they're going to lose around 30% of their equipment while doing that, because simply half of the people will have things broken, the cars will break, they will lose the shells, they will lose equipment. Just along the way, someone is gonna break the bearings on one of the howitzers is gonna break. They will not have time to fix it, and it's gonna be a nightmare if they're gonna try to do it really quickly. So I would say, like, in a perfect scenario, I don't know, 3 days.
Thank you very much. I don't know.
Misfit, go ahead.
Thank you. Another great update. Language. You guys hear me okay?
A little bit muted, but I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, so you partially answered my question, so I'll throw another one in too, but I wanted to ask about Liman. It seems, at least based on most of the maps we've seen, that the Ukrainians have the exit routes from that area under fire control. So it seems a little confusing about Russians being able to withdraw, even if they wanted to. I wonder if you could speak a little bit more on, what you think is happening there. Are we just waiting for some surrenders? Is Ukraine waiting to clip the Russians as they try and perform a fighting withdrawal or a full retreat? Maybe you could provide a little more clarity on that area, and then I have a follow-up.
Sure. So from the south, this is what we know. From this, or at least really believe to be the case, from the south, southeast of Liman, Ukrainian troops entered Yampil sometime in the early afternoon today, following a Russian retreat. Now, one perspective is, why would they retreat from just one city and not both? But there's been continued fighting, and Russian troops seem to indicate that there were still some Russian forces there in Liman at that time, because they fired a bunch of rockets. From the north, however, and also around Torsk, these areas are not yet completely controlled by Ukrainian forces, unfortunately. They are certainly within artillery range of the highways and those main collection points there in the towns along that have been shelled. I think it's safe to say, I'm not spoiling anything, there's Ukrainian troops near the highways, leading edge, recon elements, special forces, what have you, but they are not yet physically ensconced on the highway enough that they can say, we fully control this, especially if there's hundreds, if not thousands, of Russian troops running their way. However, it is unclear at this time, I cannot say one way or the other, whether Russian forces took that opportunity as they saw everything collapsing around them to try and sprint up the highway under cover from rocket artillery overnight. This is what they've done quite literally every time in the past, so I'm not discounting it. If they were so monumentally stupid to stick around, I would argue that certainly by this time tomorrow, any chance they had of getting out of there is going to come with a very high cost of blood. It really is that northern area, but the whole area is very much under Ukrainian fire control. I just haven't seen enough evidence to indicate that Ukraine has pushed all the way down to physically take the highway. And even if somebody's shooting at you, if you drive fast enough, some of you will get through. So that's why I'm still kind of hedging my bets there. Does that kind of answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of a little bit of a wait and see there, but that does provide some clarity and context. So thank you. Just the other quick follow-up I would have is, do you know what's happening with Borova? Just across the Oskil River, it seems like an area that Ukraine is either struggling with or should have cleared by now. It just seems like an open area that has yet to be resolved. So I wanted to know if you had any info on Borova.
Sure. If you look at the map there, Ukrainian troops are seen in the southwesternmost suburb, and I say suburb loosely. I want to say that it's really kind of contiguous with Borova of Pidliman. There's been some Ukrainian forces seen there. It's not known whether they're there in force yet. I'm suspecting that's probably more, again, leading elements of it. To the southeastern suburb and moving close towards the highway that runs east from Borova towards critical Russian positions in Svatov, we have seen Ukrainian strikes continue to walk themselves closer, which does indicate a general Ukrainian advance. However, why they're not sprinting across it, there is a large amount of Russian artillery fire that they've been using on defense here. When Ukrainian troops are able to get around it, then they're able to, as Konstantin so well put, kind of take advantage of the Russian troops' inadequacy and render them either they surrender if they get to them in time, or they just run away and abandon stuff. Very rarely do they try and stay and fight a committed battle. But there's still a lot of artillery going on there, and that's challenging to get through in a timely fashion, especially with the amount of Ukrainian troops that are moving this direction versus, say, to other locations along the front, which means that it may just take some time. It does not appear that Ukraine is interested in getting into a slugging match in any city that they don't have to, including Borova, and it is possible that by continuing to more gradually walk up towards it, both from the south here and somewhat generally from the north near Kupiansk, so that is much further away, it would encourage Russian troops to get the heck out of Dodge, and thus you can take the city without firing a million shots. Maybe you just fire 10. Does that kind of answer the question?
Yeah, that's a good point, and it does kind of speak to some of the strategy and tactics that Ukraine is using in terms of they're not getting bogged down in cities or with street fighting when it can be avoided. If they pass by a city en route to where they want to go, and they're able to be on both sides of it or three sides of it, they seem to be doing that an awfully lot. They did it in the Kharkiv offensive early on, where they passed a couple places and they didn't really even enter the town, but because they were so much in force around the cities, they kind of rendered those areas ineffective for the Russians and later cleared them out, but didn't allow it to bog down the momentum. And I think that's kind of a trend that we're seeing.
Right. I mean, there's a lot of things going on the east side of the Oskil. To be perfectly honest, Borova is important in that it lies on a highway. Beyond that, Ukrainian troops, I want to say that bridge to the west of it has been blown when Russian troops withdrew across the river. Ukraine is obviously located in the area and can drive troops around, so it's not as critical to get that bridge under control. The highway, though, where that highway leads further to the east, that is critical, and that seems to be why we're actually getting more Ukrainian advances to the northeast here, or more apparent Ukrainian advances to the northeast general region than towards Borova itself, because the Russian troops want to hang out in the city and get cut off. That's their business, but we want to take control of the highway that feeds that city with ammo and manpower and supplies and what have you.
Beautiful. Thank you. On to the next person. I appreciate it, Language.
Thank you.
Language, I'm not even sure who is next. Probably Nevada.
Yeah, let's go Nevada, Via Forenza, and then Robert.
Hi everyone. Thanks, Language. I love your updates. I was in another space today with Jet and Sergey. I don't know if they've been into this space before, but Sergey was saying that he's on the front line, by the way, in Ukraine, somewhere in the south. I don't know where exactly, but somewhere in the south. Said that a drone dropped a chemical grenade on them. He said it was a K-51, and he said that the effects of it were burning eyes and skin and lasted for about 15 minutes or so. He said it happened today. Let's see, I posted this to Sparkles at 12:19.
I actually think I know exactly what you're talking about, and there's a little bit of background on that too. I might be able to clarify that as well.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So, besides reading stuff off of a page, sometimes I actually do have a degree in chemistry, and I'm somewhat familiar with the organophosphate poisoning or nerve agent toxins. So, just to start off, the use of chemical weapons in warfare is tightly prescribed, right? It's generally considered not a good thing. The K-51 gas grenade, this was also reported several days ago, also in the south. I want to say down near Zaporizhia, near the front lines. So hopefully he's someplace, nice and safe, obviously. Where a Russian drone dropped, it's tear gas. It's the allegation that started from this first statement was that this was a chemical called chloroprysin, which is a not entirely uncommon. I want to say it's a pesticide, or it's used in farming. So it has similar effects in that it's very much an irritant to the skin, but it's not the same thing. I want to say Dan Kazetsa, who is the preeminent expert that you're going to find online as far as chemical weapons goes, was able to conclusively prove this wasn't some sort of novel, chemical warfare agent being deployed. It wouldn't make sense. It's the way you gas people is generally in small areas. It's not dropping a single thing from a drone into a field. There was one Ukraine soldier who did suffer some, injuries from it. Apparently, burning, inflammation, what have you. If you breathe tear gas in, you're going to have a bad time. They recovered. If this happened a second time, and there's statements that this is the second time it's happening, it is worrisome. It is still illegal under the laws of war to use tear gas as a chemical weapon, but I'm not trying to diminish the effect. There's a big difference. When you say chemical weapons, people don't generally think a single drone dropping tear gas. They think like the Syrian chemical attacks or World War I. So it's something to pay attention to, certainly, but I would argue this does not point towards, widespread doctrinal use of Russian chemical weapons at this time. And frankly, if they did start to use them, they have things that are much worse than tear gas, nerve agents, things that can be absorbed through your skin. But with that, I know John Rich spent a lot of time looking into this as well. So if it's okay with Via and Robert and you, Nevada, I'm going to go to him.
Well, I just wanted to tell you that I sent you a picture of the one that they had today in your DMs.
I will take a look at it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Language. You hit basically all the major points. The only thing I want to add on to that is, for a little bit of context, the reason why chloropicrin, also known as PS, is illegal is mainly because, I got my order reversed there. Sorry. CS, also known as tear gas, which is what the K-51 grenade dispenses. The reason why CS and other riot agents, non-lethal riot agents similar to it, like CN and a few others, are illegal in warfare is because of the fact that they can be mistaken in battlefield conditions. They can be mistaken for seriously more toxic chemicals like chloropicrin, which is PS. The initial allegation was that the K-51 grenade contained that substance, which obviously, based upon some substantial research, it doesn't. But just to kind of contextualize it, that's the reason why riot agents are generally illegal, even though they aren't in and of themselves, particularly toxic, except in very specific circumstances involving prolonged exposures to high concentrations. It's because, under battlefield conditions, it may not be possible to accurately identify whether or not you are being, gassed with, a riot agent or a substantially more toxic agent. I believe, for example, CN, also known as mace, I believe it's illegal because it either resembles either lewisite or adamsite, both of which are extremely toxic chemical weapons. So similar issues exist for other riot agents. So that in general is the reason why they are illegal under the law of armed conflict.
And I've linked and Gazetta's thread on this topic into the nest so people can hear it from the expert himself.
And then Nevada, the picture you sent, and I thank you for saying that, it does appear to be a second event because this isn't the same picture I saw before, but it is the same grenade, which is a tear gas grenade. Long story short, just chloropicrin, and thank you, I forgot, I don't know why I kept saying ricin. I got my, it's been a while since I did organic, right? You couldn't just hold that and pick it up. You would have severe inflammation because there is a lot more absorption through your skin and whatnot from any of these organophosphates. It's why they tell you to be very careful around bug bombs because they operate very broadly on a similar set of circumstances. So thank you very much for sending that to me. It does appear to be tear gas, not a nerve agent. It is worrisome that this has happened twice. But, if I was a betting man, and maybe I'm giving the Russians more credit than they deserve, this is probably one individual Russian unit that thinks they're hot shit trying this out, rather than indications of a broader Russian chemical offensive.
All right, the guy that whose unit it happened to, he's the one that sent the picture, so it's in your, that's part of the thing that I sent you. So
Thank you. I took a look at it, but it is the exact same physical one as from the first incident when this happened, was reported about a week ago. It's the same physical item. I'm not saying it's the same picture. This does look like it's a separate incident. Let's go to John real quick, just because he threw his hand up, and then we'll go to Villafainza and Robert.
Yeah, just this is just one final point on that, and then we can hand it over to somebody else. Even if it was chloropicrin, chloropicrin is not an organophosphate. It's not a nerve agent. I forget which classification it falls under in terms of its mechanism of action as a chemical weapon. But in any case, it's not a nerve agent, not an organophosphate. So there's nothing to be worried about there from that standpoint. Its effects are similar to tear gas. Symptom-wise, they're just more severe, and the chemical itself is just more toxic.
All right. Well, it's apparent that I maybe I shouldn't have gotten my chemistry degree. Then I certainly am forgetting a lot of it, and I always do appreciate being corrected. So seriously, though, thank you. Let's
Don't
go to
worry,
Via.
I took my organic chemistry class a lot more recently, so that's my excuse.
Fair enough. I'll take that then as the mea culpa. Let's go to Via.
Hello, mic check.
Loud and clear.
Okay, good. Thank you, Language. I have a silly question. I just wanted to hear more about, if you can say more about, how does one go about bribing the Wagner group to get a new identity and after they declare you dead? And then could you even trust them after you were declared dead to not actually just maybe take your money and actually kill you? Or I don't know.
So if you're in tax problems in the U.S., there's probably easier ways to go about it. So let's start with that for anybody who's looking to get a new lease on life, right? Generally, yes. I mean, I'm not gonna say there's honor among thieves, but it's not a particularly difficult thing for them to cross your name off of one list and give you a new passport from another, especially because they've taken them from other people who were killed. This is mostly for prisoners, as I understand it, because otherwise, why would you sign up for the Wagner group and then immediately try and leave? I want to say it wasn't actually a huge amount of money. It was like 100,000 rubles, which I'm going to try and convert real quick on. That's okay. So that's about 1,800 US dollars. I think that's just to not get sent to the killing fields. And I want to say it was 300,000 rubles, or the better part of 5,200 US dollars, if you want the whole, Saul Goodman experience of getting a new identity. These guys are just doing it because it's a way to make money. Frankly, I don't think at that point they really care much about you, because they are pulling so many people out. And there's folks who see, oh, well, I can, I got commuted my prison sentence early. Now I can have a whole new life. They are self-serving in the Wagner group. They're certainly malicious and have done a lot of horrific things, but ultimately they care about themselves. And it's going to be a lot more room to clean up of, why did you shoot the new conscript? Well, you see, I was giving him a new identity and, falsifying documents, and then he went to take them, so I shot him. That's not going to look as well as just, we don't know, he disappeared, and now here's your cut of the money, officer, so we can all keep this under wraps.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Robert and then to Dr. Paul.
Thanks. I have a quick one. In the Kupiansk area, the narrative of the nature of the Russian counterattacks, trying to slow that down, was human wave attacks, more Russian casualties than they'd ever seen before. Has that toned down today or recently, or what was the narrative like today?
More of the same, as best I understand. Unfortunately, the Eastern Operational Command doesn't publish the same data as the Southern one does. That goes into real nitty-gritty detail on how many, Russian losses were. The reports from troops that are there, though, is that it's not quite human waves, but they're very lightly mechanized. They don't really have a lot of armored vehicles, and so they've been moving them up in trucks, cars, military stuff broadly, to a staging area, and then they try and attack Ukraine positions. That doesn't go well, especially because Ukraine has had time to set them up, and the Russians are not particularly inventive, and they keep coming from the same direction, which, as I zoom in on the map, the town of Petropavlivka, there's a lot of fields around that. And so unless you're going to run across the field, you're pretty limited to which axes of approach you have, and the Ukrainians have figured out which those are. The most, I guess, lurid detail you could call was a Ukrainian tank crew there a couple days ago who was, frankly, to put it mildly, bragging about how they had multiple dozen of Russian dead to their claim because they essentially came across one of these infantry charges or infantry groupings with their tank, and the Russians just couldn't do anything to stop it.
So the Ukrainians are basically setting up hasty or even deliberate defensive positions while the Russians try and push them back? Question mark.
So a little bit, yes. It does not appear that the bulk of the Ukrainian strength here is trying to push east. They did push east into Kucherivka, the suburb to the east of eastern Kupiansk, but they're not trying to make a go at it sprinting to the east. Right now, the goal seems to be pushing down further to the south along the highway so they can link up with further Ukraine positions, cut off the east bank of the Oskil River, and then can start bringing troops across. They seem to be in no hurry. The Russians, however, do continue to try and attack from the east, so the Ukrainians have defensive positions there set up and units operating.
So the Russians are just trying to cut off the troops heading south. That makes sense.
Yeah, and just give enough pressure that the Ukraine troops cannot still keep pushing south, which I won't pretend it makes much sense if you're losing easily, I'd say the minimum from the stuff I've heard, 200 troops a day here, 100 troops a day, that you're going to keep trying the same thing that isn't working, whereas the Ukrainians continue to push through lightly defended villages, which is the thing you're trying to stop. There's a good quote about the definition of insanity, and the Russians are, trying the same thing every day and expecting different results. Does that answer your question, Robert?
Yes, indeed. Thanks much.
Thank you. Let's go to Dr. Paul.
Hey, Language. So unfortunately, I missed maybe 95% of your update, but I have a question. So you're a big proponent of the escalation ladder. Okay, great. And I generally agree with it. Rational actor, like kind of mindset. Okay. But my question to you is, what ground conditions, and I'll give an opinion just after I say this, but what ground conditions would justify the next step up for Putin? Secondly, my view of that is it's actually not military or ground condition based is my view. It's more politically condition based. What I mean by that is like I kind of foresee like the winter going well for Ukraine, and Russia kind of getting their butts kicked with this new the draft of these new conscripts coming onto the front line getting slaughtered. And I think once the recognition that that's not going to work, of adding cannon fodder to the fire to win back territory or protect territory, that then it becomes like a political game of where he can no longer achieve his political aims through military power, right, or conventional military power. And so that's my thought is on the escalation ladder. What are your thoughts of when that would occur? On the Russian side.
So I think you're right, and it's going to be more political than military driven at this point. Russia, we talked a bit about it. Russia has this very strange game theory that way that they can use nuclear weapons when they're taking conventional losses and they can't stop them. However, in the Russian doctrine, this applies to essentially people marching on Moscow, and there's a whole history behind it, and a lot of it dates back to essentially collective trauma from the Second World War and how that played in the Soviet Union. But that's irrelevant right now. The issue and the concern is that Russia is trying to co-opt this to say, well, these territories, and they're trying to claim everything in Kherson Oblast, everything in Zaporizhzhia Oblast, everything in Donetsk, everything in Luhansk, which is not at all indicative of where the battle lines are right now. And they're saying, well, these are our territories, and now we're being invaded by, and this is speculation, but I think it's going to bear out. Right now, they're calling it a special military operation. There's also, calling it a war. There's this weird hybrid middle ground of an anti-terrorist operation, or ATO, which seems to be what they're indicating towards. and then they're going to say, oh, we're being attacked by these dastardly Ukrainian terrorists on our land, and now we have to escalate. We have to find a way to freeze conflict for, saving our citizens, to make sure that the integrity of the Russian Federation is secure, et cetera, et cetera. That's where things get very murky as far as what happens next. We would not be dealing with a rational answer if you just said, oh, we're going to start nuking things. There's still things that they can do, including incendiary weapons, including more targeting of Ukraine power infrastructure that do not carry the stigma of being the first country in 80 years to utilize nuclear weapons in anger, right? So that's why I'm still trying to kind of hold out hope here that this is all sort of not deliberate fear mongering by the Ukraine government, but deliberate attention to it so as to get other countries to both send more aid, to pressure Russia, to keep them from doing something so stupid. But it is a concern that I've had more intensely over the past 48 hours. Does that kind of answer the question?
100%, and I'm glad to hear that. Like I said, I missed your updates. I don't know what you said earlier, but I share your increased concern. Like, I really not really worried about it since like March, the first week or two of March. But I feel myself thinking about it increasingly recently, the last 48 hours, like you said. So okay, thanks, Language. I appreciate that. So we'll keep like our eyes on that. The other quick question is just it's been about 3+ maybe almost 4 months since Ukraine's been trained in the UK. I'm just curious, and if it's not none of our business to know, I'm not the person to make that decision. Are any of those units starting to make their way back into Ukraine from the UK?
There's yes and no. How the exact quantity, I certainly don't know. Probably not something we're talking about. But you can train somebody and then have them do more than just go right to the front, right? Training the trainer is a very popular school, especially in a lot of things, not just the military. And that applies here too. There's been a number of cases where, okay, we can't afford to ship every single TDF soldier looking to learn more to London or wherever they're training them and then ship them back. But if we send all of the non-commissioned officers who then learn how to train these less experienced soldiers, well, we're getting more bang for our buck. And there's been a lot of that going on as well. So you can transfer the knowledge to a broader group of people. That seems to be a part of it. There's also other training operations in other countries than the UK that are closer, among other sites. So it's ongoing. And I can tell you that some troops that have been trained by foreign nationals have seen action, have served on the front line since then. The exact quantity, I'm not sure.
That's great. And just a quick motto: we see one, we do one, we teach one. So I totally agree with what you're saying. I love the approach. So thanks, Language. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Could I just interject one thing before you go to Robert? Keep in mind that there are indications and warnings if the Russians are even preparing to do anything stupid, right? The surveillance capabilities of the NATO allies, and especially of the US, since the beginning of the war, you guys have seen a lot of air assets up. People are watching Russia. So if you don't see major worry on the part of the NATO allies, they're just unlikely to do it. Okay. NATO partners are extremely prepared. This has been going on for 60 years, folks. Just remember that. The entire, surveillance of Russian weapons of mass destruction, or of any country's, weapons of mass destruction, has been going on for a very long time, and NATO partners are very well prepared for it, and their surveillance is very good. So we would know if any of this stuff is imminent. And if they're so stupid to do something like that, there will be indications and warnings, and the response is going to be catastrophic for them. The Americans were very explicit about this. They said that we're not going to tell you what we're going to do, but it'll be catastrophic. And those were the words they used. They were carefully chosen. Catastrophic. Now, put yourself into Putin's shoes. The guy only cares about himself. He wants to win. He's not going to be that dumb. That's my take on the whole situation. He might try something stupid to intimidate people, especially some of our weaker need allies. But he is not. You can't, like I said multiple times in this space, you cannot count on the person's humanity, but you can count on their self-interest. And I'll leave it at that. Sorry for interrupting, language learner. I just had to get that off my chest.
No, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot going on with, and I will take full credit. I'm usually the one here saying, hey, this is incredibly unlikely, it's not going to happen. I still believe that. Let's not dispute that. I'm not saying that, oh, nukes are falling, anytime soon. But it would be irresponsible to not at least comment on some of the statements that when the Ukraine Ministry of Defense Intelligence Service says it, that's the only reason I'm bringing it up.
Oh, absolutely. This is absolutely no criticism whatsoever of you, whatsoever. And I think your reporting is fantastic, and the military update is fantastic, and it would be negligent not to comment on it, right? So this is, don't get me wrong. I'm just reiterating that that there are preparations for this sort of thing. So please don't misunderstand me.
I don't think you're being insulting at all, but just for listeners, because it is a concerning topic. Right. And so it has to be, dealt with, but we have to kind of hedge our statements here, say, no, don't believe what you're seeing on your uncle cousin's Facebook account that, Russia's going to nuke, Kyiv and London and Washington, D.C. in the next 12 hours. If you live in the U.S., you probably don't need to go stock up on iodine pills. Right. But there are concerns. I still think should something happen, and I do not expect that it will, it would be easier for Russia to get away with, we're making a threat, and here's a HD image of a mushroom cloud going off. And that's still, again, that sort of salami tactics that Russia is known for, where, yeah, they're violating a treaty that's decades old, but they're not using a weapon in an offensive context. So if something should happen, I think that's the most likely of all the very unlikely scenarios.
Sorry for that brief interlude. Carry on.
Yeah, let's go to the shipmate. It's good to see you, Ben, brother. And then we'll go to Robert and Dr. Paul.
Sweet. Thank you. Language, thank you for the update. I find it interesting. The first time I was actually in this room, it was around the time the Moskva was sunk, and I had brought up nuclear weaponry, and you had kind of like shut it down quite quickly. So I find it interesting to compare the escalation that we have upon us and where we're at today. I had a question. Maybe you don't know, maybe you do. Just curious how large the Ukrainian military is now. I know that Dr. Paul was requesting like some information on, maybe military and country, but I got one question about like the size, and maybe if you could kind of break down like reserve and active, or however it's kind of managed. And then the second question I had was more of like a, I guess, geopolitical specifically question regarding Putin and Xi, right? I saw Putin kind of openly admit knowing concerns, etc. So I was wondering what your thoughts were with Xi playing a role in maybe de-escalation, if Putin would even consider, listening to him. That's what I have.
Sure. So a lot of good things there. You're absolutely right. The war has changed dramatically since the Moskva sunk. I think it's important to recognize how far Ukraine has come. I mean, and we can all, say, oh, well, we all knew that it was going to be this way from the beginning, and we'd probably be lying. Look, I mean, first 3 days, I checked the news to see if Zelensky was still alive, because I figured there's no way he was going to live out the week. First month, I figured there was no way that, Ukraine would start pushing him back. And probably the first 3 months, I was, saying there's no way that, we'll see a Russian en route. And then now, look what happened in Kharkiv, right? Ukraine continues to go above and beyond. However, this is not Ukraine's fault, certainly, but this does continuously put more political pressure on Russia domestically at home. And Putin is not exactly the kind of man to go, oh, well, my bad, I guess I'll just go home now. He is emotionally invested in this, if not, personally invested otherwise. And so he continues to escalate, and that's why we're seeing him, among other things, literally send thousands of his own countrymen to their deaths. You take somebody, you give them 2 days of training that was, an IT programmer before, and then you throw them into Bakhmut, they are going to die. That is as statistical a certainty as you're going to get them for, right? So that's sort of title on that. And you're absolutely right. Situation has changed. As far as the Ukraine military, I do not have the data right in front of me, but as I recall, a couple of weeks ago, they had said that, they basically pulled up another 500,000 uniformed service members. So that includes National Guard, conventional military, territorial defense units, police, otherwise. I want to say the total amount was just about 1 million. It was like 950,000 or so. That was a couple of weeks ago. I don't know what the number is now, but the Ukrainian government has come out and said, we don't need to do any more mobilization at this point. We have everything we need. We are entirely staffed. We are comfortable. Do not worry about a general mobilization the same way that Russia is doing. So hopefully that answers the question. It does, for those trying to do the math in their heads, and it's not always, every one soldier is not carrying a gun. There's a lot of logistics staff. Frankly, the vast majority is that. But at this point, it's believed that at absolute max, Russia may have committed the better part of 100,000 soldiers in country. Probably much less, considering they started with a little over that and they've lost some 50,000. Even if they were to bring all 300,000 of these guys who just got handed a rifle yesterday, that would still be numerically less than what Ukraine has. And as we're finding out in this war, quality matters a lot more than quantity, and Ukraine now appears to have both.
Awesome. I appreciate that. And I think you nailed it when you said, 1 million ready to go. I think that's the difference, right? One military is ready to go. The other one is, obviously proving itself on the battlefield. So thank you so much, Language. I appreciate you. And thank you, everybody.
Yeah, and who's fighting for their land on top of it?
Yeah, one group is paying, thousands of dollars to get out of here, not to be, frequent out, just to not be on the battlefield anymore. And the other one is returning in droves to their country in a state of war, just so they have the opportunity to defend it. So morale, it's one of those non-quantifiable quantities that's incredibly important.
So, Language, you answered my question, which was, is Ukraine expanding its force structure or improving the quality of its existing force structure? And clearly, it's happy with the size and it's working on the quality. Thanks, and I'll hold my peace for the rest of the evening.
Thank you. And then we actually have an example of that right here in Warriors in this space. I haven't seen him in a while. I hope he's still doing well. Jenga was actually literally caught out on a ski trip in late February and got back to Kiev as quickly as possible. Got signed up with the TDF unit. Still very early days of the war. He didn't even get a rifle. Right? It was actually a point of some contention here. As it went on, and the imminent threat to Kiev diminish itself, he ended up remarking, oh, there's opportunities for those who were first just rapidly mobilized into these sort of things to go and get additional training. Now, where that was being done, who was doing it, we don't know. Probably not super important. If you do know, let's not talk about it. But that's an example of Ukraine not just saying, okay, well, you've got a gun, so that's all we need to teach you on. This is them saying, no, we want to teach you how to actually move and shoot and not die. We want to teach you how to put on medical bandage. We want to teach you how to run artillery, because that's not something you can just take somebody off the street and have them do without causing a lot of issues, I'm sure. So focusing on quality, and that was just about 6 months ago, right? A little bit less now, but it's interesting to time that in how long it took for Ukraine to start launching its massive offensives in the east, and because it was more comfortable with the manpower in other locations, is several months after they started taking these hastily formed irregular units and turning them into soldiers. So at this point, the ball has been rolling downhill for Russia for a while, and Ukraine's been slowly but surely amassing a professional military force. Let's go to Dr. Cole.
All right, thanks, Language. So just a quick comment back in response to Bloke earlier, not to regress, but listen, Bloke, everything you said was absolutely right. However, the problem is, even if the United States or NATO watches whatever's going to happen or knows what's going to happen or could happen, you're kind of you're kind of building the case of that they're going to do a preemptive strike to prevent what could happen. And personally, after seeing what happened in Syria with essentially this, not I won't say this administration, but with Obama, who I think it's fair to say was quite tougher than Biden in general on these things, blinked and let Putin cross a red line. And I think Putin knows that, obviously, and would, he's probably gonna, there's a chance that he could test that red line again. Not to say nukes, just to say what that next step in the escalation ladder is, I don't know. But just to say, I personally think Putin was positively reinforced with the Syrian experience. And unless the US and NATO is willing to do something to prevent something from happening, even if they know about it, what are they going to do about it? And I think that's the thing that keeps me concerned. And the thing that really triggered me today is Language. 15 countries today told everybody of all their citizens to withdraw entirely from Russia, and kind of a big warning to their citizens. That's what kind of really triggered me personally to elevate this on my radar. But yeah, I just wanted to say that just because we know about it, are we willing to do anything about it? We have proven ourselves not to in the past. And I don't think Biden is any bit more stern or tougher than Obama was. In fact, Obama was the most lethal president in history with assassinations. So personally, I'm not sure that our leadership in the United States has the guts to do what it takes to prevent an atrocity from happening.
So without jumping into the politics too much, I will push back on most lethal because there's some 50,000 dead Russians, and if we hadn't started sending javelins before this war started, we'd probably be talking about a very different set of circumstances. So there is certainly a commitment from the United States to, reinforce and defend the territorial integrity of Ukraine, right? As far as what the response looks like, that has something that's apparently been communicated in no uncertain terms explicitly to Russia in some ways. And Zelensky has come out and said, hey, this isn't 2014 anymore where the world just looks on. We've received assurances. What those assurances are, who knows? Is it possibly talking up a bit for the international audience? Most likely, yes. Though we are having countries like Poland, who I think their foreign minister came out today and said, if a nuclear weapon is used, we'll respond militarily, even if it's not on our soil. So that's substantial. There are also a tremendous number of ways, because as I think a few people here have said, it is not unlikely that the United States would be caught flat-footed, and the first time that they hear about this is when the mushroom cloud is rising. We have a very extensive network of a number of things that let us know before things happen, right? That's why we spend all the money on it. Knowing it's going to happen, there are a lot of non-kinetic ways to really mess with Russia. U.S. Cyber Command, as well as others, there's a lot of ways without necessarily, inviting mutually assured destruction, because while I understand some honorable generals have talked about that, if the next response is the U.S. is flying combat sorties and blowing up the Russian Black Sea Fleet, we're off to the races in a lot more ways than one. So there's a lot of ways to put pressure on Russia before something like this happens, including, conspicuous threats. There's a lot of ways to influence Russia to stop that do not involve kinetic weaponry. There's also more subterfuge and other things that can be done. So that there's a wide variety of options, but above all else, I do not see America just going, oh, well, we've dedicated or allocated some $60 billion to this country. I guess we just have to watch as it all gets turned to glass. That doesn't seem likely to me. If you're just looking at it from a very cold dollars and cents perspective, that would not be a return on the United States investment to suddenly let anybody with a nuke control everything in the world, because now Kim Jong-un becomes the most powerful man in East Asia.
Maybe we just introduce them to our tungsten telephone poles.
Yeah, and look, I'm not being dismissive, right? Like, so there's always risk. There always was. There's been risk for, I mean, when tensions were really high, there was a lot of risk, but these things were monitored and managed. What is happening right now is that signals are being sent, right? There are, okay, put it this way, there are hotlines, right? There are de-escalation protocols. Um, the we the Obama administration, or sorry, the Biden administration doesn't have to say what they're going to do. They don't. They just need to make it clear that there will be consequences, and you don't. Put it this way: we're not talking about the same scale here, Dr. Paul. We are talking about a very existential situation for Ukraine, first of all. We are talking about what could be, if not confronted, a breakdown in international law. So the message has been sent that this won't work. It just won't work. And at the end of the day, I agree with you that it has been a mistake to allow Russia to get away with so much for so long without confronting them earlier. I agree with you that Syria was a mistake. I agree with you that, well, I agree with Gary Kasparov, who said that, if you kick the can down the road, the cost is just going to go up, right? But we are at those crossroads right now, and everyone understands it, and so do the Russians. In the military, everything is thought about, everything is planned for, everything is on the table, and there are very, very smart people running through a lot of scenarios, thinking about what the response should be. There's a ton of different scenarios being worked through. There's all sorts of gaming going on, and I've seen the exercises, right? Like, they're sophisticated. They cover a multitude of scenarios. I'm confident that the preparations are there, and they've been thought through, and there are multiple different ways to respond. But you are right. The only thing I'm not confident about is what the enemy could do, right? And no one ever is. It's just not something that would make any sense. Now, I'm not talking about like I'm talking about, look at Putin, the way he just deals with COVID. He keeps people away from him. He has bodyguards. This is a person who cares about himself, right? And if you put that into that perspective, he's not going to do something, nor anyone in his regime do anything to threaten their grip on power. And if they did something stupid, that is guaranteed to remove their grip on power. And that's why I believe that we should have a bit of courage. These things are scary. I get that. They're not comfortable discussions. But remember that we have to find our courage, because Russia must be confronted and defeated in Ukraine. End of. It's really not only existential for Ukraine, it's as existential for all of us, right? Dr. Paul, I think your hand is up, so you want to respond. Please respond.
Totally agree with everything you said. I mean, we shall not cower, and that's not at all what I was implying, to be abundantly clear. In fact, to the contrary, it only escalates on the United States, NATO, and Europe's urgency to further support Ukraine is the point I'm making. I don't think that I don't think, to your point, we should not cower. We should be more aggressive. I mean, I think that's the deterrence to leading Putin down that path, right? Even further. I think that's my only point. I agree with everything you said, Bloke. I wasn't trying to come across in disagreement at all. Just to say that we can't rule it out, and we should be we should be more aggressive, if anything, to deter it further. And there was a discussion earlier on the space, and this is the main point, is there's like questions like, oh, what will NATO do? What will the US do? No. This has been war game for decades. This has been war game since February 24th, probably. The targets are selected. Everything would be essentially identified. The weapons packages have been assigned. What we would do in response to various scenarios. So to me, I'm not personally, I don't want it to happen. I'm not personally terrified of it necessarily happening. Just something worth discussing. I guess my main question all along was trying to understand the conditions of what puts Putin in that corner, in which we discussed with language. I think in my view, it's when he realizes, and I don't know when he gets there because it's abundantly clear to me now, when he realizes he does not have a military solution to his campaign, and there's only a political solution, and that may drive that in some way. So, not an expert in these affairs, but those are my views. Thanks for the
I hear you. Yeah, that's good. But I get it. But when you get into a plane and you're a passenger, you trust the pilots, and that's just the message I wanted to get across. There are some very good pilots who have really thought this through, right, and are prepared. And we're just going to have to trust the pilots at this point. That's not necessarily a political statement; it's a military statement. The Western allies are prepared. They are. I know this, right? There's really nothing new. It's been going on for a very long time. The only thing that's different is the amount of bluster coming from a desperate and defeated, bunch of dictators, in the Russian Federation. One last thing I'd like to leave you with is that all these systems are double keyed, right? So, and if you think about that very carefully, and the Russian systems are not too different, everything is double keyed down to the people who are actually launching. That's also double keyed. And if one person says no, and this has happened before, if one person says no, it doesn't happen. So just if it makes you sleep better tonight, there is not much more than Putin can do. The smartest thing for that, trying not to swear, that fine person to do is to go back home and give up and try to fix his country, or someone else will do it for him. Bluntly. Sorry. Shall we go on to other speakers? I didn't want to get all dramatic. Language, you take over the reins. It's your military update. I don't know how much time you have.
I could maybe do another 10, 15 minutes or so. Yeah, I just to kind of put a bow on this, because look, this is a sensitive topic. It's something that's concerning. It's something that worries people, and justifiably so. At this point, the only thing that changed from a week ago or 2 weeks ago, where I was saying this is entirely unlikely, we haven't seen escalation. We still haven't seen any steps up the escalation ladder. All right, let's be clear on that. But there is now political calculus is being applied that we can't understand. And there is also part of this is the nuclear madman theory, the idea that if you're using a nuclear weapon, if you're a reasonable person, you never would, right? Especially, on a conflict, because if you use it, then they can respond with more, and now you're responding with more. Now it's mutually assured destruction, right? So there is this element of only a crazy person would use one of these, so you have to appear to be crazy, and that may be part of the messaging we're dealing with now. This intentional ambiguity of Putin's so crazy that he might do it. Maybe we need to sue for peace now. I wouldn't be surprised if that's part of the messaging they're doing. So, maybe just kind of put a bit of a bow on it. I apologize, for both starting the conversation and trying to shuffle it along here. But everything we can do now is speculate, really. I think Troy Esquire has been extraordinarily patient. Let's go to Troy, then Gunther, then Andre.
Hey, thanks, language. Never a problem at all. This is great conversation. I know we keep trying to stay rational and of course we are, but I wouldn't expect much else. I would expect this space to fill up with more people for the next 8 hours. And I think what the difference is this time versus all the other times that this threat has been made is they put a timestamp on it and invited everyone to RSVP. The press secretary said Putin would be making a formal signing ceremony tomorrow at 3 p.m. in Moscow, which, to be North American centric, because we have all our North Americans up here, would be 5 a.m. Pacific and 8 a.m. Eastern. So by the morning, and to Dr. Paul's point, I do believe in our robust intelligence capabilities and that of our allies, and we are seeing the same signals and that the U.S. was putting out before the February invasion, where they're openly saying this is going to happen, and it looks like it's going to happen in the next week. And now they're openly persuading their allies to intervene to whatever extent they can, and talking about it on the news because they believe it's enough of a thing to talk about it and take it seriously. So I guess the good news is this will be resolved in a matter of hours, because if we do have those, considering those capabilities, it does bring the question, like, not so much a preemptive strike, but what is it first? Do you see extra global hawks? Will anyone be able to see extra drones? And then will it trying to be a standoff? And there's always the chance that he does give some kind of face-saving press conference, some pre-recorded video, and declares victory, and and steps away from this. But I mean, we'll know soon. And like Bloke was saying, I have the utmost faith in the people that are the professionals that have been working their whole life to maintain stability and world order. And I have nothing but confidence in either way, whatever happens, that this will be resolved with the least worst outcome.
Yeah, don't forget. I mean, we've been through this. We've been through scenarios before, like the May Day parade, and everyone was nervous then, and it's normal. You'd be crazy not to be concerned, right? Like that's a perfectly human emotion. It's completely normal. But if you think about it rationally, we're prepared, right? I just wanted to do a PSA. I know there are speakers in the queue who want to come up. I can't bring you up, so just wait patiently. Let some people speak. We'll drop them down, and then we'll get to you. Please share and retweet the space. Say a few kind words. That's the only way we get the word out. And please donate to MriyaAid.org. It's a great nonprofit that sends non-lethal aid to Ukraine. And let's carry on with our speakers. I think it was Andre next, Ryan. I'm sorry, I lost track. Oh, language would know.
Yeah, let's go to Gunther and then to Andre. I believe that was the order.
Yeah. Just a comment. So, like, this scenario is actually not new. Like, this scenario has been a viable problem since like the 1948, and so some of the best minds that have ever appeared in America, like Oppenheimer, Teller, von Neumann, like those guys have all thought about this particular problem. And so this is like there's like decades of of like very, very super hyper intelligent people thinking about this particular problem and how to deal with it. So this is way above our pay grade on how it will happen, but I believe it will. If it, you know, I feel like it's as under control as it could possibly be. But I think a lot of this conversation, I'm noticing there's like this assumption that if Putin was to like lose, that he would be kicked out of power, and that's like, and that he would make that calculation based upon that. And I don't know that that's necessarily true. Like it's certainly possible that he could lose militarily and politically a bit and still stay in power. Thanks.
That requires people to respond who know much more about, you know, Putin and his ilk than I do. I think there is a real. I would make the argument though that, at least historically, in most authoritarian regimes, when you lose a war and you take massive casualties, you tend not to stay in power very long. Especially in Russia, given their historical precedent. Especially when you're collapsing your economy into a rate that's going to take years. Because if you have something that you can point to, you say, you know, we suffered, but we saved all of these brave, you know, now Russian citizens from these Ukrainian Nazis, you can spin that in some way. Oh, you know, the valiant heroes died for it, whatever. But if you have nothing and the people come back and they are left with nothing, now you have an economic issue, a political issue, a lack of faith from even some of your most ardent supporters, and that's a dangerous combination. And given that we know that Putin is, if nothing else, paranoid, I imagine he doesn't see that as a positive outcome. Personally, I don't see. I think that while this is very much an existential war for Ukraine, this has now become an existential war for Russia's political establishment, or at least in its current form. Not that you'd have a revolution or anything, but that somebody would need to take the fall. And it would need to be somebody big enough that others could say, yep, it was him all along. So that's my own 2 cents. And again, this is more speculation from my perspective than anything else. Let's go to Andre, who's been incredibly patient, and then to Nightlight.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I wanted to make a comment. I feel like when Language provides his section of the military updates, they are awesome. You get information, very little speculation, or if there is, it's highlighted. It's really great. And what happens after is like sometimes we get to talk about this nuclear threat, and that's where kind of conversation becomes the opposite. So I'm kind of trying to carefully highlight what I feel is unproductive about this conversation. The points being made, they are like, oh, there are like smart people doing some war games simulations, and it had been a problem for so long. So I'm just, while it's cool to hear it once, we keep ending up bringing those points multiple times. But frankly speaking, I think they are like very mystique. They are not really, I don't know, maybe there are people who listen and they can sleep better after that is said. I kind of get a feeling like we just probably could have discussed other topics because we really don't have anything better to say. Like Putin at this point is like, there is this joke, like, what's the chance of meeting a dinosaur? 50%. You either meet or you don't meet. You know, like we kind of, maybe it's just me, but I have a feeling like smart people having answers to questions, we just don't know what they are. It's like saying nothing really. I almost kind of jokingly thinking maybe we should come up with a safe word, you know, like every time somebody asks, nuke strike, what to do, maybe we just say, okay, this is a predefined set of statements. You know, smart people know what to do. Putin will have catastrophic results, but frankly speaking, we have no idea. And kind of make sure that until we have better information, we don't come up with new stuff.
Yeah, Andre, I totally get you. I hear you 100%, right? But people do have legitimate concerns and questions, and part of the show is to answer them. So it's a fine balance. We don't always get it right, but I hear you and what you're saying. Language. Sorry for taking away from your answer.
It's absolutely. I don't know if I quite give myself all the credit and saying everything I do is perfect. And it totally changes really, because that's just not accurate. As much as I wish I was the golden child, that's not the case. It's never going to be the case. I'm not trying to make it the case here, right? But we used to, and I agree that we get into speculative topics on things that are very concerning, right? And now we can all kind of speculate, and I'm doing that right now. Right? Like I've got no idea, what nuclear doctrine for Ukraine's response would be. I'm not going to pretend I do. All I can say is, well, if we're in this hypothetical, here's 3 hypothetical scenarios, which is something I've never done in my updates before, by the way, because it's all hypothetical, but it's such a pressing concern, or should it occur, it's such a serious incident that people can't help but glom onto it, right? Because if I said, well, if Ukraine attacks with artillery here, then Russia might attack from artillery at 1, 2, or 3 locations, there might be one person out there who doesn't yawn, right? Bulk of people are going to go, okay, well, that's hyper-specific enough, but it doesn't really affect me, so I don't care. With nukes, because it's in the name, it changes a bit. And I don't know if there's an easy way to constantly do it, because I used to have the escalation ladder, and I still believe in that. But I agree that it would behoove us all to maybe take a step back and realize we are talking about a hypothetical that has not happened yet, may very well not happen, and does not have historical precedents for happening. We are dealing with hypotheticals on hypotheticals on hypotheticals, and we're saying if X political action happens, and if Russia adheres to its doctrine that it has never tested in the field, and if Putin feels this is necessary, and you see where we're going. Every time you add an if, the likelihood diminishes greatly. So maybe we can all sort of take a collective breath here, realize there are a lot of other concerning things, and maybe we can talk about some of the actuals and factuals, as Peter Corliss says, rather than continuing to go down this hole. Is that something that we are okay with?
Absolutely. And Andre, DM me if you think if you have some advice on how to handle it better. It's something I've been dealing with for a long time. I get it. That's sort of why I use the analogy of being a passenger, because there are certain things that we don't necessarily, to try to describe it, that are beyond our control, and we don't necessarily have to worry about, right? If you get my meaning, Andre.
Yeah, look, don't take me as a critique of yours specifically. I just know that I think it's not the first time that you try to calm people down. But I think somebody said the phrase today that I really like, and maybe that's what can be used. It is under control as much as it can possibly be. So like next time somebody says what to do with nukes, you say, okay, it's as much as under control as it can be, and maybe we can just kind of save time. But yeah, sorry, I didn't want to be like a harsh critique. It was more of a comment.
No, it's fair comment. It's fair comment, and I appreciate the feedback.
Okay, thank you.
This is how we learn. This is how we improve, and this is how we don't, just end up, talking amongst ourselves and going on. So I appreciate it, brother. Seriously, thank you. And because I'm kind of the one who, I don't know what the proper term is. I fucked the situation up in the first place because I did include some of these statements in the military update, so I introduced the topic. So I think it's a situation, it's under control as much as it can be in control. It's nice and succinct, and I will try and take that going forward.
With that, going on your performance review language.
I think it was
Gummy.
Did you? I apologize. I'm sorry. After you.
I'm sorry. Say again.
Was it Nightlight and then a dog called Gimpy? And
That's Gunny.
Gunny. Oh, Gunny. Sorry. He's too cool. I can't remember the name all the time. And then Eric 789. I see up here. cool Buffalo. Go Wyoming. But if you got a question, if you want to throw your hand up, otherwise, because I know there are people trying to get up here. Cool. Let's go to Nightlight, a dog called Gunny, and then Eric.
Thank you, Language. Unfortunately, I committed the terrible sin of not being able to listen to your update earlier, but I've been following stuff mostly today. Just out of curiosity, well, question and a couple comments. In Lyman, which I'm sure was talked to death, but I was wondering if you had any information what units were there. I heard it was 2 motor rifle regiments, and wondering, about 3,000 people, if that's correct, if it's more or less, that kind of thing. And also on the other news, I heard that Gerald Ford was going to be deploying in the Atlantic somewhere next month. So that's good. And on the whole nuclear discussion, I mean, I think that was a very reasonable response to all of that, because it is a general anxiety. But unfortunately, a lot of that same rationale is also the same rationale I heard going up to the war, saying that they'd never do this. So but yet it happened. So I don't know what's going to happen with it, but hopefully everyone's rational. But, you also had historical figures like Douglas MacArthur and Curtis LeMay who thought, nukes are a fine way to win a war, even if it was against the Soviets. So I just wonder who's driving their doctrine over there and how intelligent they are. But I guess we'll find out. There's nothing we can do because we are passengers. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's actually a really great question, especially mine. And for those who may have missed part of the update, I do throw the text and audio up afterwards. It's up in the nest now. Feel free to peruse it in however you'd like. Some people it actually seems like a lot of people prefer the text than the audio, which is fine. So you can click on that. It's free. Do whatever you want with it. Post it, put it on your, kitchen sink. I don't know. But you click on my profile or you scroll up to the top. It will be there. So you can always catch up on certain things if you may have missed part of it. As far as Liman, as best I know, I said I was going to look up the units and I haven't yet, so mea culpa. But there's somewhere between 2,000 to 4,000 Russian troops there, or at least there were. They have been reinforced. They're motor rifle groups. I was under the impression that the group to the northwest of there was basically mostly reservists. I think it's called Bars 13 or something. And there's a whole, propaganda thing going around Russia now trying to basically equate them to the defenders of Mariupol. Otherwise,
more
EPR,
like
LPR
Fubar
conscripts.
13.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, they're gonna die, buddy. Those guys, if they're still in Drobyshev, they're just about done for. They're probably cut off. As far as Liman goes, at this point, and things may have changed in the last 5 hours, but we know as of approximately 5 p.m. in the early afternoon, Ukrainian troops had entered Yampil, which it doesn't, and Russian troops had just broadly withdrawn, retreated. If that's happening in one place, it's probably happening in others. So I will suspect within the next 24 hours, we will know whether Russia is going to go full stupid and let their troops get surrounded, or if they're going to do the same thing they always have and try and retreat under fire, which, to be perfectly blunt, they've proven pretty adept at so far. So we'll just have to wait and see. As far as that goes, I hope they get surrounded. I hope they get captured. I hope there's large prisoners of war exchange, so that way more people can come back. But we don't have any hard and fast evidence as of yet on any of that, unfortunately. I know that kind of took a bit of a detour, but yeah, there's 2,000 to 4,000 troops in there, motorized rifle groups, generally not the most experienced forces. Does that answer your question, Nightlight?
Yes, it does. Thank you very much. I wouldn't want to be in Lehman or whatever that other place was I can't pronounce.
Yeah, no, Drobyshev up to the northwest, which those guys are like actively cut off. If anything, if anybody's getting out of there, it's probably not going to be them without a lot of casualties. Let's go to Gunny. It's good to see you, brother. And then to Eric.
Yeah, morning, Language. Morning, all. Yeah, I mean, the nuclear thing. I've always said from the start, everyone don't think about this in terms of what you think is sensible or not. It's a fatal mistake. You're dealing with a dictator and indeed a system of government that does not think like you think. They're Klingons. and therefore what we regard to be rationality, reason, integrity, and common sense might not be reflected in their thought and decision-making process. Now, as to the CBRN thing, chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear threat, I think personally, I think it's important everyone does talk about it, because shying away from it and hoping to Christ Almighty it doesn't happen is not the way to deal with problems, right? If you get cancer, thinking it will go away isn't going to make it go away. You have to address it. You have to look at it. You have to look at ways of mitigating it. Now, people in the military will tell you there are things called combat indicators, and there are some combat indicators. People will disagree, but I think the indicators are there. We saw some phenomenally odd activity around Kaliningrad yesterday, which essentially boxed in the territory with NATO signals intelligence assets. Aircraft that can map 190,000 square miles were looking at a small Russian enclave. What's in Kaliningrad that's so interesting? Well, there were two motor rifle regiments, a Guards regiment and an independent regiment. I think they're probably thoroughly drawn down by now, because these were whatever passes for elite in Russia, in potato land. But it is also, and has been for a very long time, a hotbed of short range and intermediate theatre ballistic missiles. We know this. The weapons were placed in there which effectively aberrated the Intermediate Nuclear Weapons Treaty in Europe. So clearly something spooked NATO to have a really good look there. Was it nukes, or was Kaliningrad the staging post for the pipeline strikes, and might it be used again for another pipeline strike? Not sure. The US government has recently and repeatedly warned Russia not to go down the route of CBRN. That's fact, right? It's been over all the networks. There is no reason behind them doing that unless they genuinely thought public warnings and a slap in the face and "don't do it, boys" was necessary. Right? So these things aren't done for no reason whatsoever. I think Zelensky is calling an emergency cabinet meeting today, defense committee meeting. And I believe a statement said it's going to decide the future of Ukraine. I'm sorry, that's another combat indicator that something fairly substantial might be in the offing. I could even go down the route of combat indicator and say, even though I'm not a massive fan of her and she's not the brightest light bulb in the cardboard box, Liz Truss's interview yesterday on UK radio, was she being incompetent and stupid, or was she greatly distracted by something? You could say that her eye wasn't on the ball. She's not phenomenally smart, but she's fairly savvy as to the media, and it was not her best performance by a long stretch of the imagination. The nukes thing, would it be worth it? Well, you just think about it in terms of a battlefield nuclear weapon. Can be anything from 0.1 kiloton to maybe, I don't know, let's say 50 kilotons, something like that. The physical effects of it are not really as important as the psychological effects. So you blow it and you destroy a Ukrainian munitions depot, or a POL depot, or something like that. The Ukrainians will absorb the losses. What it will do is it will force a general pause across theatre, and they will have to reorientate and fight more dispersed. So anyone in the army will tell you fighting dispersed is like punching someone with 5 fingers outspread, as opposed to a closed fist. It's not great. Doctrinally, they will be aware of this, and NATO planned for this for 50 years, for the Soviet invasion of Western Europe. So they will adapt to it very, very quickly. But it will cause a pause. And if there's one thing Russia needs above all else, it's breathing room. Things are going catastrophically wrong. They need some space and time to reorganize themselves. Maybe introduce a modicum of training to these thousands of people that are coming in. Maybe take a long step back, reorganize, try and reconstitute some of their better units, and generally try and salvage something out of this cluster that's developing around them. So in terms of would it be useful? They're not going to stop the Ukrainian army physically in terms of destroying the Ukrainian army, but I think a very small use of fairly low yield weapons, airburst, right? Because you either do airburst, which minimizes contamination, maximizes things like blast, flash, shockwave, things like that, as opposed to ground burst, which tends to dig a hole in the ground, throws up loads of dirt in the air, and nobody's using that area for quite a long time. They can be very restrictive. The other option, chemical or biological, strike fear more into civvies and military, but also introduces, actually, in my opinion, worse operating restrictions for the Ukrainians, because they will have to go to what the Americans call an increased MOP level. I don't know what we call it now, but basically you got to operate carrying a suit around or wearing your suit. And as the alert state goes up and down, you've got to stick your respirator on. It's very restrictive. It's an absolute pain in the ass. It won't stop them moving forward. But again, there's that degree of uncertainty and needing to take a substantial factor into account. All right. So this is all the bad news. This is the bad news. The good news is I'm not seeing stuff that I would expect to see if a nuclear device was imminently about to be used in Europe. Because if you
DEFCON.
Well, yeah, there's lots of things. So if NATO thought that this was actually going to happen, we would see an increase in alert status across Western Europe. I would expect to see people jumping up on social media saying there's a lot of aircraft taking off from airfields. I would expect to see warships in Plymouth, Portsmouth, Faslane ammunitioning, if not sorting straight away. All the wags, wives and girlfriends in the military would be on Facebook whining like fuck that hubby had been dragged off leave or had been suddenly recalled. The Ready Reaction Spearhead Battalion, or whatever we now call it, you would see some movement with that. There would be considerable disruption to the daily, weekly tempo of military life, and you couldn't hide it. Even sailing ships at midnight, everyone's gonna see it, and there's going to be film all over the media within hours of warships sailing from Portsmouth, film taken from Round Tower, places like that. So I'm not seeing that. I think there is increased concern across the board. I think precautions are going to be taken about this. I think there have been some very, very high level meetings. I think increased surveillance we're seeing across the board. And I think generally the tension has been ratcheted up one or two notches. As language says, we're not at the point of use, but certainly we're at the point where you get up from the table in the pub and you square up to him and you say, mate, you need to fuck off and calm down. Otherwise, I'm going to break your head. I think that's where NATO are now. Where it goes from here, look, right from the get-go, people said this was never going to happen in the first place. The invasion wasn't going to happen. There were still people, September 1939, saying Germany would in no way initiate a Second World War. There were lots of people knocking around in 1913 in the UK military saying there's no way Germany would even think about taking on the UK, an international power. All these things happen. So don't say never. You are on board for the ride, as I am. I'm fucking lucky, I'm afraid. Be cognizant with the dangers of this, but I'm also fairly content that, as ever, we remain facing a bully. And the only way he will do this is if he thinks he's going to be able to steal someone's lunch money yet again, and we will not do anything about it. And I don't think that's going to happen. I think whatever public warnings that we're hearing from various leaders, and mainly Biden, are probably as to nothing as to the back channel threats that are being sent either to Putin or to some of his little minions, saying, look, don't, because we will hurt you in ways you can't begin to imagine. Not a nuclear exchange necessarily. There are bits and pieces moving around the board, which would suggest to me a massive conventional retaliation. certainly the two SSGNs, Florida and Georgia. If Georgia's still in theatre, that gives various options to NATO for retaliatory strikes, and they're very public movements. Nuclear submarines really don't need to advertise going into places like Faslane and Gibraltar unless you want it advertising. And these were very public port arrivals. Faslane, Gibraltar, there are 156 Tomahawk T-LAMs on each submarine, and these would primarily be used as suppression enemy air defense prior to a massive strike by fixed wing. So I think messages are being sent across the board. Not everyone's picking them up. Certainly people in the mill Twitter sphere are. So yeah, look, just be aware. You've been living under this for 50, 60 years. The Royal Navy's had a nuclear submarine with Polaris and now Trident at sea for 50 years. Right? The threat's always been there. It's, you know, like as I say, the madman at the bar, instead of looking at you occasionally from across the bar, he's now kind of moved closer and now he's staring at you. So you know, it will play out. I don't want to be a downer on it, but I think it's important we just face what is going on and look at the combat indicators, and then look at the non-events. As language very much says, there's an escalatory phase even before an exchange. When you see US carrier battle groups doing 15 knots out of harbour at 2 o'clock in the morning, start shitting yourself. Something's in the wind. Until then, let's just see how it plays.
Very well said. And I think just hearing you talk about it, because you're talking about, again, actuals and factuals, what would we expect to hear? The truth is, at this point, functionally on the ground, nothing has changed in the past 48 hours. Nothing's changed in the past 6 months as far as nuclear weapons go. They still haven't been used, right? Nobody's, dropping them on people, right? So we're talking exclusively about hypothetical situations, which is primarily comprised of information that the vast majority of us are not going to have access to, and probably a considerable portion of us, including myself, wouldn't be able to pick up on the indicators. So we end up doing a little bit of navel gazing. I don't know if that's the right term, and that's where we end up. So I think you said there's all that needs to be said on that, if that's okay with you. I certainly appreciate, sort of the reminders, as there are things we would see if there were, more escalatory concerns. Then I'm going to break my own rule. We're talking about, let's go for the worst case scenario. Okay. Putin is utilizing a nuclear device in some sort of battlefield role. What would be the benefit of that, and how that would actually change things on the battlefield, as Bernie so eloquently put out, would be minimal from a physical perspective immediately. He's not going to, nuke a city, right? But this is not something that would end the war. And Ukraine has been, I think this is part of the response, is not just other countries saying, hey, Russia, don't do this, but this is Ukraine, in your bar example, saying, if you punch me, I'm going to start stabbing you. And there's escalatory ways that Ukraine can respond to. We could say, okay, HIMARS, you can start hitting Belgorod now. There are ways that Russia would feel more pain from this action, and Ukraine has been explicitly clear that this isn't something that they're going to say, okay, we're going to stop now and we're going to accept a new Minsk agreement and a ceasefire. So game theorying it out there, it starts to not make sense again, right? But with that, now that I've broken my own rule like 2 or 3 times, I know we do have a couple hands up. Let's go to Eric, to Luca, to Daniel, and then to Nightlight, if that's okay.
All right, thanks very much. Mic check.
Loud and clear.
All right, so I have a question and a comment. My question is going back to your update. Specifically, I was thinking about the Crimean Tatars that you said were mobilized, and I was wondering, with respect to them, or maybe anybody else who's mobilized from the southern territories that are now going to be annexed tomorrow, is there any way for Ukraine to figure out where they are, to try to get in touch with them? And my comment is, listen to the discussion of the potential use of a nuke. Obviously, it's concerning. The one thing that makes me feel a little bit better is I have to imagine if there's anything that our collective intelligence services are good at in the world, and that they've been focused on for the last 50 or 60 years, it's whether or not Russia is going to use a nuclear weapon. Going to the analogy of the guy in the bar, we're not going to get hit in the back of the head. We're going to see this coming a long way forward, and there's going to be people that are going to be figuring out what to do about it. All right, thanks.
Yeah. So as far as the Crimean Tatars, ethnic minority, been in Crimea for a while. Russia discriminated against them, frankly, way back in the Soviet times. They've done so extensively since 2014 when they took over the peninsula. But they were, I want to say, like 90% of the somewhere close to 3,000 people called up out of Crimea recently, like the last week, are these guys. And even the Crimean authorities went, hey, what the fuck? Like, we see that you're taking only us. You're not taking, the blue-eyed guy over there who speaks Russian perfectly. You're taking us, and then you're saying we're going to the front. What the hell is this? And the reports that they are getting tasked with deployments to, quote, areas of increased lethality, unquote, which strikes me as Russia is trying to solve two problems at once. We don't like these people. Let's send them into a meat grinder. Either way, we come out well. There are ways. If you're a Russian soldier or serving in a Russian combat unit, there is a 24/7 hotline, which has really been blowing up lately in the past 96 hours or so, about how to surrender. And the Ukrainians has said, I think, like 2,000 Russian soldiers have already reached out since they went 24/7 with that, which was not that long ago. There's also a separate line, which is for, I want to say, Ukrainians that have been deported or are in, occupied territories. And then there's a third, much longer standing line, which is, hey, you want to give us some tips on Russians? This is how you do it. So there's a lot of ways to communicate. There's certainly been some Russian soldiers that have already taken advantage of this fact. I would hope that the Crimean Tatars, especially if they're grouping them all together as an ethnic unit because they want them to die, that they'll be able to coordinate a way to get out of their situation, rather than, oh, well, we have one of you here and one of you here, one of you here. This is as close to a death squad as you're getting. Like this, what's that bad Marvel movie, Suicide Squad, DC Comics? That's what these guys are. This is less so that Russia thinks these guys are going to be the big change in Kherson. And this is more, well, as long as we need something to plug the bodies at the front, maybe we can chew up the, bodies of people we don't really care about. But there are opportunities for them to resolve it. How well they'll be able to take advantage of those, I don't know. Hopefully better than others, but we will have to wait and see. Does that kind of answer the question?
Yeah, thanks very much. I appreciate the updates.
Thank you. Let's go to Luca, to Daniel, to Nightlight. Let's go to Constantine first, and then to Luca, to Daniel, to Nightlight.
So I just want to address this fear mongering from listeners. If you're afraid that United States or Great Britain is going to be struck, trust me, it's not. Russians are going to piss their pants before they do that. Not in any way the bully is going to do that. The only thing that they can do is try to use this against Ukraine. And if you're afraid that Ukrainians are going to collapse and fall down to that, it's not going to happen. Even if they use nuclear strikes, they're going to get even more response than they had. And it's nothing for you to worry about. I appreciate that United States, Great Britain, and other countries doing their best to and enabling their intelligence surveillance towards those nuclear assets. That's how it should be done. But in terms of this fear mongering and trembling of your knees, trust me, they're not going to do it.
Yeah, this is a theater specific issue for some of those here who know people there. I think I'm sure Constantine, I might put words in his mouth, feels talking to people there and having them express their concerns to me, which could just be isolated data points, is why I start to get nervous about it, because I'm just sort of getting that secondhand. But if you're sitting, in Washington, D.C. or, Tampa Bay, hopefully not underwater or whatever, this isn't something that's going to affect your day-to-day life, even in the worst case scenario. So, it's still something concerning, still something troubling. Like they're saying, it will happen or it won't. But either way, you will be reading about it on the news. You won't be experiencing it firsthand. With that, let's go to Luca, to Daniel, to Nightlight.
Yeah, briefly
Luca,
about these new things. Can you hear me? Check. Oh.
You're a little fuzzy there. It's like you're standing away from a microphone.
Hello? Yes?
Yep, I can hear you. Just it sounds like you're a little. Maybe it's an issue on my end. Please go ahead.
So I should talk?
No, I can hear you. Just please go ahead.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, on these nuke things, very briefly, not scared. It's clearly an escalation in narrative trying to make us scared. I did read though that this feels a little bit like, if we were to compare to the Cuba crisis, kind of like the ships are cruising towards Cuba type of thing. The right response is not to blink, and just stay strong, and just not bite into these like scare tactics, from the Russian regime. That's all. Thank you.
Absolutely. Let's go. Very well said. Let's go to Daniel and then to Nightlight.
Good morning. I want to express all my love for you guys. And thank you, Language. And Gani, you are the guy who put always cold water on our feet and make us rational. And thank you. Two things. First, I'm a bit worried because one thing. Before the invasion, Americans signaled they will invade. And most of the people don't hear the intelligence of Americans. And people diminish their warnings. That's why I look closely what they say. Usually I trust Americans more than anyone in this situation. Second, even if they try something, and my heart is bleeding for Ukrainians because it's totally unacceptable. But let me say something which is not military at all. If they try something like this, imagine how will to be citizen of Russian Federation and live in any countries, Europe, Central Asia. They will be mauled on the street. People will not be rational and they will act very badly. Because when you are threatened like this, because it's just a threat, not something we need to scare off, there will be retaliation. I don't want to be a Russian in Poland, for example. This is my thought, and I think is very well to be received from these morons. And I can say something. I hate how they turned me from an empathic guy, a normal man who don't think like in extremes, how I become more hateful for these people living in north of Ukraine. And I will never forgive and never forget.
Very well said. It's easy to harden your heart to stuff like this. It certainly happened to me. I don't tend to express my personal viewpoints on this because those are fairly visceral at this point. And it's hard, innocence is the first casualty of war, stuff like that. It's tough. And I think it's sometimes important for us to realize that, this will change you. You are not immune to getting new information. The old saying is you're not immune to propaganda. I wouldn't call this propaganda, but if you're exposed to something traumatic, even by proxy, day in and day out for a long period of time, and especially if you feel there's no way that you can functionally affect it, that is going to change your perspective on things. That's just how mentality works. If Tom Zabara was here, he could probably break it down a lot more. Luckily, there are ways you can help. There's a number of wonderful organizations, such as MriyaReport. Constantine's done some fantastic work with providing cold weather gear. There's a number of other organizations that focus on specific things. If that's your forte, by all means, please, aid how you can. But sometimes it's important to take a step back and realize that this is going to affect you. We are not cold, dispassionate robots unless you're some kind of psychopath. So, you're not immune to this, and it's important to recognize that. None of us are. With that, let's go to Nightlight, and then I am 30 minutes past my deadline, so I'll have to go.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I won't add anything else on the nuclear thing. I think we beat that to death at this point. But I've been hearing some stuff about in Belarus. I'm sorry if this is something you covered before, that they may be mobilizing troops or doing some movements or whatever. There's some concern they might be thinking about coming across the border to try to help bail out the Russians, which I'm sure will end badly for them. But is that anything you've been seeing any indications about?
Sure. So, in summary, it's not going to happen. I think there is a bit of crosswires. There are apparently they are creating space for up to 20,000 mobilized troops. However, and then as far as exercises, the Belarusian military has been in a state of constantly extended exercises since the war began. Like, it's 2 weeks go by and they say, oh, it's going to be another 2 weeks. They're going to be exercising until the war is over. That's just their life. Doesn't change anything. What I suspect, and I think I'm lifting a lot of this from the Institute for the Study of War, and I agree with him here, is that this is for Russian soldiers to get trained and based and fed and watered and housed in Belarus. Will those Russian soldiers then try and charge their deaths across a now heavily mined and defended border? Who knows? I suspect not. Will Belarus do anything? I'm sure Putin would love them to, but I'm going to say no. The Belarusian military damn near mutinied early in the war when there were still Russian troops in their country. Literally, day one, planes are flying to Hostomel Airport to drop troops off. Russia's with you. We're going to take it. We're going to win this war in 3 days until 2 of those planes don't come back. And then they go to the Belarusian paratroopers and they said, hey, you're getting on the next one. And the Belarusians said, we want to see a plane come back first. And they didn't go. The Belarusian commander-in-chief of their military resigned after he fired a bunch of officers because they're like, okay, now we have to go in. It's been a month. This isn't going well. And it fired a bunch of officers, goes to the new officer, says, are you ready? They go, we're not ready at all, buddy. We're not doing this. So which he resigns, and in his letter explicitly states, I can't command these folks. They're not listening. And then says, I don't think changing officers anymore is going to change this. Like, I talked to people in Belarus, some of them who are rabidly pro-Lukashenko. Everybody who hates Lukashenko is a CIA spy, right? And even they are saying, we don't want to get involved in this. Lukashenko does not have the same security infrastructure as Putin does. He certainly does not have the same grasp on his military. There's a lot of speculation because they're mostly conscripts of them saying, if you try and send us in, we're not going to do it. And when you're a dictator and your military says we're no longer listening to you, things get bad real fast. So in very long terms, Belarus won't do anything. They will continue to provide a staging ground. They will probably continue to provide care, medical equipment, supplies, training, and whatnot for Russian conscripts who don't know anything. And they may start using more cruise missiles and whatnot from Belarus to target places in Western Ukraine and Central Ukraine. Beyond that, I do not see a change on the ground there. Hopefully that answers the question, Mike.
Oh yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, that was kind of what I was thinking as well, at least on a high level. And thank you for the additional detail. I don't really know how you get access to all this information, but I really appreciate it. So,
to that point, you talk to yourself long enough for 6 months. Eventually, somebody who actually knows the right answer comes in and says, "You're wrong, and I'm going to give you the right information." Repeat that enough times, and that's how you get sources for things, right?
Huh. Well, good advice. Thank you. Really, very professional briefings. It's so easy to follow. It does sound like you've briefed before. You're probably some of the best. Way to follow the war in a easily understood way for people. So I appreciate it. I'm sure we all appreciate it, and I hope you keep doing it. But I hope you don't have to keep doing it much longer.
Amen. And flattery will get you everywhere. I only had to pay him $20 to say that. But thank you. There's a lot of resources that I draw on. No man is an island. I certainly am not. And I appreciate all of you guys who do send me information and correct me when I'm wrong, which is not, out of the question, because it makes this all much easier for me. I will hit the DMs that have kind of piled up here. I don't think there's a ton of them. I'll just do a real rapid. And then question from Watt 1176. Since the destruction of the Nord Stream pipeline and the additional forced annexations, is it possible that the U.S. will allow Ukraine long-range munitions for the HIMARS system? My understanding is that there was a red line on this, and it appears Putin may have just erased it. It's entirely possible. Escalation works both ways. We're going to just ignore nuclear for, hopefully for quite a while now. But Russia is, saying that they're going to annex territory of another nation, right? That is a clear escalation that is in a tremendous number of ways, right? A sham referendum, sham annexation. We have to demonstrate that you cannot just walk into another country and say, this is mine now. That is not how the modern world behaves. There are a lot of ways to escalate to that. One of the big ones is saying, you know what? All your systems that can reach into Russia that we gave you, and we were saying don't, leashes are off, go nuts with it. That's something they can do. Sending increased long-range munitions, such as ATACMS, that's something we can do. Sending more drones that can see for quite a distance and do a number of other things, that's something we can do. There are opportunities for Ukraine to raise the ante in a way that threatens Russia and brings an end to this war faster. So hopefully that answers that question.
Doesn't Lend-Lease begin in approximately 3 days?
Oh yeah, I mean, and I don't think it's not like we were waiting for, I don't think everybody's going to start coming up with plans in 3 days. I'm sure a couple people have thought about it between when they started voting on it and now. So things are ready to go and execute. And, we're going to be providing Ukraine's defense for years to come, or at least support for them, I should say. That's already been clarified. Question about it's the BARS 13, which is the reservist force, and the 20th Combined Arms Army of Russia in Liman. I'm not sure if their headquarters are still in Liman. That might have been moved if we're all looking at the same DEFMON map. But, I think that a lot of the constituent elements are there. Question from one more about chemical weaponry. Yes, again, there was secondary report today. This is the second time we've got of an incident that a chemical weapon had been used or dropped from a drone. A, it was a tear gas grenade. B, the chemical weapons that keep getting from that chloroperkin, not chloropricin. It's not the chemical weapon that Russia would use. Frankly, it seems to me like it's one, Russian unit decided they'd play fun with a bunch of, stolen police supplies or something they got out of a box somewhere. But it's not indication of Russia broadly moving to chemical weapon usage. So we talk about that. What's going on in the east? They're shelling each other. There's not if you're talking about the Donbass, it's pretty much steadfast. There might be some Ukrainian movement east of Seversk, but we're not seeing a lot of it. There's some questions about why Russian mortars can reach into Seversk, because it would indicate that Russians are closer than at least I certainly thought they were. But there's one, without getting too much in the nitty-gritty, east of Seversk, there's a hill. If you're on the hill with proper, alignment and the right kind of equipment, you can fire a mortar into Seversk and hit a specific part of it, which is where we might be getting these reports from. But it doesn't seem like the Russians are right outside the town, and unfortunately, it doesn't seem like the Ukrainians are right outside of Lysychansk at this point. With that, that's about all of the questions. Thank you guys so much for letting me blather on for a couple hours. As always, my DMs are open. If you have a question, a comment, a concern, do send them over. Otherwise, have a good night. Thank you all very much.
Yeah, Language. Just want to thank you for putting in extra time. I mean, I think it was an hour ago when you said you had 10 minutes left. We appreciate your dedication. The hours you must put into this research, the maps, everything. It's really a pleasure, and we're all extremely grateful. Everyone, give Language a hand, give him a follow. Thank you, Language. It's really cool, brother. I appreciate it.
Thank you guys for hosting this space and for letting me continue to be a part of it. Cheers.
Alrighty, let's go to questions. No one's got their hand up. Ryan?
Teddy Bruschi, go ahead. Teddy Bruschi, you have to hit the button down on the bottom left corner of your screen. It'll turn purple. Okay. Oh. Bloke, if you could give me just 1 second, I need to go and fix something. Knight, go right ahead.
Hey, thank you. Just to kind of go back to touch briefly on the nuclear thing, one indication I think that would be probably easy to see, because I know people were pulling satellite images earlier in the war, Murmansk and so on, where you could see the ballistic missile submarines. If you start seeing those like not at the docks, an accelerated deployment on that would something to be worried about. I haven't seen any imagery or any alarms on that, so that's probably a very good sign, because if something was going to happen, I think they put everything to sea. So that's something to keep an eye out for. Yeah. What else was I going to say here? So what does Lend-Lease mean at this point? I mean, how is this going to be different than, the $1 billion a week that the U.S. seems to be sending them?
Oh, that's a really good question. And either Ryan or Colby would be good at that. Colby, most of all. Colby, did you want to tackle that one?
Yeah, so we spoke about this extensively last night. There's this notion floating around Twitter that I still don't know what the source of, that somehow Lend-Lease is coming into effect like in a few days or something. I don't know who put this out there or where it came from, because the Lend-Lease legislation was signed by President Biden back in, I don't know, was it May, I think. So it already has force of law. It applies to the current fiscal year and the next fiscal year. So it is not been utilized thus far. No equipment has been provided to Ukraine or other countries under this provision as of yet. There are some indications, or it's probably not less than indications. We have speculated that it is possible that that may soon change, but as it stands, we don't have any reporting or official statements from the White House or the Pentagon that there will be transfers to either Ukraine or other countries using the provisions of that law. So far, all security assistance to Ukraine has either been through the Drawdown Authority or through the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, which was the most recent announcement from Wednesday, was it, I think, where they announced the 18 new HIMARS and all that. That's under USAI, and those deliveries are long-term. They are not immediate. They will happen over the next 6 months to 2 years, but there is another drawdown announcement coming next week, apparently, so something to look out for. There could be more HIMARS deliveries in that announcement, but so far Lend-Lease has not played a role, and I said this back in March that the time for Lend-Lease was before the invasion started, and this legislation was in fact introduced back in late December or early January by Senator Cornyn, and had it been passed back then, it would have been much more useful, because at that point in time, none of these other provisions had been set up or funded by Congress. Now we have funded, there is funding already in place to deliver arms to Ukraine. So those, that's being utilized by the president using the money that Congress has appropriated. Perhaps if that funding expires, we can see something happen under Lend-Lease instead. But Congress, or I should say the Senate today, voted on the government funding bill in which there is $12 billion in Ukraine-related spending, and 7.5 of that is military. And within that, there's both funding for just American forces deployed to Europe, and there's more drawdown funding, I think, as well as USAI funding. So as it stands, there is still money in the bank for the president to use to deliver arms to Ukraine, and it is unknown how Lend-Lease may factor into all of that going forward.
All right, and what is USAI?
That's the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, which is a program that allows the United States to procure systems for Ukraine that are not at their immediate disposal. So a good example of this is the NASAMS surface to air missile systems, of which the United States had 2, but that's it. And they have reportedly possibly delivered those 2, but they have also promised 6 more. But these other 6 don't exist. The United States only had 2, so these other 6 are being procured for Ukraine. So these are systems that couldn't be sent through drawdown authority because they didn't exist other than the first 2. So the other ones have to be procured first. So this is a program that provides money for the United States to procure these sorts of systems that they don't have, that Ukraine wants. So the United States can go out to defense companies and ask them to produce these systems, or the United States could procure the systems from other countries that have them available and then provide them to Ukraine. So it's just a different mechanism by which the United States can provide military hardware to Ukraine outside of what the Department of Defense has in its current stocks.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Because when you hear announcements like that, you're really excited. Okay, substantial help is coming along the way, and then you get more details like, oh, it's going to be 1 or 2 years from now. Well, 6 months to 2 years, and it's because those items need to be basically built. Things take longer than other things. I mean, I don't think it takes particularly long to build a HIMARS just because it's a rocket pod in a truck. But everything takes time, and there's so much production capacity too. So that's yeah. Well, it's going to be interesting to see what is next. That said, I'm still holding out for them maybe sending over infantry fighting vehicles or tanks because, well, I mean, I don't think the outcome of the war per se is in doubt, but the amount of casualties that are taken in the process, is. And if we want to minimize Ukrainian casualties, I mean, sending proper modern equipment, is better because, I mean, an M113 is vulnerable to machine gun fire from certain aspects. Why the Israelis, got them away from the front line as quickly as possible for their Namer and a couple other APCs that they came up with. And then, the Ukrainians are doing charge of the battle taxis because it's about all that they had in some areas. So we need to send this up to preserve some of their lives. But I don't understand why we're waiting on it sometimes. It's very frustrating.
Well, there are also a number of infantry fighting vehicles that we weren't aware Ukraine even had until the Kherson offensive kicked off earlier this month. So I think it's safe to say that there are always things going on that the public is not abreast of. And I hope additional tanks and Bradleys are part of that package. But let's go to Daniel.
Just a question. I hate this. John Ridge is not here, but maybe Colby or other one can answer to me this. In southwest of Romania is an American base with ballistic interceptors, which U.S. Navy has on their destroyers. I'm very, very curious how effective and what is the range to intercept ballistic missiles fired on Ukraine territory. If I remember well, the radar is in Poland, something like that. Thank you.
That would depend on the specific system that we're speaking about. The United States is
SSN3. SSN3.
I think he's referring to Aegis Ashore.
Yes, yes.
Yes, I assume so as well.
I could probably answer that. Is that okay?
Please do it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, Aegis Ashore, really the only one that's operational, I believe, is in Romania. The other is in Poland, but it's not completed yet. At least it's not officially completed yet. I don't know if it's a matter of just that they need to install the Chrome or if they still need to install the radars and the missiles. But my understanding is each Aegis Ashore battery, only has about 24 cells. And, it will shoot, I believe, a standard missile 6 on here. So, I mean, it has a pretty long range, but it's not long enough range to provide coverage for Ukraine. And with ballistic missile defenses, it's, well, I mean, the actual range, when the intercept happens is a lot closer than you think because it has to go, basically up rather than slant. So it's not a huge umbrella. I mean, it's definitely substantial, but there's that. You also have THAAD, Theater High Altitude Air Defense. That will, protect the country, or at least a substantial portion of one. But, it's not something that's going to be able to range very far into Ukraine. Definitely not from Romania. It's more designed, Aegis Ashore is really more designed to counter like rogue Iranian missiles that might get sent over. And I know they really limited the number of missiles actually, included in the battery because the Russians were afraid that, the Americans were going to put Tomahawks in there because it's being shot out of a Mark 41 VLS. And they're concerned that, the Tomahawks could have nuclear warheads and that kind of thing, even though they haven't had nuclear warheads for like 20 years or whatever, at least officially. But they got very upset about that. Which again is ridiculous because, I mean, the amount of Tomahawks that we could park off of their coast at any point, just one of the Ohio class SSGNs is 154. One of our strategic bombers can carry like 20 cruise missiles, and then you have the B-2s that you never even see until they're overhead. So, and then even then, probably not. So, the Russians really got bent about it, but, the reality is just propaganda. But the other reality is it's, the emplacements aren't going to be very helpful to Ukraine.
So the RIM 161 Block 2 missile does in fact have a 1,200 kilometer range, which is quite significant. So from that air base, it can cover almost all of Ukraine, I would say. The problem is that because that is so far away, if Russia is launching a ballistic missile from their territory to a target on Ukraine from a considerable closer distance, I don't see how it would be feasible for Aegis systems on the other side of Romania to detect those launches and then fire their own missiles to destroy those incoming threats before they land in Ukraine, because Russia is so much closer. So even though the missile has the capacity to fly that far, practically speaking, I don't see how they would be able to intercept incoming ballistic missiles in time because they're at sort of the maximum extent of their range. So that's what I would say. We don't have John here, who would be the best person to further expand on that. But I don't see how it would be feasible for the system to provide a missile shield for Ukraine, even if they were based closer to Ukraine. Russia would still have a pretty significant advantage for things like Iskanders being launched on the other side of the border and trying to hit various targets in Donbass. So,
Yeah, what was the missile code on that? It was RIM, was it 166?
RIM 161 standard missile 3SM3.
Okay. Okay.
There's other ones as well that those Aegis batteries have as well. I think there's SM5 or SM6 or something. I think that this is the main one that it would use though.
Okay, thanks. But yeah, I mean, it's the other thing too is, I mean, it's really only good against like an ICBM, because someone is kind of going up into space high enough to be seen and engaged. Something like an Iskander, I mean, it's up and down, relatively speaking, so fast. I don't think it could be intercepted even if you wanted to, especially from that range. And that's probably what they'd use if they wanted to do something. You'd really need something like a Patriot missile, like on site, actually in Ukraine, to really have a chance of reasonably engaging something, which is why we should give them Patriots.
Daniel, go ahead.
Why I ask? I ask because I saw yesterday a Russian train delivering to the border Topol launchers, the old ballistic Russian stuff. Topol.
Yeah, that's a different kind of intercept to do too, because I mean it's a big missile on there, and it's going to throw out a lot of multiple independent reentry vehicles as well as decoys. So you might have like 6 to 8 warheads, maybe more, and then just a cloud of decoys which would go along with it. And the warheads themselves may maneuver, which can make it. I mean, this is at least what the brochure says. That, as we've seen, that hasn't really added up. It's very difficult to intercept a missile like that, especially after it. You really have to get into the boost phase before it drops the warheads, because then you have, relatively speaking, tiny warheads coming in ballistically. So there's really not much you can do about it.
So we cannot help Ukrainians against Topol in any way?
If they're shooting Topols at Ukraine, they've just used strategic weapons. That's probably borderline end of the human race kind of stuff, because it would escalate quickly from there. So what really helps Ukraine isn't something like Aegis Ashore or THAAD. It's the strategic deterrence of, okay, you just basically nuked multiple cities, and then what happens next? And it's really the only thing that stops that from happening. Strategic weapons from being used is the deterrence of NATO on the other side of it. So, and if they went that far, I don't think NATO would necessarily use nukes if there was a tactical one. But when it got to that level, that's a whole different ballgame, which is why it's not going to get to that level. Hopefully.
Thank you. Thank you. Make my morning grimmer. I saw that Topol launchers. People said that is Topol, and I had no idea. And now you just say to me, your fears are poor Ukrainians. I hate this shit.
Yeah, the Sarmat's even worse, is my understanding. But again, if it's strategic, it's not something that would be used for this. So I wouldn't make your morning grimmer. These aren't things that are likely to ever be used in this context. Those missiles aren't for Ukraine; they're for the other nuclear powers. So you can rest assured with that. It shouldn't be an issue, but unfortunately, there's really no defense against either one of them. But that's part of the deterrence, because they don't have defense either.
What I saw were just launchers without the missiles.
Well, they can put missiles on them. I mean, it's interesting that the Russians have the road mobile missiles, which makes them very difficult to target. At least they think so. I mean, the reality is, satellites, once they get control of something and know where it is, it's very difficult for them to not, if they're not know where it is, they can track a lot of the stuff, but it's not perfect, and you only have to miss one for it to be a problem. So, but that's strategic level stuff that shouldn't apply in this context.
If Russia is firing intercontinental ballistic missiles, then at that point we're talking about a overwhelming response from the United States and NATO, because there is no system that the United States could plausibly provide to Ukraine, or much of Europe for that matter, I would say, that is going to provide any sort of reliable defense against ICBMs. Patriot, THAAD, Aegis, these are systems that are not really capable of defeating incoming ICBMs. They are not designed for that threat. They are designed for short and medium range ballistic missile threats. The United States has within their arsenal systems that can defeat ICBMs, but those systems are deployed in the United States in silos that none of us will ever know about. But if Russia is at the point where they are opening their missile silos and firing their own ICBMs at anybody, we're not talking about stopping those from hitting Ukraine. There is nothing we can do to stop that from happening other than just firing back at Russia. But again, this is a near zero probability scenario, I would say, that Russia is going to decide to end the world, because this is them deciding to end the world, and Vladimir Putin knows that, and I don't think he wants to die any more than the Ukrainian peasant, or the Russian peasant dying in a Ukrainian field.
Yeah, the only thing that could stop is like the U.S. has like these anti-ballistic missiles, which are basically ballistic missiles, which are also interceptors. And again, it would have to hit it before it merged. And there's only a handful of them. It's not going to stop, a saturation attack. But then again, it's something designed to deal with rogue states, not against another superpower like Russia, technically, or China. Because if you start building enough anti-ballistic missiles, then what the other people would start doing is like, okay, well, we were fine having, this number of missiles, but now I guess we need a couple thousand more, that could lead to an arms race. So in part, that's kind of why that technology, I wouldn't say hasn't been developed, but hasn't been fielded in massive numbers. Because the response is just build more missiles on the other side. So, thankfully, that's not how things have gone up until this point. Who knows what the future will hold? Yeah, if you really want to get into Cold War brinksmanship, really the only defense against something like that is a first strike. So that's really the only defense, which is obviously fraught with peril.
I'm not nearly as preoccupied by any of these potential developments or eventualities as some people are in the space. I guess that's a bit of confidence on the part of what the NATO alliance has versus what I've seen Russia to perform like in the last 6 months. I given how many of their S-300 missiles I've seen boomerang back on themselves, I think the only greater humiliation Russia could do to themselves right now is fail some attempt at a nuclear strike. They're already a laughing stock. They can only make it worse. I shouldn't say a laughing stock. They're an international pariah. That's probably more apropos. Auntie, good morning.
Morning. Yeah, I figured with all this gloom about strategic weapons, I thought I would ask something that's not related in any way to this piece of kit. Has there been any news during the night about the front in Lyman?
It appears the Ukrainians have established ability for fires near the one road leading out. So they're pinching more and more towards full encirclement. I don't know that there's been any major developments in the last couple of hours, but
They have to get out tonight. If they're not out tonight, they're encircled. But Constantine, go ahead.
So, according to the Russian channel, Russian propaganda channel, military propaganda channel, they have acknowledged that the Liman is encircled right now, and there is no reinforcements incoming. They were stopped on the road and had to pull back. And that's from Russian propaganda channel. That's the latest information on that. I asked two guys that are one on the 54th and 62nd Brigade, and none of them are responding so far. And then it's easy to understand why.
Yeah.
well,
Thank
they
you.
sound like perfect candidates to extract the release of more Azovstal and Ukrainian POWs. That's the only reason I would argue for anything other than total annihilation.
Sorry, could you repeat the last part? What did you
I was
say?
saying the only reason I would argue for anything other than total annihilation of any Russians in that town is because they could be exchanged for POWs or hostages that the Russians have taken.
So I will. There are like conventions. If they surrender, they surrender. That's just as easy as that. No one wants to fight street to street. There are no people in Ukrainian army. Well, except there are in absolutely any. If you pick any 10,000 people, you will almost 100% find one maniac. But that's other than that, there are no people in the Ukrainian army who enjoy killing and shooting people. So it's you don't want your soldiers go through this, even if you are I don't know, suicidal dictator. I would still suggest not giving orders like this, because you will decapitate your troops mentally, and Ukrainians definitely are not anything like that. And if they surrender, it's just gonna be it's gonna be surrender, and everything's gonna be great for them. And the question is gonna be closed. They're gonna be closed, and they're gonna leave. They're gonna have their lives. They're gonna be exchanged, and that's it's a win-win for everyone.
Thank you, Konstantin. I think Knight and then Chris were next.
Yeah, thank you. Speaking of Azovstal, in terms of Azov Regiment itself, is there anything left of that? Are they still around, or is there kind of like the last stand of the organization in Mariupol?
Could you repeat that really quickly?
Yeah, basically, is there anything left of the Azov Regiment, or? or was their last stand Mariupol, and there's really not a military fighting force left with them?
Azov regiment, of course, suffered large losses in Mariupol, but it's been rebuilt. It's being rebuilt right now. It's official, and Azov is much more than just one single regiment. It's they are, Russians helped us and made mortars out of them, and as a result, right now, Azov is pretty much rebuilt and a much more capable unit than it was before.
Do you have any idea where they're operating out of?
Well, they're operating as a part of special, how you say this? 1 second. Special Operation Command. They are part of that right now, and the regiment itself nothing has changed except its dislocation point, location point, like central base, and that's it. I otherwise did not understand the question. They're operating in Dnipro, in Kharkiv, in Odessa, and like everywhere, because this is a really large unit at the moment. Just to give a context, to give a context here, but because I realize that I speak and people don't know what real Azov is. Azov is not only a single regiment that is located in Mariupol. It's a large part of National Guard that has bases all over, smaller bases all over Ukraine, recruitment offices, and it's they kept operating, and they have platoons operating independently all over Ukraine. So it's like if you strike, it's hard. Unfortunately, that has happened in Mariupol. It's not doesn't mean that you kill it. There are other parts of it where they're operating, and for example, unit right now liberating Kharkiv called Kraken. You probably heard about it. Is actually part of Azov as well.
Hi, maybe I can add. Can people hear me? I've never spoken on this.
We hear you.
Yeah, I was in Ukraine for 5 months. I'm back in the United States, but and mostly in the Donbass region in Severodonetsk, at the hottest point in that conflict. And I met Azov people all over and had contacts with them. I think everyone looked at what was happening in Mariupol, and people were inspired. So it's attracted more people to them, and greater. The problem here in the States among a lot of people is the bad name that the Azov have gotten, but this restored it and attracted a lot more people to it. I should just add one other thing. There was maybe you all know this, but there was at one point, I think an article was in a French paper about who was in Azov, and a number of Jews who were, I think there were a half dozen who were taken prisoner or died there in Azov. So I'm just adding to what the previous speaker said, that I think this has brought new life to them, and it's changing, and it's as he said, very much part of the National Guard unit and connected to other groups of people who have been active for a long time.
Thank you. And also, I'm sure we'd all like to hear, if you were over there, we'd like to hear some more about, anything you can or would want to share about that.
God, I could share things on so many subjects. As I said, I think the most interesting time for me, I was in Severodonetsk for 2 months, or almost 2 months, and was there when the city fell to the Russians. I could talk about that another time. I mean, that's a whole long subject, complicated subject. But I think more would be what questions people still have about that. I've been out of there for a while, out of Ukraine. It's so I don't know exactly what's going on now, but I know a lot about what happened there at that point. I wouldn't know where to start. I'm not sure what people know and what they don't know. What to say? I mean,
I
where
think
to
you've got a
start?
lot of notifications to check, Will. Can we go to Chris for a second?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I was just kind of playing off of what you were saying, Ryan, about how disappointing Russia's been. As far as everybody's held them on such a high pedestal and everything. Is basically shit, and excuse the language, but so I'm just curious, to kind of turn it around. I mean, is there anything other than throwing their people into a meat grinder that you've noticed that they have been successful at, or you'd give them the nod on, maybe a piece of equipment, something? I'm just trying to think because all heard
Well, their
terrible they are, so I'm just trying to think.
submarine fleet hasn't failed them that we know of any time in the last decade, but
yeah,
aside from that, I really can't say that anything has performed as advertised.
Yeah, nothing stood out. Nothing. Tactics, they seem to be failing.
If ever you need a good laugh, go check out the Russian Tank Olympics that they held earlier this summer. I think it had been postponed or delayed for a year or two because of the pandemic, but that was hilariously entertaining is about the only way I can describe it.
Yeah.
Let me just jump in for a second. Having been under the shells and for quite a while, we need to be careful. We went into that period in the East after a couple of months, a lot of confidence, self-confidence among a lot of people. The mood in Ukraine was optimistic. And the Russians learned from that, and they focused on one place, really, Severodonetsk. And a lot of Ukrainian soldiers died. I mean, what I heard at one point was something like, this might seem unbelievable to people, but about 80% casualties, dead and wounded there on that front. And that was the reason, well before they actually announced or made it clear they were pulling out, the decision.
Yeah. Hey, William.
Was made.
What?
Yeah.
Hey, William. What? Can I ask you why were you there?
I'm a journalist.
Okay, so you're a
And
journalist
yeah.
that has 25 tweets in 7 years.
Let me
Yeah,
stop this,
I'll
please.
say.
Can I
Let me say
interrupt
something.
and say before William, I appreciate you going to Ukraine. I appreciate you doing what you did, probably. But there is no 80% losses in Severodonetsk or anywhere like that. I know people who have been there. I know units that have been there. They suffered large losses. It's a tragedy, but it's 80%. When you're talking about 80%, it just sounds that you don't know what. It just sounds that you don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry, but saying 80%.
I don't know. I'm not saying that I am saying it was 80%, but I heard from several sources that number.
Of course,
Your,
I
your
really don't know.
journalistic
People,
integrity is kind
no,
of
no.
bothering me here, William.
Wait a
Yeah,
second.
William, you're being a problem
Okay.
right now because you're
Okay.
spreading Russian propaganda at the moment.
No, not Russian propaganda, please. Listen. I had retired from journalism. I'm 65 years old, and I didn't pick up a can. I came home from being overseas. I raised a family. You can see, I did a bunch of reports for television. You can see on Democracy Now. I don't agree with a lot of their positions.
Okay, so stop the babbling. What are you actually saying, William?
No,
Get to the point.
I'm just saying that we need to be cautiously optimistic and not act as if the Russians don't learn things and make adjustments. That was an adjustment that they made. Okay?
What's the adjustment? So let's
the
be
adjustment
specific.
was okay. The adjustment, from my view, I'm no military expert. I
Don't care. You
is
can
that
think,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
You can
yeah.
think.
I can
Go.
think, and I was there. Okay, and they focused on one place. Now that was their adjustment, and over two months
No,
of
what place?
artillery. And
Be
I
very
counted.
specific, William. I want to pin you
Okay,
down.
so
I want you to
no,
be
no.
very
Listen,
clear. No, just
okay,
don't
okay.
babble. I'm
Good,
going to let you talk.
good,
I'm going to
good,
stop
good,
talking,
good,
and I'm
good,
going to let you
good,
talk. But I
good.
want you to be super clear about what
Okay,
you want to say
okay,
and
okay.
develop your
Very,
argument, and then I'm going to
very good.
respond.
Good.
Okay?
Okay. Of course, I don't know what the Russians actually learned. I can only say what seemed to me that they learned, that if they focused on one place and fired enough shells, and I counted for probably a month at one point, 3 shells coming in around there that we could clearly hear, some of them Ukrainian going out, 3 shells a minute, 24 hours a day was the rate with the explosions that we heard. I counted. I'd go for an hour or two at a time. They didn't stop through the night. So all I'm saying is I think. Listen, I went to Ukraine because I totally believed in their fight and still do. Okay, and risked my life to try to get the truth.
Yeah,
And to
just
know what was
stop the
happening.
babbling
Okay,
and try to
okay,
make the point you
okay.
want to make,
So
because I
all
don't give a shit about what
okay,
you
yeah, right,
wanted
okay.
to do.
I just want to be clear to people that I'm not any kind of. I'm the opposite of a pro-Russian advocate.
What is your point? Get to your
Well,
point.
Okay, I just saying that the Russians made they learned from their problems in the first couple of months, and they refocused on one area. And most
Which
people,
area is that? Which area
that
is
was
that? Be specific.
I was in Severodonetsk.
You were in Severodonetsk, right?
Yes, I was one of only 2
Okay.
journalists there.
Good for you.
Others
Okay.
came. Others came
Brave.
and went. Others came and went, and one of the reasons that I stayed there, it was very difficult to cover the war as a journalist. Most journalists, every journalist I met, was veteran journalist.
Yeah, but you're
said,
pontificating. Get to the point you want to make.
No, the only point I'm making is that the Russians learned something from their experience of the first 2 months and refocused on one place. And I'm just saying that we should be cautiously optimistic. I've been listening to the show now for some weeks. I only got a Twitter account when I went to Ukraine this time. I never did it before. I'm the 20th century guy.
Alrighty.
But I've been listening,
that's
and
cool.
I really
That's
appreciated
cool.
the show. And this is the first time I thought, because I did have contact with Azov people.
But you know,
let me
I'm
say
really
something.
trying to get you to land the plane. What are you trying to say?
I'm just saying we should be. I hear a tone on the show from time to time that's
what's the word? Not insouciant, but it's too confident. I think it acts as if the
Insouciant.
Russians are total idiots, totally incompetent. I agree
Okay,
with
got
90.
it. Okay, Danny,
agree with
Donnie, let me handle this,
90%.
please.
All right.
If you
I
if you
agree with
wouldn't.
90% of what's being said, but I saw that in several of the nets, they ended up forcing
Oh,
the
and they were so
Ukrainians out of the
impressive.
city.
Yeah.
No, I'm
Okay,
not
got it.
saying impressive. I'm not
Uh,
saying
Yeah.
impressive at all.
So
Can I
let me
say something here?
let,
Yeah,
let
yeah.
me
No, no,
let,
no.
You don't have to be
I'm
hostile to me.
co-host here. I'm gonna mute everyone if I have to.
Okay. Okay. Good.
So
Good.
you
Right.
know, let me talk. Okay, William. So your point is that you think that the Russians have learned from their mistakes to start the war
Can.
in the first place, right? And that that we are being overconfident because the Russians clearly aren't getting their ass kicked, right?
No, they
That's
are getting their
basically
ass
what you're
kicked.
saying.
They are getting their ass kicked. No, I don't. I don't make. It's not so extreme. I'm just trying to add a
You're a
little.
fucking idiot. Okay, like
Dad, how rude
you
can
know.
you
Oh,
be toward
sorry, I
me?
shouldn't have.
Don't be so rude toward me. I respect all you guys. I'm just
Okay,
adding a little
William.
bit, a little
William,
bit
let
of
me just
salt and pepper. Please don't be so
listen,
rude
William.
to
William,
me. I'm gonna get off.
I know,
It's
you're
rude.
you're upset now, and I
No,
get
I'm just.
that.
I think it's
Listen,
rude to me. I'm not
no, I
calling
know,
me an idiot.
I know, because you know why? Because we're not new, and it seems to certain people
No, I'm
that
talking to these Ukrainian guys.
I'm not
No,
Ukrainian.
that's true. No, I'm sorry. I'm talking to my wife. Just she heard
Oh,
me
oh,
get
okay.
upset, and
Oh,
we have
I
a
know.
3-year-old son.
Listen, Billy.
Okay. Yeah.
I get where you're coming from, but
I'm on this radio
we're
program.
also like super suspect for the Azov
Hunting.
in the middle of a war.
I didn't go hunting for them.
Well, I mean, you said that
I was
you're
introduced
surrounded
to
by
them.
veteran journalists, and that means to me
No,
that you're not one. So
I
why were
am.
you
I'm
there?
65 years. I'm
So
65
why were
years
you
old.
there? I'm
I retired.
41. I don't go hunting. I don't go hunting.
What do you mean hunting? Because
I
I
have multiple.
Can we stop badgering him?
I got
I
better
don't
glass
understand
than
why
you.
you guys
Like,
are doing
Okay,
this to me.
can we stop, please?
Why?
This is getting
Please.
out of hand. William, I'm gonna ask you I'm gonna ask you guys to stop. I appreciate as a Ukrainian. As a Ukrainian, I appreciate you going to Ukraine and doing what you're doing. Just one thing that is that sarcasm or something, because like
no, I totally agree with you.
let me continue. I appreciate that you went to Ukraine if you already did. But there is one thing in what you're saying. As Ukrainian veteran, as someone who has family right now in Ukraine, as someone who has his best friends fighting right now in Ukraine, when you talk things in public, like Ukraine suffered 60-80% losses, and that just means that either you're spreading Russian propaganda or you don't know what you're talking about. That's the only 2 points that I want to tell you. And if you think that someone have told you that, oh, everyone has died, it's your professional duty as the journalist to verify those things and not just jump on the space and start screaming them out. That's what distinguishes decent journalists from not decent ones. That's what hurts, because I know people who have been in the fight for Severodonetsk. They have been in Lysychansk. I have friends who live in Lysychansk as well, and when you say things like that, for people who are aware of what is happening and control the situation, well, by control I mean and have the pulse, of what is happening. It's just such absolute I would say blasphemy. It's probably a wrong word because word because I'm not native English speaker, but it just hurts, and it makes you sound like you're not fit for talking on the public space such as this. It makes you spread propaganda. The losses in Lysychansk and Severodonetsk were really large, and Ukraine has suffered a lot there. I know people who have died, unfortunately. I know people who have been wounded. But when you say something like 60 or 80%, that's just it makes you sound like either you don't verify your sources, or you just, as a journalist, you believe absolutely every person who is talking. So just be very careful. And this is all I wanted to say. Whatever, I know people got aggravated here, but have respect, listen, and
Yeah, and I apologize. I apologize to
Constantine?
everyone as a co-host. Right,
Okay,
I apologize for that.
guys. I'm sorry if I upset people, but I said it with a lot of respect. I know lots of people who got killed there. President Zelensky at one point said 200 people were, they say, killed or wounded or casualties every day. Okay, and that was a point at which Severodonetsk was the focus of almost the entire war.
Yeah,
And
but
it was
William,
let me just finish.
Bill,
Let me finish.
hang
Let
on
me
just a second,
finish.
bloke. Bill,
Let me finish.
Bill, no,
Okay,
I
go.
won't,
Okay.
because given your flippant use of terminology
Flippant?
and your copious
Flippant?
claims of having been a retired or an accomplished journalist, and
Okay.
then complete
It's not complete.
repetition in trying to establish credibility
What?
by virtue of claiming that you had been to places that you demonstrably have not. You've
What?
destroyed all of your own integrity,
What
and
are
I'm
you
kind of
talking
tired of you
about?
stepping over
Please,
people who
please,
do have control
please.
of a mic like I do tonight. So until you can establish a little more integrity or bona fides for people who are controlling the panel here, who have a responsibility to our listeners to not allow nonsense to be pronounced on our space, I'm going to go ahead and leave your mic muted, and I suggest that you move yourself down to listener so I
Well,
don't
hang
have
on
to.
before he goes. Okay, so the whole reason that started this, and I apologize to everyone for losing my temper because I just, I just wanted the point to be made, right? Because I wanted to counter the point. The point was that, that the Russians were going to learn, and they haven't been. Um, I almost want William to speak and to tell everyone what he really wants to say. And I would defer to Constantine, actually. Constantine, are you okay with that? Do you want to listen to this guy, or do you want me to just put him down?
Well, could I quickly just jump in here just to say one thing? I asked a question of Ryan and you just as far as Russia, and if there was anything that was worth noting of success on their side, because everything seems to be a sham. Ryan kind of answered that no, there hasn't been a lot. Maybe the subs. That's when William jumped in just to maybe try to counter or throw something in there that they're not complete useless idiots, which we all know they are, and of course agree they are. So I think that's kind of where he was coming from. As far as his credibility, all that, where this is all gone, it just seems like it's gone down down the rails here. And I don't know. I don't know that he was coming from a bad place.
Well, when people come with genuine curiosity or a question and they don't know, we don't come at people so aggressively if they just have questions. But when you try to start asserting that you have knowledge and experience that you demonstrably do not, our guard goes up a little bit, and we don't allow people to get too far out over their skis. And as I said before, he's made some pretty bombastic claims, and until he can back any of that stuff up, I'm a little suspect of the truth of those statements he's made.
Yeah, fair enough.
Colby, go ahead.
So if you
Or Constantine, sorry.
yes, so if you ask me, I'm all right. I mean, the claims that about 60-80% losses is they are just it's a line with the propaganda, and that's what hurt me. The rest, I mean, I've been at war. It's not fun. It looks ugly, and even though people try in Twitter, that's, I'm not gonna lie here, they gonna lots of people try to romanticize the war. They try to make a lot of fun, but it's everyday people dying. And some people when you arrive at places like Severodonetsk, it's actually quite insane being there. I've been in I have not been in anything like that. I doubt that anyone in other than people who are actually Ukrainian fighters have been in anything like that, because there was no single war that is similar to this. But um, uh, just I mean, I understand that depression and how you say this, depression and apathy that comes with being in places like this. It looks like apocalypse. It literally does. And I understand how it's happening. So I don't I don't blame William Nasson for anything. It just it's just what I ask. The only thing that I ask is just to be more I would say more I would say сдержанный. That's like control the statements that you do, because it's a public space. And when you say many words, I can say many words that would hurt Ukrainian army and the morale and things in general, and that are not true, and they will be based on their emotions. So what I simply ask is not base things on the emotions on the on the words of someone who was really scared. And trust me, I've spoken with the soldiers who were saying same numbers. I know friends who were saying like, we lost 80%, no one is left alive. And then you're saying like, and then you start asking because friends from his company, and four of them are not in the composition of inside his squad. And you ask him, and those two people are in the hospital squad, and is 10 people, and that's already not not 80%. Then it turns out that okay, they had one casualty, and that's one person died on in the squad. That's 10%. I mean, but the guy comes out in the shock, and he keeps doing that. And I think spreading this information, and I think that's a job of the journalist to to actually understand what is happening and filter the information. Because if I want if I would have been a journalist who would want to get something some numbers and something crazy, I would definitely find it. I will go to a bum or homeless person, and get information just so it fits my narrative. And it just feels like that's what is happening. But I understand it's happening because he has been in the despair that is that is happening in the cities on the front line. So that's why I'm like, I don't blame for anything. I'm just saying, like, put yourself together, and when you come up to the public space, just make sure that your information is really filtered and carefully selected. Because there's like a million things that I can derive from speaking with the troops, and it's my duty to make sure that I actually bring actual facts and not emotions of the people that you're talking with.
All right, let's So first of all, I apologize. There's lots of hands up. Sorry for losing my temper, but my point was to try to get to a statement or a question out of William. Do we want to go there? Ryan, you're my fellow co-host. Do you want to unmute the microphone and get to that point, or do you want other hands to go up?
We can go to Colby or Knight.
We interview a lot of journalists on this space. When we do that, we verify that they are credentialed, that they are, in fact, who they say they are on the ground, they are embedded, or they have been on the ground, and we know that for a fact. They have their credentials from the Ukrainian government, and we bring them up here, and there is full transparency about who they are and what they've been doing, and that is a beneficial thing for our audience to hear from various journalists who have actually been on the ground and share their experiences. And that is the correct way to do that, to have those interviews with verified guests. The people that come as special guests on this program are people that have been vetted and verified and confirmed, and they bring information that we can put some trust in, that they have some sources of reliable information to provide. And when people come up here and they're beating around the bush and they're unclear at first about who they are or what they're doing, and then it comes out, oh yeah, I was a journalist, sets off a lot of red flags. I know my alarm bells were ringing for almost the get-go on that one. And I don't think that what just transpired here was a good faith attempt to come up and provide any sort of actual perspective. That's just my assessment. And I think that that was all very
Thank you, Colby.
unproductive in my mind, but that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, thank you, Colby. And as co-hosts, we have a delicate balance, right? Because we have to bring people up, we have to let them talk, we have to, but we have to challenge. And although I lose my temper sometimes, I think you basically said far more eloquently something that I said earlier. Donnie.
Yeah, no, I just want to reiterate what Colby was saying. I mean, there's a lot of weight to a journalist's words, and we are in the age of disinformation, and so we have to be wary of bad actors. And I mean, not even that. I mean, like, you can profess to be this person from Democracy Now and not be him at all. You can just be professing to be him and spout nonsense and then go off into the ether, and we wouldn't be. And we have 500 or so guests that wouldn't be any the wiser if they just ended their. So here, I mean, if you are an accredited journalist and are somehow found yourself in the delinquent stage in your career that you're working for Democracy Now, there's ways for us to verify that. And if you are verified and you do have some commentary that is beneficial to us, to Western people trying to get a better glimpse of the war, there are people here that would be open to it. But, I will say that we have had people professing to be, healthcare workers in certain areas that, take someone else's profile picture, take someone else's, and all of a sudden they're professing nonsense. So, I mean, I do apologize for the group, about our immediate and utter suspicion. I won't say it was unwarranted; it was completely warranted. But If you do want to speak, there, and you profess to be this accredited class, this journalistic class, this protected class, so therefore, that we should listen to, we can verify that. And once we verify that, we'd be happy to have you on and happy to speak to you further. But without that, everyone here had red flags immediately.
Yeah, and some idiot co-host lost his temper.
And the Québécois, petit pour fire. Well, I forget what fire is in French, but un petit pour iflam. I don't know. I'm not very good. Grade 7 French. What can you do?
Happens to the best of us, is what I'm trying to say.
Hey man, you're going for government. You're like let's you're gonna have to read up. But yeah, so do apologize to the listeners. There were a bunch of red flags. Hopefully we'll get them resolved and we can have more eloquent discussion. But let's move on, guys.
Yep. Yeah, let's move on. Now, just to reiterate, there was no point actually brought up, so there was just a bunch of battling. But William, tell you what, send DMs, if you're a accredited journalist, happy to bring you up. And then maybe at some point you can get to your point, what you want to say. Right now, I've lost my temper once, and I apologize for that. And we're going to move on. And Nightlight is next.
All right, thank you. I'm going to say something that's probably going to annoy you, bloke, but just hear me out for a second. I did understand what his point was, and it was kind of a simple point that, he thought that the Russians had learned some lessons, which I think was pretty obvious because, we've had other speakers come on which have said the same thing, in the sense of they came on multiple axes to begin the war. They couldn't handle that, so they had to withdraw and they refocused on one area. I heard the same thing on CNN. That was pretty obvious. That seems like a lesson learned there. They couldn't do what they attempted to do, so they refocused to one area. That seems simple enough. As for whoever.
Alrighty, so what's the point to that?
That was just an observation he made. That seemed to be what his point was.
So let me. I would agree.
Well, hold on. Let me finish up what I'm saying here. Otherwise, if he's a journalist, it seems like an easy enough thing to verify. Let's just someone talk to him, verify, and maybe have an engagement later, or maybe he's not who he says he is. In which case, then exactly right. But I don't think it was a terribly controversial point to say for Russia.
So Nightlight, we're not gonna we're not gonna discuss credentials here. That's gonna happen. And everything's gonna be all right over there. But regarding the stuff that you're saying that that Russians are learning, of course there is some learning curve. They're learning something, and thankfully they're doing this very, very slow. And the fact that what I've heard, the bits of the information that is interesting to discuss, that what I would say, and I think you would agree, is that they use focus fire to get military successes on the field. And what they did is they amassed all their forces and managed with amassing all their forces to capture Lysychansk, Severodonetsk, and then Lysychansk. I think that was the idea of the discussion of the point, and that's true. After they did that, they moved down to try to do same with Bakhmut, and down at the Piske near Donetsk, where they pretty much failed. They destroyed the entire city. They failed to enter it. It's not, first of all, it's not a city; it's a small village, and they failed to do so to have any gains in Bakhmut as well, except for a couple of small villages. But that's indeed the only tactic that appears that they can have. and it feels like someone is playing video game, because that's what you do when you play a video game strategy. You select all your troops and you send all of them to one single point, hoping that the computer that is playing against you is dumb enough not to attack you on some other place, some other flank, because that's a stupid computer. But what happens is that it's not a stupid computer, and when they amass all their forces and attack one direction, they get suddenly Kharkiv liberated. They're right now attacking Bakhmut, and what they get encirclement in Liman, and it's more to come. It's just and that's totally true. That's the tactic that they try to reserve to. They try to resort to. But this tactic works only in one single place, when they know that Ukraine is not going to counterattack. And that's the idea of their escalations. They said, okay, we took this land, Kharkiv, for example, let's just place a marker that it's ours, and no one's going to attack here. If someone's going to attack, we're going to call it nuclear. And the same goes with absolutely everything that they try to scare people off. Instead of having actual forces that can defend it, they say we're gonna go nuclear if you attack over here. But that's such a bluff. That's they can as well. The next step, if Ukraine loses, the next step is going to be Poland, and they will say, okay, we're gonna go nuclear. We're gonna go nuclear if you don't pull out the forces out of here. We're gonna go nuclear, and nuclear. They're gonna bomb someone. They're gonna do a couple of shots and say we're gonna go nuclear, and everyone's gonna be afraid to retaliate because they say they're gonna go nuclear. So let's just pull back, and that's right now at the point for the free world actually uh, to stop this. You have Ukrainians who are saying, okay, you want to fuck around with the nuclear missiles, you want to bomb us. Well, try this, try that, you bastards, and you're gonna find out, what's gonna happen then. We're gonna survive that, and we're gonna make sure that you're gonna destroy yourself instead. And it just strikes me how the world, Ukrainians who are fighting on the front lines over there are not afraid of that. But the world, we have people joining here and with their shaking knees saying, "Oh, we're so much afraid of Russia." But at the same time, you have Ukrainians, who are not afraid of nuclear missiles, fighting for their homeland. It just strikes me, and it's like it just just pathetic to hear those people bringing up those fear mongering stuff, saying that implying, not saying they're afraid to say they're afraid of everything, and they're just implying that let's feed Russia with Ukraine and just hope that it's not going to happen. And they're going to say same thing. We're going to feed Russia with Moldova. They're going to feed Russia with Georgia. Then it's going to be Poland, Lithuania, and other countries. Because if you have done it once, you're going to do it twice, and three times, and over again. It just strikes me how spineless these people are. And just wanted to say this. Sorry that's where I broke down. I'm sorry for that.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Ryan, have you got the hands in order?
I think it was Donnie, Luis, Kalo, Brad, and Gunny.
Yeah, I just wanted to say another thing. Like, we were all watching that Severodonetsk-Lysychansk battle happening, in somewhat real time with map updates, and there could have been thousands of troops for round math. Let's just say 4,000 Ukrainian troops, and there was that escape path that they had, and was there a platoon that stayed that got 80% attrited? Maybe. but that's not 80% of the people that were defending Severodonetsk and Lysychansk. That's 1% to 3%. So it's also disingenuous to say that 80%, like this horrible number, which is what we watched in real time, was categorically false, because there was an avenue of egress from that theater, and we know what happened. We got real-time updates from our friends of what was happening. So, I mean, is it possible that of the platoon that was last manning was the Texas Alamo, the dudes that were Alamoing Lysychansk, were they possibly attributed to 80%? Possibly, but the statement in itself that the entire force there was attributed just seems disingenuous, even if it is surface level truth for certain journalistic news outlets. That's all I got.
Thanks, Donnie. Luis?
We are discussing about the lessons that the Russians have learned. I will tell one lesson that they will probably learn in the next few months. I don't know what is the background of people here, but I've worked in companies. I've seen companies that work in the IT sector, and if you work in a company and you hire a lot of people, you will find that it's hard to teach them what they have to do and to organize them to achieve the goals of this company. And that's what's going to happen next to the Russian army. And that's what I wanted to say.
Brad, I think you were next, and then Kalo and Brad. I don't know. I'm terrible.
Sure. So, so I posted in the thread in the bottom right-hand corner, William's Democracy Now! Interview on YouTube while he was at Severodonetsk. And I'd just like to say that was quite possibly the worst interaction I've heard on this space, and I've been on this space a lot. And that there's a danger when you let your pattern recognition go a little too far. So I understand why William would raise some red flags, partially because of his profile on Twitter, partially because of the interaction. Not everybody is super familiar with how to behave on these types of forums. They're new. I know I certainly probably sounded like an idiot the first time I tried to weigh in on a topic. But, I would just say that I feel like a lot of people jumped the gun on this. And frankly, I'm glad a few people had their hands up before me, because I was very ready to throw down the nuclear option on this space. But anyway, I love you all. And I think that we can all do better. Thanks.
So if I went and spent a couple of weeks in one of these places, having not spent any time there before now, and then came back and attempted to pontificate about military expertise that I possessed none of, while addressing an audience of hundreds of people and talking in front of Ukrainians who've actually served and have some degree of understanding about the losses that are being incurred there, would I just naturally be afforded some degree of professional courtesy just because I went over there and took some pictures and said I thought I knew what was
Claims to have
going
gone
on?
over there and done that.
Yeah. unless somebody has established a long career of wartime journalism or spent some time in Ukraine, extensive time in Ukraine, I don't immediately trust their numbers. There are people traipsing around in Ukraine like Amnesty International who claim to know what's going on and couldn't be more misinformed. So I don't think, even if that is him in the Democracy Now! Journalism piece, that he presented his ideas very clearly or thoroughly, and as Konstantin mentioned, his numbers were wildly incorrect.
I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying that the manner in which this was handled was unseemly. That's all.
I take responsibility for that. Brad?
Well,
thank you. Cool.
Don't take
That's
too much, bloke, because you weren't the one interrupting and stepping over people either. Let's move on to Gunny and then Kalo and Luis.
Yeah, hi. I'd just like to answer Konstantin's point there. And I actually quite resent that. It's not pathetic, Konstantin. All right, a lot of people are backing Ukraine to the hilt, but Ukraine is not a member of NATO. All right, this is having repercussions. Yes, not a fraction of war on Ukrainians, but this is having repercussions on everyone. And everyone on this space, and everyone in NATO, every civilian has the right to be afraid when a tier one nuclear power publicly threatens nuclear retaliation on NATO. If you struggle with that concept, then I would honestly suggest it, mate, there's something wrong with you. We are all entertaining fears to one degree or another about this. It's perfectly natural to. And the same people who you deride for being pathetic, for being worried about the possibility of, at the very least, a battlefield nuclear exchange, are the same people who day in, day out champion the supply of weapons and money to Ukraine. Now, I don't know if it was aimed at me. I suspect it might have been. If you didn't like what I said earlier, zero fucks given. I really don't care. I also suspect it's because I picked you up on a war crime that was banged out yesterday, which you retweeted. But to say people have no right and are some way emotionally wrong for being concerned about what is effectively an escalating situation is frankly appalling. Okay, a lot of good people who I talk to privately are concerned, rightly so. I'm concerned. Will it happen? Probably not. But that doesn't remove the right of anyone here to express concerns about this.
Should I follow up?
Yes, Konstantin, sure.
So your concerns are, concerns are concerns. I have absolutely nothing against that. That's what you should have. But once again, if you are afraid, and that's your choice, and that's my choice to judge it, just like I judged it. And there is nothing more to that. We're dying, and if you cut off, if you, your choice is just, run away and say that let's stop it and let's not help Ukraine anymore. Let's the hell with the referendum, was the Budapest memorandum and all the facts that Ukraine has given up all nuclear weapons by itself. That's your choice. I understand your concerns. Please express them as much as you can. And I have my own opinion on that. I stressed it, I said it. And of course, I understand people that are being afraid and they have their knees trembling. I understand you, you're scared, you're afraid. That's fine. I totally understand that.
Yeah, sorry. I mean, afraid and scared. Look, mate, I know that you're in the military, so we'll try to use terms like that to try and surreptitiously make out that I'm some kind of coward. Right? I did 24 years. I did my time there as well. I was a soldier as well as a sailor. I'm not scared. I'm not afraid. I have some concern because I'm aware of how militaries work and how friction works and how quickly things can grow arms and legs without the proper control mechanisms in place. That's a fact of life. All right. I was concerned when I went through minefields in 1991. Right. But I was still there. People have the right to express these concerns. You don't call them scared. Don't call them cowards. Don't accuse them of being morally deficient in some way. You acknowledge it and you explain to them the facts, which everyone on space is entitled to, and you don't launder those facts improperly to try and give them a false sense of security. Everyone listening here is an adult. They make their own informed decisions. It's not an echo chamber. All right. It's not a means by we process information and give people what we should have. It's where we give them the facts and they make their own mind up. And Ukrainians coming up on here and saying, well, you know, if you're afraid of this, then there's something wrong with you. Incorrect, improper, and actually derogatory to the very people who are listening day in, day out here and support you. No one said stop supplying you with weapons. No one said supplying you with. Nobody's people saying things rushing up, and there are concerns. That's not cowardice. That's just accepting the facts.
I did not say coward. I said afraid, and unfortunately, that's. I understand that people are afraid, and I understand that what I'm saying is that we're not afraid. And if you are afraid, we understand that. Thank you.
Well, and I think it's important to acknowledge that Ukrainians are already giving their lives right now with conventional weapons, and many of them, and that removes some element of fear on the part. I know you don't currently reside in Ukraine, Konstantin, but I presume you still have plenty of family members that do. And when you're facing, you know, the fear of Russian cruise missiles at any given time, it seems like a petty escalation and a move of desperation. But the big ominous nuclear question is obviously what fixates a lot of global attention, and I think sometimes it feels undue for a country that's actively being attacked anyway. But I know both of you guys, and I respect you both, and I don't want either of you to be cross-threaded with one another. So I see we have some hands, and I'd like to move the conversation on. Good morning, Em.
All right, good morning, everyone. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday.
All right, quick explanation here. Gunny, Konstantin, sometimes we use terms interchangeably. Scared, afraid. There is no cowardice. Well, none of us here is a coward. We don't deal in that. The government of the Russian Federation and the military of the Russian Federation have military and political options. Obviously, so far, they have been pursuing hybrid warfare options, even though the invasion itself is an overt military operation. They still try to dress it down as quote unquote a special military operation, and that falls within their hybrid warfare quote unquote doctrine, if we can call it that, or tactics, or criminal paradigm phrasing, right? Now, we all understand that there is no reason whatsoever to doubt the nuclear triad of the Russian Federation. We all understand that. They have subs, they have strategic bombers, they have long-range missiles and ICBMs and so on and so forth. Now, if we are going to discuss the ramifications of choosing to go with the nuclear option, be it a low-yield device or an actual nuclear weapon, we understand very well that they can do that. And there are probably 2 targets only. It's not a large target bank that they have. For this strike to be meaningful or to yield the desired effect that the Russian Federation government would hope for, they only have 2 targets. And those 2 targets would actually affect their own troops and their own people as much as they would affect Ukraine. So when we say there's no reason to panic or to worry or to be afraid or to be scared, we can use all those words interchangeably. If we want to be polite and mild about it, or just nonchalant about it, we can say that there is no reason to think for the time being that the Russian Federation will go with the nuclear option. Now, should people be worried about it? Yeah, sure, definitely. Everyone's worried about it. All analysts are worried about it. People are worried about it. It will affect everything. It will change the world as we know it, should they choose to go down that path. So we all remain calm. We're all adults, like Gunny said. Konstantin is just defending the point that there is no reason to be afraid of them because they have proven to be complete and utter idiots for 7 months and running, right? It's a shit show. It's a shit show that is coming with a lot of tragedy, a lot of criminal activity, a lot of losses, and judging by the number of Russians who have been escaping Russia since the call for mobilization, I would say that there is a sign of rejection, if we want to dress it up as a political reaction, or fear, if we want to go to the root cause of the human condition of the Russian citizen right now. They don't believe in this mission. They don't believe in this war. They don't believe in their political leadership. They don't trust their military leadership, and therefore they have been escaping their country. So for a fact, we know that Russian males who have been flying out and driving out of Russia are afraid of going to war in Ukraine. The only fear that we can call fear right now is Russian citizens fleeing their own country to avoid being drafted and conscripted into the Russian military to be sent into Ukraine. That's very obvious, yet something that we can agree to. We can also say that Ukrainians are worried about more losses to their civilian population and to their limited military forces that they have been working on expanding by accepting training missions and training more people to join their armed forces and join their units and join their corps. So everyone's afraid. This is war, right? And everyone who's watching from afar, sorry, a call came in, and everyone who's watching from afar is also afraid because this war has affected the livelihoods of everyone on the planet. So let's all just, be calm. It's probably something lost in translation. Gunny, we all love you, man. And we understand exactly what you're trying to do. This is not an echo chamber. All opinions are welcome. And we like ourselves a 10th man and an 11th man and a devil's advocate. We do it all. I'm guilty as charged. So just, it's all good, Gunny.
Gunny, what's NATO's best option to counter or create additional nuclear deterrence against Russia's threats of aggression?
Good question. Well, the report is being thrown out the pram. This is effectively what it is. It's just at the state level, and there are threats being made. So the first thing you don't do is back down. I suspect through channels that we're not seeing, and certainly in terms of militarily, pieces are being moved around to indicate to Russia that there will be repercussions. Biden coming out publicly and saying don't do it was pivotal. I think, as I said yesterday, there are certain combat indicators that we're not seeing at the moment. It's Friday. Her Majesty's Armed Forces are about to go on weekend leave. I would not expect that if we were about to see a theatre use of nuclear weapons. So, things like that are on the plus side. The WAGs, the wives and girlfriends of military personnel, aren't all over Facebook bleating that people have been called back. So, in terms of military, whilst there probably is a heightened alert state, we are not at a mobilization and dispersal of units. And let's face it, the use of a nuclear weapon in Europe would necessitate NATO going to a war footing. It would happen. It would have to happen because you simply don't know what's going to come next. So escalation is great, but you don't escalate so much that it actually precipitates a move that isn't necessary. I think wheels will definitely be in motion. We like to think that we're all well informed about stuff like this. We're not really. There's a lot of stuff that goes on that we don't see. We're certainly looking at the air plot today to see what happens. Kaliningrad yesterday was really important simply because of what we believe there. It's definitely not the motor rifle divisions anymore. They've gone pretty much because they've been stripped to top up casualties down south. NATO has made a statement saying there'll be retaliation, specified what retaliation. That's what I expect to see. The public arrival of SSGNs from the US Navy, a statement of intent, because they carry TLAM, which you'd expect for suppression of enemy air defenses, for strikes into Russia itself. So the wheels are in motion. And what we've said is you do it, you're going to suffer, but in ways that we're not going to tell you. So now the ball has been smacked firmly back to Putin, and he's sit there and he's going to have this juice is going to be worth the squeeze on this. And then there are other options. Over they're ready for a nuclear test over at up in Nova Zemlya. They could abrogate the nuclear test ban treaty. They could do a high altitude test, and that would send a definite message that we're willing to escalate. Who knows? We're on uncharted territory here. This is kind of Cuban Missile Crisis sort of territory where we don't know what's going to happen. There is friction, there is a misinterpretation. You're all just going to have to strap in for the ride and see what's going to happen. All the hosts here, all the mill Twitter sphere, we're all looking. And what you're going to have to do now is just trust in the leaders. I know it's difficult, but you trust in the national leaders and in NATO to face down. That's the can happen. If we don't face him down, we'll just do something insane, and then we will just have to see. So that's. I'm not going to whitewash it. I'm concerned. I'm not afraid. I'm scared. I'm concerned.
I think the missile crisis started on February 24th, and but it's not a nuclear one. It's just a missile crisis, and Ukraine bears the brunt of that. So I totally understand why they don't buy into the nuclear saber rattling, because it doesn't represent any escalation to them at all. And I don't think it is anything more than an attempt at raising fear and anxiety amongst a certain segment of the population who has the nuclear word burned into their brain as some kind of scary thing. I've seen it before, and I'm not trying to say I'm not directing that commentary at you at all, Gunny. But I do know some people are deathly afraid of anything that has the word nuclear in it, whether it's a power plant or military exchange. And nobody's used nuclear weapons since 1945, just my country. I don't think anybody will in the near future. It's a threat. It's not something that's acted on. Kalo, you've been waiting forever. I think you got skipped twice. I hope you remember what you were going to talk about.
Oh, that's okay. It was a good conversation. I still very much appreciate the time. I wanted to just go back to a point. Unless you needed me to switch the topic to pipelines, Ryan.
No, thank you. Please do not. Continue on.
Billy or William, the reporter, he had sort of subtly made a comment. I think he said something about the Russians were learning their lesson. I think Bloke was going to get to this point. So you gave me time to reflect on this, as there was a good conversation going on, and I was thinking about the Russian indiscriminate shelling, and they're not keeping an eye on the reserves, and now they're looking for North Korea for munitions, or Putin breaking Russian law and apparently working with his field commanders and sending conscripts to the front lines without training, or the fact that we've been watching in slow motion that Liman was going to get encircled, which I would assume probably a grade schooler would have caught on to happening over the last few days. So I'm, with all respect to William, I was having a really hard time trying to figure out what the Russians were doing better that they've learned their lesson from, because they seem to be going actually in the opposite direction. So I don't know if anybody has any comments on that, but I can't figure out exactly what the Russians are learning from and they're doing better. Maybe they're not leaving their munitions stacked along their air bases anymore. If that
I just didn't understand the point, and I was getting frustrated because I didn't understand the point this person was trying to make. I wasn't sure they were an accredited journalist at all. I thought it was disingenuous, and I didn't trust the person who was speaking. And so I sort of lost my temper. But I would really like to deal with concrete points. What was the point that was trying to be made? What do you think it was, Kalo?
Well, I was with you. I couldn't figure out exactly what the point was, only just because based on fact, we're seeing the exact opposite happen, that they're actually not learning from their mistakes and they're progressively
Exactly.
getting worse.
Exactly.
So that's I was just I was confused by that. I just couldn't see any logic behind that whatsoever.
Yeah, no, but I do take responsibility as a co-host to have handled that better. I called the guy something I shouldn't have. That was an add-on on him, and that was inappropriate. I should have, but I was getting frustrated, right? The issue here is really I don't even understand what the issue is because there was no point. But I guess it all circles back to there's a lot of fear right now about speculation on whether or not the Russians are going to use WMD. And I think we just have to take it one step at a time, not lose our cool, and trust in the people that are going to do their jobs like they do their jobs every day and have been doing their jobs for the past 60 years, right? We're prepared. The Russians are dangerous. People are scared. I don't want to be dismissive of any of that, but they're not going to do it because I just think that you can't count on their humanity. That's been demonstrated, but you can count on their self-interest. And they will not work against their own self-interest because you can rely on that. And that's my point. We're not dealing with a toddler. We're dealing with an adult who has gotten themselves into trouble and is trying to find a way out. That's my personal opinion. It's worthless, but it's a personal opinion.
Bloke, it's been such dark times the last 2.5 years. And this conflict's stressful. I think Gunny had sort of highlighted it. We're all impacted. I'm severely impacted through work. I also live in a country that has the largest diaspora of Ukrainians, and so it's emotional. It's a difficult time for all of us. I would say, even though it got a little heated and there was some disagreement, I would say, the site, under all that immense stress, and some of the hosts and people put long hours.
That's on me. That's on me.
Yeah, but I think people generally are doing a pretty good job. 24-hour station, generally people are sorry, 24/7 environment. You guys do a good job of it, and people got heated a little bit there, and some words were misspoken. I think generally overall, the site, I'm actually surprised how calm, reflective, cooperative this site is, and how we learn from it so much and support the cause. I don't want to make that, even though it got a little heated there.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you. But that is on me. I did lose my temper in that. I apologize. Let's move on. It happens, right? I'm not the only person in this space who's lost their temper.
Let's go to Luis and then Nightlight.
Good morning, guys. From cold Germany. I'm actually sitting outside, and it's really cold at the moment. But guess what? My gas, I don't know how that is called, in my flat is not on. So I leave it off as much as I can. I don't know what happened. I'm listening for about half an hour. I just came in when you were talking about the nuclear threats that the man himself is making. Like I said, I don't know what happened before, what discussions happened, but I just want to tell you this. Every single one of us is afraid and has fear. That's exactly what I'm trying to explain to my kids also, and to my father, because my father is an old man, and he still has that thinking that Russia is a nuclear power. We should not piss them off and stuff like that. What I'm trying to explain is everyone is afraid, but and I try to convince everyone that I am talking to of this, that we are on the right path. And even if that happens, that nuclear bombs are used, we have to take the consequences, because we are on the right path, and we have to. We cannot give up 1 inch of territory of I don't know the English word for it, damn it. No, I'm missing the word, sorry. We have
say
to
it in German, I may translate.
Wir können nicht unser Weg verändern, weil dieser Penner uns bedroht.
We shall not alter our course because we are threatened by this idiot.
Ja, wir können nicht unsere Entscheidungen beeinflussen lassen wegen diesen Idioten.
We shall not change our decision simply by being threatened by Mr. Putin.
Because it is the right cause. And that doesn't mean that I'm sitting in Germany and I am willing to opfern, sacrifice Ukrainians when Putin drops a bomb over Ukraine. No, I am also afraid in Germany. So that doesn't mean that it is clear to me where he might use it. But we are on the right path. This is the righteous cause that we are fighting. And if we give 1 inch of everything to a bully that always uses this kind of rhetoric, then the world is lost. Sorry. I want to live a life, and if that means that my life will end next week because this idiot will drop a bomb in Germany, I will be thinking, while I will be dying, that this is the right cause, and I will be proud of myself because I stood my ground. And while we are afraid and our decisions might be impacted through our fear, children are being raped in Ukraine. Annexed territories or territories that are occupied, where we think that he might annex them today. People that are standing up are simply disappearing. On the Kherson region, 3 people disappeared yesterday because they were standing up, because they didn't want to vote for the annexation. And this is what we are letting happen if we allow our decisions to be driven by the fear that we have. We all are afraid. We can agree on that, but let's convince ourselves and say to ourselves ever and ever again that this is the right cause, and whatever happens, it will happen. But we are on the right side of history, and we want a better world for our children, and our children have to learn that if they walk on the street and see someone being geschlagen, what's the word for that?
Being hit or attacked.
Attacked, yes. They should stand up, even if, and do something about it, even if
I've had it pinned to the top of my Twitter account for 2 months now because the NATO Secretary General explained it very perfectly in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Anything we pay in dollars or contributions of arms is a small pittance compared to the blood that's being sacrificed by Ukrainians.
Exactly.
And if we don't stand up and make it certain now that larger nations cannot bully their smaller neighbors, then what example are we setting to future bullies, not just the current one?
Yeah, exactly. And one thing that I also wanted to to point out is, I know that you all know that, but I think we have to keep saying it. This fear, it's what Putin wants to rise up. He is playing with this fear. I don't know if he is talking serious or not, but that this fear grows in us, it's exactly where he is wanting to go. That we indeed fight each other because of this fear. And like I said,
Yeah, Lewis, I agree with you. Just think about it as a psyop, right? What's the guy got left? The only thing he's got left is to scare everyone so that they bend to his will, right? And like I said, we've been doing this for a long time. It's happened before, and we don't give in to nuclear blackmail, and we never will. So I think we need to put that in perspective. I'm not ruling it out. We're prepared, but let's try not to worry about it.
Exactly.
Lewis is. I hope I made sense. Folks, we're about to do a co-host switch because it's getting late here, and Anda has kindly offered to replace me because I have demonstrated complete incompetence, and I'm happy to have a replacement. So, Anda, thank you for joining us, and
thank you for your help tonight, bloke. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Bloke.
Okay.
Let me just make one point more that because that's that was the point I wanted to talk about. Guys,
My
it's end of
incompetence.
no, sorry. Guys, it's end of the month again. You know what that means. Here in Europe, we get our check, or at least in Germany, we get our check, work check at the end of the month. So you know what to do. Please donate to Maria Aid, so that the guys that are doing an amazing work on the ground, delivering non-lethal aid, drones and night goggles and everything that the guys need on the front lines will be delivered to them. I what what I might what is happening to me right now, or it happened the last couple of months, is when I am getting afraid of something that might happen, I will raise my donation, because that's exactly the way we should counterattack those that rhetoric. So help even more on the process. If you want to donate at the MriyaAid.org website, you are able to set up a monthly donation, so you don't have to think about, now I have to donate something, because it will be taken automatically. And if you want to donate extra, you are always able to go again on the website and to make a single donation. So please, guys, tourniquets are saving lives in the ground, literally. I mean, tourniquets, it's something we should all have and then donate to Ukrainians, because that is saving the soldiers' lives. And in any way you can help, if you are not able to donate, simply talk to your local officials, elected officials, that we need to, as a government, as a country, step up more to help Ukraine. We are still not doing enough. For me in Germany, it's a disgrace what is happening. And we should help as much as we can. If the government is not acting, engage yourself with Ukrainian refugees. Try to do whatever you can to help. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, guys. By the way, one question, because I already heard it a couple of times. When do you guys in the US get your paychecks? Is it not end of the month also?
I used to be in the payroll business. Sometimes it depends on how you're paid. You either get paid bi-weekly, bi-monthly, or monthly. So it really depends on how your employer chooses to pay you. But most people get paid bi-weekly. So there's 26 pay periods in a year instead of 24.
All right. Good morning. As you see, I have a bit of a flu, so sorry for the altered voice. If my memory serves correctly, the next in line is Nightlight, then Jen, Chris, then John and Florian. Yeah, it depends on about what you said, Luis. The donations, it depends on every country. Some get, for example, after first of the next month, so the previous month needs to be closed. But if you have, and if you want to donate, if you want to consider, and if you appreciate language, for example, he has a challenge today or yesterday started. It's a challenge to save a life. A tourniquet, it's about $30. So if you don't have $30, you can donate less. They will pile up. And for example, 3 people who donate $10 each, we'll save a life together. So please consider donating to MriyaAid, and let's go to Nightlight.
Thank you very much. Yeah. I didn't know that you could set up regular donations like as a payroll deduction or an automatic, not a payroll deduction, but as an automatic
recurring payment.
Yeah, recurring payment on there. So that's good. I'm going to have to look into that. On the whole William thing, it seems like since it turns out he is an accredited journalist, I hope someone can reach out to him and, maybe there's a possibility of an interview or something like that. Because, someone who's there might have some insights or, at least experience. It would be interesting to hear, but, I can understand it might be controversial in some cases, but okay.
He used the name of an accredited journalist, and
if it can be verified, like with anyone who just shows up and, no one knows who I am, or anyone else, but people in charge of verifying that kind of maybe there's an opportunity in that. I don't know. But yeah, I think everything else I was going to say really kind of got covered, but the automatic payment thing is good. Where can I find information on that?
I'm sure it's on MriyaAid.com or .org. Excuse me.
Can I explain, Ryan? Just quick. When you go to the MriyaAid.org website and you choose to make a donation, in the process itself, it will ask you if you want to make a monthly donation, a recurring payment, or a single donation. Then you just tick the checkbox for the monthly donation, and it will be automatically set up.
Thank you, Luis. I think I've got the order all mixed up, but is it Florian and Jens or Jens Florian?
No,
Jens
I'm
Christian.
latest.
Jens Christian, then Florian, then John and Florian.
Thank you, Andan. Good morning.
Good morning.
Jens, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I just got confused. But since we all, jumping in to do some housekeeping, talking about donations and likes and retreats, I just want to give a special shout out to MriyaReport's Florida man. What's his name? David. He always starts his comments with housekeeping. And I have also selected for the monthly. I can't speak any longer. Donations, because then I can feel good about all these hours that I'm spending here with you instead of spending them on Netflix or whatever. So I recommend the monthly, because then you're saving lives every month. That's all. I'm gonna drop down.
Thank you, Jens. I was surprised to wake up this morning and find out that we'd been featured in an article by the Kyiv Post, and I just went ahead and shared the tweet from Yehuda about that into the nest. I guess that's two papers now, one from France and one in Ukraine. I think Christian was next, and then Donnie and Brad.
Thank you, Ryan. Yeah, you should all check the article out. It's really cool. I got to see Axel for the first time, and I wasn't expecting that. I didn't like the voice doesn't match I'm not trying to be an asshole about it. It just doesn't match.
Are
But
you saying he doesn't look? You're surprised he doesn't look like Stewie from the Family Guy?
I'm not saying that. Well, he does have his accent, though. Yeah. What I wanted to talk about, leaving this point aside, I hope I didn't offend anyone. I'm sorry, Axel, if I offended you. It was not it was not a comment made in a bad intent.
No. Axel doesn't get his feelings hurt easy. He's
he's such a great guy. I wanted to say something to continue what Luis has been saying. As it stands, I'm Romanian, Anda's Romanian, Daniel, Adrian, and so many others on this space. And I won't speak in their name, but I'm just going to speak in my name. And what I want to say is, we have Aegis ashore. We were a target country for nuclear threats for the past, I don't know, since it was invented. We've been occupied, deoccupied, we've been massacred, we've been genocided upon by the Soviets, Russians, and so on. We ceased in 1940 what is now today the Republic of Moldova. Like, we just gave it away under threats of military action and occupation. And our current anthem goes a bit like this. I'm just translating. It's "Awaken, Romanian, from your death slumber." And I stand by it in what is happening today. This is no more of this. We should never give up on this cause. No more of this. If this is permitted to pass, this will happen again and again and again and again, and it has happened for the past 100 years. No more. Like, absolutely no more. Not 1 inch. Not 1 inch. And I think if you ask anyone that has morals and principles, he would say the same, regardless of his ethnicity, nationality, and so on. No more. I mean, this has gone for too long. Far enough. This is the point where it has to break. This rhetoric has to break. This is 2022. We can't enable the hordes of rapists and murderers anymore. This has to stop. Never again has to turn from a slogan to actions. This is what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. The next is Florian. His hand is down because he spoke earlier, but it's his turn. And then Donnie and Brad.
Good morning. We had this discussion, or good night or good afternoon, wherever you are. And we had this discussion on nuclear war and also what Luis said. There was a very interesting post by Kamil Galev. I don't know if you have ever followed him. He writes this very, very long, insightful threads about Russian society, Russian politics, Russian military. And he made a very worrisome post saying that Putin is looking for a way out because he cannot lose against the Ukraine, because from the Russian eyes, Ukraine is nothing. He cannot lose against the Midgen. But if he drops a small nuclear bomb, NATO attacks, he can lose in honesty. And I read this last night and I got worried again. But I thought this is a different voice that is very insightful on Russian society and its behavior. And that again got me thinking, similar to nobody thought that this war will really start from a rational point. There's a cost-benefit analysis, you never win. But Mr. Putin thinks in different terms, and we have to factor in that his rationalization and his decision-making seems very alien, at least to me. I don't know, have anybody read it? Does anybody want to comment on it? I want to put this out from a different voice. It's not my voice. I read it. I find it very interesting, but I thought there's very good and qualified people, and this has been debated very, very often. So I'd like to post this as an input here.
I'm sorry, I haven't read it. I will pin this, and I will.
I just retweeted it this morning. That people you can see is my last retweet.
Awesome.
Just check it, read it. It's a long one that argues that this is a way out to keep power while losing, and that's an interesting, very strange argument, to be honest.
I'm reading it now. Thank you for pointing me to it.
I could
and don't get me wrong. It's not my opinion, but I thought the guy Galev writes very insightful and very good threads.
Yeah,
and I learned a lot from him.
I do follow him, but things come so quickly on Twitter, it's hard to keep up with everyone all the time. So thank you for pointing out that he had a hot new take, as they call it.
I could comment on that briefly if you want, guys, because I've read that thread and it's thinking about, Putin's rationality. So basically what it argues is that Putin being beaten by Ukraine is absolute humiliation and something from which his regime might not survive. And given that he's a dictator, he's not just going to retire and get a presidential library named after him and go to occasional White House dinners. He's probably going to get a bullet in the head or somewhere else. So what it's suggesting is that one of the ways that Putin might think he can survive and hold on to power is to provoke a conflict with the West, which he then survives. This seems like a very narrow path to a sort of Putin victory where he gets to still remain president of Russia. He still loses the war in Ukraine, but he can say that he lost to NATO rather than to Ukrainians. I think it's something that's very unlikely to work, but I can see the logic behind the reasoning that Galev is saying. I don't think it's fair to say that Putin is irrational. I think he really believed that he could win the war in Ukraine within, a week or two. I think he just miscalculated. I think he was overconfident. I think he was given incorrect information. And I think he made a terrible mistake. But I don't think he was irrational. But I think the problem is once he'd made that risk and it failed, he sort of needed to see it through. He couldn't just withdraw because that would be too humiliating. So I think a lot of this is about Putin trying to stay in power and not lose face and getting into a conflict with NATO, which he can't win, but which doesn't destroy Russia, because obviously we won't try to destroy Russia because that would be World War III. He could then see as, look, see, it's all America, they're all evil, blah, blah, blah. But they couldn't defeat us because Russia is strong, rah, basically.
Tom, if I may, very shortly, but is that not, in a way, overthinking the problem? If the nuclear threat not something much simpler, that Putin still believes he can split the West, get the Germans to freak out and leave the coalition, and by this come to a negotiation table. I thought it very interesting, as you said, but I was also thinking it's overthinking, overstating. Putin is not as smart. He's not that brilliant strategist.
I think Donny has a point on this. And,
yeah, Tom, Galev may be a fantastic historian with context, but I don't think anybody should be a Putinologist or a Kremlinologist for that fact. What's my point here? My point is that I do think that there are avenues that are being not exploited, but beta tested by Putin to see what sticks as to his exit plan on this. And but I will say that Florian's, I don't think he can make, to what Florian said, I don't think he can make Germans freak out anymore because there's no pipeline. There's no like he played that card. We whatever happened. I'm
not so sure on that. If you go on the Twitter discussion in the German space and the German journalists, I mean, people are still freaking out.
Okay, but
the Germans are very fearful guys.
I mean, is this the comment section of a German newspaper? Because
yes,
I would call shenanigans on anybody that's commenting on newspapers commentary sections. I know here in Canada, you can't even read the comment section because it's so filled with people that have horrible views, and their profile pictures are some cellist from Sweden. When you reverse image search the these commentaries, so what I'm trying to say is that I'd be wary of commentary on newspapers.
But also on Twitter. But Germans are generally more fearful, as Louis also pointed out.
Yes, yeah.
And this is and there's enough old people who are very afraid on the Cold War because Germany is the battlefield.
Of course.
And some of the fears are honest. They're not well thought through, but at least they're honest. They're not disingenuous, and they're not on the troll side of Russian. Some of them are total trolls. Absolutely agree.
Yeah.
But I wanted to pose this question here that gets debated because sometimes I'm a father, I have kids. I get this moments also of fear, but I think then we have to rationalize over it, and this is a very good space where a lot of very clever people from various fields make very good inputs and discussions.
I
went
ahead and read this.
One quick
Go
poll.
ahead, Donnie.
Yeah, I literally had my hand up to ask anybody in the Eurosphere what their native language newspapers are talking about this morning, because that's why I kind of stay up until this hour in North America to get the early morning commentary. So that's interesting. It's interesting. I just the death throw theories. I mean, of Putin's last stand, kind of theorizing. I don't know. I don't know if it does us good. I don't know what to think of it. I don't know.
Donnie, very shortly. I'm in Switzerland. Swiss media is far more hard on this. German media is sometimes writing very strange stuff. So, for example, the main newspaper of Switzerland is the Neue Zürcher Zeitung, the New Zurich newspaper, and its one of the main headlines today. But the bomb will not rescue Putin. That's the main headline.
Okay, so to my understanding, I have a almost full panel of Germans today, or German-speaking people. I think a point has made earlier about fear-mongering, and also, as Tom said, maybe Putin is not crazy, but he's not a master strategist, that's for sure. But around him, even if the people around him lie to him because they are afraid, they're much more afraid of their lives. So we should not we should not see this only from our side, like, okay, we are afraid. As then Christian said, well, we are from Romania. we are kind of used to this, and if someone says this to you like once every month, you're like, yeah, okay, good, okay, let's move forward. It's not something to be dismissed. I understand that, but it's not to be dismissed either that his own people don't want to die, and the people around him know probably better than him that these narratives and this course of action will not take anyone in a good direction. So of course all the media is up and running with the new ideas, but and you should not you should not dismiss the fact that media, I mean newspapers, TV anchors, and everyone else who gets paid from advertisements, and I'm sorry, this is the ugly truth of media. Um, they need attention, and this kind of news brings attention and keeps attention. So they won't put it aside. They won't feign it down until it feigns down by itself, and the people who read the media and read the news will say, oh, okay, I read that like 10 times this week. Okay, I've got the idea, it's okay. So without dismissing this, we all went through the Cold War. Some of us were on one side, and some of us were on the other side, and it wasn't pretty on each of the sides. Let me tell you that it wasn't pretty. It didn't depend. It didn't matter on which side you were. It didn't help us. For example, being on let's say the Russian side, on the east side, because we knew Russia, we knew what they could do, and it wasn't pretty either way. Okay, that being said, I have 4 hands up. Brad, Luis, Christian, no, sorry, Brad, Rob, Christian, and Luis.
Hey, so so I have a different topic that I'm going to go to, but I think I want to say something about this situation with Putin. My opinion is that the way that you need to look at Putin is that he is on a path that does lead to him detonating a nuclear device unless he is deterred. And I'm going to tell you why. And I'm going to do it because I'm a little bit of an abstract person. I think of everything in terms of models, right? And frameworks and theories. There's a very famous Harvard professor, Clayton Christensen, recently passed away, well, a while ago. And he would refer to theories as a theory is a statement of causality, right? A lot of people will poo-poo theories. It's like, oh, your head's up in the clouds. You know, everybody else is here on the ground. Get your head in the game. Well, this is a situation where you can predict what Putin will do if he is left unchecked, and it will lead to him detonating a nuclear device. And I'm going to tell you guys about a very simple framework for understanding this. A lot of consultants use 2x2 grids. So think of it like a box that has, you know, a cross in the middle of it. So you have 4 boxes, right? Upper right hand, upper left hand, bottom right hand, bottom left hand. As you think of this 2x2 grid, the horizontal axis represents behaviors, right? And on the left-hand side, you have static behaviors. In other words, you always do the same thing over and over again. You can't change. And on the right-hand side, you have dynamic behaviors, right? So that's one axis. The vertical axis is what you know, right? It's the nature of the information. Do you really know it? So towards the top of that axis, you would have absolute clarity around what's actually happening, right? But as you get to the bottom, things get foggy and you don't have clarity. The information becomes more and more complex. It becomes more and more nonlinear, right? You can't interpolate and draw conclusions from data that you used to be able to do as you get further down. So Putin he started his career or has been, at least from his point of view, in the upper left-hand quadrant, right? Or at least that's where he thinks he is, where he's had lots of information. He's known, he's had control, right? He has a fixed way of doing, and he sees the Russian Empire as a fixed thing, right? And he is there to support that until the end. But what has happened in this conflict, and as things have started to unravel, is that he's moved from that upper left-hand quadrant where he is sure of what Russia is, who he is, and its place in history, and where he's had absolute clarity and control. And he's moved down to that bottom left-hand quadrant, where all of a sudden he still has a fixed way of thinking about things and doing, and he will not budge, because not only is that just who he is, but all the incentives are aligned, right? If he is wrong about the Russian Empire and about what that future is, he dies. Like, they'll kill him because of what he has done. But the further along we get in this conflict, the more complex the information is, the less control and command he has over the facts, right? Because conflict is inherently complex, but also because he is an autocrat, and in an autocratic system, the worse things get, the less accurate information you get. So the fog of war sets in, and it's even worse for a dictator. So what happens is that the only way that such a person can respond to this is by escalating, and he will continue to escalate. And that escalation will lead to a nuclear strike unless he is deterred either by the West or by...
He's been provided plenty of deterrence, not publicly by squawking on the news, but privately by communicating from military official to military official. There's a third option. He can retire to his secret palace that he probably doesn't own, but probably does. And maybe somebody can leave him a pistol by the poolside, but I don't frankly care what happens to Putin. I'm more interested in how quickly he or his successor want to withdraw all Russian forces out of Ukraine.
Sure.
I don't think he's going to resort to using a nuclear weapon. Nobody's done that since 1945. We use two, and if anybody else uses one, we'll use... We don't even need to use nuclear weapons to squash them militarily for the next 50 years.
If I could just finish my diatribe, that'd be great. So I'm not saying that is what will happen, but left unchecked, that's where he would go. But I don't believe that will happen, because I do believe the internal apparatus within Russia will stop that, as well as the deterrence that we provide as the West. But just in trying to get inside of his psychology, which is a perilous thing. Well, psychology aside, his fixed way of thinking about the Russian Empire and his role in that empire and within history is something that he appears to be unable to let go of. Therefore, he will continue down that path until he is stopped and deterred, which I think we can all agree that he most very likely is. But
Given
anyway,
the optics of many of his meetings with his advisors over the last few months, I would presume it's fair to say that Caesar is afraid there might be a few Brutuses in his midst.
totally agree. Totally agree.
And I think if he were to give an order that would have such consequential effects as to be the second country on the face of the planet to use a nuclear weapon, he might find that there are more Brutuses than he realizes. But
yeah,
we do have a qualified psychologist, I believe, on the panel. And
Tom,
correct me if I'm misattributing you, Tom.
Thank you. I think that there's several things there. I mean, I agree that people can have better information or worse information, and that they can do things the same or they can do things differently. But beware of models that suggest that you can either be dynamic or static, or that you can have perfect information or terrible information. Those are both false dichotomies. You know, Putin's going to have good information on some things, bad information on other things. He's going to do things the same for some behaviours and differently for others. I do take the point that if he loses this war, there's a good chance he'll die. So he might think, well, you know, what have I got to lose? So I can see that there'd be a temptation for him to do it. But what I think people have got to remember is that the whole point of the fear-mongering, the whole point of the threats, is that he can gain potentially quite a lot from threatening to use a nuclear weapon and getting people to back down. On the other hand, if he actually goes through with that, the response would be totally devastating. And if we want to talk about theories of nuclear conflict, you know, game theory has looked at this for decades and decades and decades, beginning in the 1950s. And pretty much everyone has concluded that a nuclear war is not something you can win. So, yes, he gets quite a lot out of threatening to do it. He's trying to manipulate us psychologically, but he doesn't gain out actually doing it. He loses really, really badly. He's trying to sort of cling on to power. That's what he wants to do. He just wants to save his own ass at this point. He wants to try and squeeze some kind of victory out of the jaws of defeat. And he's thinking, maybe if I threaten this, they won't attack. But the Ukrainians know that's bullshit. They're going to take their country back. Yeah, I think if anyone wants to think about theory of nuclear conflict, we need to talk about game theory. I'll do a thread on it at some point. He is not going to do it. Other people are going to stop him, even if he wanted to. The Russians don't want to die. No one wants a nuclear war. It's all lies. It's just all threats and bluffs. It really is.
I agree. I agree with all of that. The point that I was trying to make is that he has to be stopped by somebody. Otherwise, it would be the type of thing that he would do if he were not stopped either internally or externally. So anyway, that wasn't.
I think he's rapidly grinding to a halt under the weight of his own hubris.
Totally agree.
If you've ever seen, you sound like you're American. Are you?
Yes.
Do you know what tractor pulls are?
Sure.
This feels a bit like a tractor pull to me, and Putin raced down the mud track and he's bogging in, and the motor will blow at some point, and that motor's the Russian military. They bit off a little more than they could chew, I suspect, and what's damaging to both their reputation and the future prospects for them as a world superpower is that they bit off a much smaller country than the world thought they could conquer and have failed in a spectacular fashion. So as much as they want to drag this out, I don't think they'll resort to using a nuclear weapon, because that's the one way they could escalate this conflict that would cause them irreparable harm.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. And I am distinguishing between Putin and Russia. I am making a distinction there. So that's actually not the topic that I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about Greece for a second, unless somebody else wants to continue along this line.
Yeah, could I continue on the nuclear?
Sure, go for it.
I think the thing is, when you're trying to predict people's behavior, okay, which is something that we try to do in psychology a lot, it's actually extremely complicated. And even like psychologists that are far better and far more experienced than I appreciate that you can't do it with like precision and that much accuracy. Let me give you an example of people threat that they're going to commit suicide. You know, if you've got someone in a hospital and they say that they're suicidal, they're going to kill themselves, you have to do a risk assessment. You have to think about what are the chances they're really going to do this? How serious is this? Blah, blah, blah. Now, obviously, you've got to take that seriously because some people do commit suicide. But there are also people, sadly, this is very sad, who will say that they're going to commit suicide, but they're actually not. It's a threat. And what they're trying to do is to manipulate you emotionally. And sadly, you do see this. So, for example, I had a guy who kept saying he was going to kill himself. And the first time he said it, we took it very seriously. You know, we put him on one-to-one observations and nothing happened. And then nothing happened for a few days. And then the next week he said, you know, I'm suicidal. And, you know, everyone panicked again. And we put him on one-to-one observation. That's literally someone with him like 24/7, or it might have been 5-minute observations, checking on him in case he's, you know, tried to harm himself in some way, and nothing happened. And then a few days went by and he said it again. And I said, guys, look, the first time he said this, you've got to take it seriously, right? You've got to take it seriously because people can do that. But actually, the more he says this, the less seriously I'm taking him, because he hasn't actually done it. And what that means is that he's trying to threaten us with something. He's basically using the nuclear option. And believe me, in any sort of mental health hospital, a patient threatening to kill themselves is like a nuclear threat. It's something that freaks out everybody. I said, the more often he says he's going to kill himself and doesn't do anything, the less likely I think it is that he's going to do it. And as the weeks went by, I literally drew a graph. And what I discovered was every time I went to speak to him, we got 2 or 3 days of suicide threats. And when I stopped speaking to him, the suicidal threats went down. Now, what the heck has this got to do with Russia? Russia has been threatening to use nuclear weapons for years, decades. You know, they've been threatening the Finns. They've threatened to use a nuclear torpedo on the UK that would cause a tsunami. They threatened on their propagandists on television to nuke Berlin. They threatened to nuke Warsaw. The more they threaten to do this and don't actually do it, the less likely I think it is that they're going to do something. If every 5 years or so they used a nuclear weapon, I'd be really terrified right now. But they don't do it. It's entirely about a threat. They're trying to manipulate us psychologically. And we're all falling for it, especially, as Anders says, our media, because it gets attention. And we've got to realize what they're doing. They're not going to do it. There are sensible people in Russia who understand game theory. They understand mutually assured destruction. They know it would be the end of Russia. Even from conventional forces, even if we didn't use our own nukes, it would be the end of them. And Putin knows that too. He's not mad. He's just a psychopath. What he wants to do is cling on to power, and he thinks that a nuclear threat will work, but actually using one would be the end of him and the end of the Russian military. So I
Sure.
really don't put a pin in it.
Well, so which is exactly why he won't do it, because he is deterred. So anyway, yeah, I don't disagree with any of that. I was making a kind of a different point, but maybe it's not the right time to talk about it. So anyway, I want to talk about Greece for a second, unless somebody else wants to continue along those lines.
No hands are up. Go to Greece.
Cool,
What's up with
awesome.
Greece?
Okay, so down in the thread, I posted 3 tweets. And I recently, so Chuck Farrer, who many of you know, has been on, we've, MriyaReport's awesome because we get people like Chuck on here regularly. Amazing person, SEAL Team 6, the guy's just a stud. Anyway, he posted, I think today, where is it here? Sanctions busting. Nikkei Asia reports that Greek flag tankers are conducting ship-to-ship transfers of Russian oil in the Ionian Sea. Here, the Indian flag Jaglok transfers Russian oil to the Greek flag tanker Sea Falcon. This embargoed oil is then sold into world markets. So that's very interesting. I thought, isn't Greece supposed to be on our side? EU, NATO, what's going on here? Well,
So,
as it,
can
yeah,
I just
sort of.
note two things of background before you go into the details?
Okay.
Greece has a gigantic shipping industry, absolutely gigantic. If you remember Onassis of Jackie Kennedy after JFK fame, why was he big? Because he was a big shipper. And secondly, Greece is one of relatively few countries in Europe under whose flag lots of ships are, because it actually has very pro-shipping industry legislation that so it can actually
They
compete
are
with
not
countries like
under
Liberia,
Greek
Marshall
flag.
Islands, etc.
Dorman, please
What?
don't spread this. They
What
are
then?
not under Greek flag.
So they're
Most-
Greek-owned, but not under Greek flag.
Thank you. They are under Marshall Islands flag. They are under Liberian flag. Please, it's shipping.
Okay, so can I continue?
Go.
Okay, so this is interesting. As it turns out, towards the beginning of the war, I was tracking all kind. When the sanctions came out, I'm like, these are going to be leaky. No pun intended, but they're likely going to be leaky. And so I started looking into, just following anything to do with Russian oil, shipping, infrastructure, blah, 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 blah. And what I started to notice was, Russian oil was getting out, but the amount of it that was getting out by way of Greece, by way of Greek-owned ships, is startling. So the second tweet that I have in there is actually data on that. It's by a guy, an economist named Robin Brooks, who I follow quite closely. He always puts out some really great data. And so this was back in the latest update he has is on the 16th of September. He says, the story Greek shipping magnates like to tell. If we don't ship Russian oil, someone else will. No, Greek oil tankers are 60% of all shipping volume, taking oil out of Russian ports since Russia invaded Ukraine. If Greek-owned tankers don't ship out Russian oil, no one will. And then he has a graph there that shows it's like, in some cases it's like 60, in some months it's like 60% of all Russian oil. Most of the time it's maybe a little bit less than that. But it is astonishing how much Russian oil, is getting out by way of, the Greek shipping industry. And so it begs the question: why is that, right? And we were just talking about Kamil Galev, or Galev, however you pronounce his name, who is one of my favorite discoveries in terms of people to follow from this whole conflict. Well, wait a minute. No, it's not Camille. It's actually another person. I thought it was Camille for a second. So I've got another, I'm just going to read a very short thread here that explains why is this happening with Greece? That Greece is taking out all this oil. So I'm going to read this very short thread because I think it's very intriguing. So this is by a guy named Dimitro Nataluka. So here's the promised story on how Russian oil, Orthodox Church, covert acts, and EU businesses are intertwined. Thread. 35% of Russia's oil shipments globally are delivered by Greek ship owners. Okay, that number's a little outdated. A Greek company, Minerva Marine, is a true heavyweight in shipping Russian oil. Minerva Marine is owned by the Martinos family, where Andreas Martinos is the key figure in the shipping business. As oil is the principal source of income for the Kremlin, ship owners who assist Moscow in earning from it sponsor Russia and its war in Ukraine with the West. Another member of the Martinos family, Thanasis Martinos, is the governor of Mount Athos. It's a sacred place for any Orthodox Christian, including members of the Russian Orthodox Church, led by Patriarch Kirill of Moscow, who is under sanctions by pretty much everyone. Thanasis Martinos hosted notorious Moscow Patriarchy members Mishustin, Shoigu, Medvedev, and other top Russian officials. Allegedly, such religious pilgrimage covers a communication channel between corrupt Russian, Ukrainian, and European officials who support the war or profit from it. A Russian journalist, Nevzorov, points out that Thanasis Martinos assisted in providing a special permission for Putin's lover, Alina Kabaeva, to visit Mount Athos this August under a forged passport of Alik Kabaev, thus violating all religious canons. Women are banned from Athos. The NASGov has included Andreas Martinos and his Minerva Marine in a register of war sponsors, but the role of his brother Thanasis is even more interesting, especially if one remembers a recent scandal involving a house in Suuno where Thanasis' name also appears. Therefore, today I only invite our colleagues and friends from EU, UK, USA, and other jurisdictions to investigate the alleged use of political influence and lobbying Russian oil traffic, and if true, to impose personal sanctions on Thanasis and Andreas Martinos.
Sorry, Brad, people are falling asleep from the reading. Let's wrap it up. The point is
that there's very intriguing connections between Russia, Greece, and the Orthodox Church that essentially tie into potentially where this connection is coming from and why there's such a cozy relationship that has resulted in so much oil flowing through Greek ships. So anyway, I just thought it was a very interesting story. But the real question that I have is, facts on the ground. There's so much Russian oil flowing through Greek ships. Should we be doing something about that? And what, if anything, can be done? That is the question that I came here to ask.
Finance.
All right. So, one, as brought up earlier, Greece has a massive shipping industry, and it's even bigger when you consider the number of companies that headquarter in Greece but are not either Greek-owned or a Greek company per se, other than in legal setup, because Greece is both a massive maritime country since Athens days, but also legally they're like the place to set up your shipping business. They're the Delaware for Americans of the shipping business. Want to set up a global shipping business? You headquarter in Greece. A. B. We're talking about global commodities traders. They are at best a completely amoral bunch, or they don't have a business. So, that's that. And is it surprising then that Greece, the commodities traders who are closest to Russia, who speak in Cyrillic and share language, also have the guys that it's easiest for Russians to corrupt? Notably, Patriarch Kirill isn't under sanctions due to Hungary blocking it, I believe, at the EU. But what you're looking at is that's where the shipping is. And not only that, they're the big shipping nation right next to Russia. So why is a bunch of stuff going on Greek ships? Because they're close by and they've been able to be influenced for more generations than I've been alive. The other side of this is it's not like the Americans are out of the game. Like at the height of us trying to sanction the Russian oil, which isn't the total focus anymore, even when we were doing secondary sanctions, it turned out one of the major people insuring and shipping Russian oil was like 2 of 4 U.S. firms that do this. And when asked why by, I want to say, the Wall Street Journal, they actually responded. They actually didn't, weren't unavailable. They said, look, what we're doing is legal by law. If you want to sanction the oil, we will stop doing it. Until moving our oil is illegal by law, we're going to keep doing it. That was all they said. And that's the way most commodity traders work, and it's actually more honest than most of these guys are about how they actually conduct business. So when you ask, so like to me, the question of why Greece is, they're next door, they're a huge shipping place, like they're the shipping industry. Turkey does a bunch too, but no one gets surprised if Turkey does something dirty. But like Greece is the place to do your global shipping business. Like that's the headquarters for my lifetime. So why Greece? And some of this isn't directly Greece, the country supporting Russia. It's various corrupt individuals in what is the most immoral and corrupt, or one of the most immoral and one of the most corrupt businesses the world over, that has the likes of Mark Rich as top guys, or well, he's dead, used to be, but like this is the industry that has that. So I don't know if it's directly like a Greece problem as much as, oh look, that's where the stuff is. And anyone who transfers Latvian blend, in my view, is helping transport Russian oil, and that's considered legal.
Thank you, Finance. And you are correct. We go to Florian and then Irish Thing.
On the oil shipping problem, the next EU sanction business that will establish a price cap will have rules that if you don't adhere to the price cap, you cannot be insured. I think that will solve part of the problem, because I think insurance is the weak spot.
It won't.
Of course,
the price cap won't work.
Okay.
There's no way. There is no mechanism by which you could do a price cap. When it was first bandied about on the space, I said that when Janet Yellen and her G7 buddies all got together and announced they were going to try something about that, my first comment was, why did they waste their time? Followed by, man, I'm going to have to stop defending Janet Yellen, because why did she waste her time? Like, there was already too much leakage. Like, China and India aren't participating. They're going to just keep buying. A. B, there's all sorts of ways to get that Russian oil out that they haven't stopped, like, again, the aforementioned Latvian blend trick. So there is no mechanism by which this could work. There aren't enough insurers. You can prop one up somewhere else. It's just a waste of everyone's time. The global market for demand for oil is just too big. I don't know why they bothered.
Let me ask a question. Where could be the weak spot to at least hinder the trade to a degree? Is that insurance, or you don't see it at all because the oil market is so big and they are these nice guys as you have described them?
The sanctions that just make it harder for them to get stuff into Europe at least make them move it further. But quite frankly, the part of sanctions I care most about is the stuff that goes into Russia, that goes to their military industrial complex, and may also go to their infrastructure to build and extract oil, their oil industry. That I had this discussion with Peter Duran, where basically I said, look, like, I agree with everything he had to say about why we should, note my words, be trying to sanction Russian oil. But I said, in practice, there's no good way to do that in a way that's fully effective, or even more effective than it sort of is now, which is kind of a mess. We forced Russian oil to be at a significant discount. But that's, I think, the best that we can do there. But like, if we just ignored that and focused solely on stopping the technological import of all these heavy duty machine parts that are coming from the Czechs, the Northern Italians, a little bit the French, and of course, most heavily the Germans, that would have significantly more effects on directly the war machine and the Russian industry and economy in general than anything involving whether or not, who's who of buying Russian oil, because they already have a pile of foreign currency, and selling oil just gives them a bigger pile of foreign currency that they use poorly. So, I'm more to the other side of this.
How are we doing on that? Are we doing on that better than on the oil sanction business?
Yes.
My impression is yes.
We are doing significantly better, but leaks have appeared. The latest round of one of the latest major rounds of U.S. sanctions wasn't anything new, but was literally just trying to tighten that down. The big problem appears to be people sell to Turkish firms. I use the term firm really, really loosely. By firm, I mean shell company. And the Turkish shell company then sells it to the Russians. So that's the clear game that popped up. There's obviously other countries willing to play the game, but Turkey became the big one. As of last I checked, they had not quit the game, but at least the more we can stop that, the better it gets, is sort of the view here. Their total machine part import is so heavily down that even with what they're getting in, they're not getting in anywhere near enough for what they're trying to do. But with that said, every little bit makes a big difference, and the first bit matters the most. So if you can get that from a medium amount, it wasn't almost nothing right when the war started. Now it's up to a small to medium amount, right? Hundreds of millions of dollars of stuff. If we can get that back down to close to zero, that would be much better.
Thank you.
Finance,
you.
can you give a flavor to people, please? Apologies, Anna. Could you give a flavor to people, please? How the import-export relations of Turkey changed and what numbers in April, May, and June?
Yeah, the big one Axel's referring to here is when Turkish exports, for those who aren't aware, that unrelated to the war in Russia and Ukraine, Turkey has been committing economic seppuku and has successfully become the only country with a inflation rate equal or higher than Argentina's, who is, the permanent world case of how to not run an economy. And so with their 80% inflation rate that they got to all on their own, congratulations, Turkey. They're not really that big industrial exporting powerhouse. But all of a sudden, in May and June, exports from Turkey to Russia increased by $500 million. So somewhere in Turkey, they were sending something worth a significant amount of money, of machine parts no less, to Russia, making it better. By making it better, I mean solving the conundrum of what the hell did Turkey just send? Imports to Turkey from northern Italian machine parts makers, and the northern Italians, unlike all of Italy, actually make the good stuff. They're a good production region for things like this. Imported, you guessed it, about $500 million of high-end machine parts to Turkey. So I'm sure we can all solve this very simple riddle quite quickly. 500 million of machine parts go to Turkey, $500 million worth of machine parts leave Turkey. A few Turkish officials get paid, and the Russian war machine keeps going. That's the game that's being played. That's Turkey's part of it.
Exactly.
Now, what have we done about it?
Said Turkey, you're a bad boy, and the U.S. increased sanctions. I don't know under the hood, because there isn't good news on this level of granularity, just how much we've sent people to go talk to CEOs. By we, I mean European and American intelligence and regulatory agencies need to be on this. And no, I have no idea how much they've gone and sat on CEOs. Do you have any idea here, Axel?
Yeah, I do a few. Let's walk through this under apologies, but let's walk through this for a second. What happened in the last 3 weeks? What did Erdogan do politically? Did he continue to console his friend Putin, or did he disagree with him on a variety of issues? I think the latter, right?
Yes, since Russia has started losing, a number of his former friends have been distancing themselves. That includes Erdogan.
How many spare parts have the United States released to Turkey since April for the F-16s, despite the fact having committed to doing so?
No idea.
Zero spare parts. And Turkey has been unable to buy the lubricants it needs also, because it has to import them, which is why their imports from countries such as Germany, Britain, and the US have dropped in that regard, and those contracts are on hold. So no spare parts, no lubricants. Turkish Air Force, ay, ay, ay. Are we seeing a pattern?
Well, if he still doesn't have this stuff, that suggests he's still allowing the movement of goods to Russia.
Well, but he has changed already his attitude because things have become a little bit more, glitchy.
It's getting hard to
The
pay.
sorties and the frequency of sorties of Turkish Air Force aircraft in the Aegean have dropped to an all-time low since they are operating those. They're not happy. So the litmus test came last night when Erdogan was asked by the international press as to how he would deal with the upcoming annexations by Putin. And he said he would not recognize them and that they are illegal. Let's see how he wiggles out of that. But other than that, I completely agree with you. He tried to find ways out. He's in need of spare parts, he's in need of a lot of goods, and especially he's in need of money. Lots and lots of money.
Like he should be, but if he cared about money, he wouldn't be the only country rivaling Argentina for inflation in the world, unrelated to, and he's not, and neither of these countries are at war, right? Like the two countries with the highest inflation rates aren't the ones we talk about the most on a daily basis, right? Because quite frankly, as messed up as Russia is, they haven't pulled this massive feed off that Erdogan's pulled off.
But you're right. He doesn't care about money and economics generally. He just cares about his money, and he cares about money when he doesn't have it.
I can agree with both of those things.
So, gentle people, Anna and Domen, back to you. Let's watch Mr. Erdogan and what he's doing over the next few days.
Axel, Axel kind of stole my point about the declaration of not accepting not recognizing the occupied territories, and also we need to acknowledge the fact that Turkey on this entire war, he kind of tried to play two ways, not out of Europe, but not losing Russia. He didn't let Russian ships into the Black Sea, but he let Russian planes land in Turkey. He didn't. Sorry, he didn't admit or he stopped and controlled the ships that were so he helped, yes, clear the waters of mines in order to help the ships go from Odessa and other ports of Ukraine out with grains, but on the other hand, they get grains. So they are kind of seeing their own interest in this, and it's they have pressure from all sides, right? I know for sure because I read lots of times. Our Ministry of Foreign Affairs met with them a number of times, trying to solve and regulate some businesses which concern Black Sea, and not only. We will see how this unfolds. That is correct. Okay, I think you are waiting, super patient, and then Eric, who is also up and with his hands up for a long time. Thank you for your patience. Irish? Mic check?
You're good. I don't think Irish cares yet. Eric.
Morning from a beautiful Croatia. Donny asked a little while ago about what was topping European media, and I actually did a round just checking, and one article really caught my eye, which I thought was interesting, so I just wanted to share it. It turns out there's an interview in the second biggest Swedish newspaper with the lieutenant colonel of the Swedish army, and he's responsible for scenario training. And scenario training is when you train the military and the top emergency and civil authorities in something, whatever it could be, a major disaster, nuclear plant blowing up or whatever. And he said, well, one of the scenarios we have been training for, and we have in quite many of our scenarios, is Nord Stream blowing up. So this is not something we are unprepared for, quite the opposite. I thought it was really interesting. And also he said, and the scenario is more or less always the same. Something blows up the pipeline and Russia says, oh, we need to investigate. And they put a huge naval force to defend their salvage operation and their repair operation. So that's in our, and of course, this is in the Swedish economic zone or in the Danish economic zone, but not in Swedish territorial waters. So there's not that much you can do about it. But this is actually a scenario that's been so obvious that it's been in multiple training scenarios for the Swedish army and the civil defense forces. I just thought it was really interesting.
Eric, what do we know? How many? What has Russia actually deployed any bit of their navy yet, or has it just been posturing this far?
No, I haven't heard anything about it. So I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be so monitored. I'm sure this has been discussed already. But yesterday there were drone activities around Norwegian oil gas installations in the North Sea, and the Norwegians expressed how to say it. Reluctantly, I think they stated that they needed to increase their security and their monitoring activities. So I mean, I just think this whole discussion that's been going on, who's responsible for blowing this up, is so ludicrous. I mean, we have actually the Swedish armed forces have been actually training exactly this scenario, and how it would mean how Sweden should react when Russia moves naval forces to more or less close off that part of the Baltics. I think it's just funny that we're still discussing who's responsible, but that's just my personal.
Are we discussing who's responsible?
No,
I think it's.
We are not. Sorry, I mean that is actually being discussed at all. Of course, not in this space. This space is a safe haven of rational people, but not everywhere. It's like that. I have friends who have
Eric,
who still blaming the Americans.
Eric, can we clip that?
Of course, yeah. We can make it a tagline of this space. A safe haven of rational people. I like that. But I think what will be interesting it will how Russia will respond in the next couple of days, and how they will move, and what kind of naval assets they will try to move into position. Under the pretext of we need to make sure there's no more explosive. We need to make sure we can plug the hole. Blah 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 blah. So we can probably expect that to come any day now. If it hasn't come already, I just don't know about it. I'm on a vacation, so I'm not following it as thorough as I should. But also, Donny, if you want more detailed walkthrough of what's in the Nordic media, you can just DM me and I'll send it to you.
We'd love to have that, Eric. Say on our space. Take 5-10 minutes of your precious time and tell us what's going on in the Nordic media on a daily basis. We'd love it.
I can just say today it's mainly about. One of the top stories in Sweden is about a poll showing that Putin is getting less and less popular. That is getting traction. Then it's this article I talked about about this scenario planning, which I think it was. I have to say I'm so surprised they're so open about it, that they've been trained. But again, I think it's. I think a little bit, not proud is the wrong word, but they're like, yeah, this is what we've been training for. This is so obvious. Yeah, we actually have a training program for it. So yeah, we a little bit expected this to happen. Other stories that are going through is that Syrians that have been granted, recently been granted Russian citizenship are now being forced into conscription. People without any kind of military experience, just being more or less on the wrong side of the Syrian conflict, fleeing to Russia and now being conscripted into the army. And of course, they don't want to go. They ran from one conflict. I don't think they want to join another. And then it was just a lot about the Finnish closing the border. And there's an ongoing discussion in Sweden. Can we actually take in Russians on a humanitarian visa, given that we have so many Ukrainians in the country? And what kind of dynamic that would create? I don't have a view on that because I think it's a really important discussion. I mean, I mean, Ukrainian refugees should be, of course, the primary beneficiary of all kind of refugee services. I mean, they come first, no questions asked. But how do you think about young men that are fleeing military service and now? I mean, the last open border towards Europe right now, as I read it yesterday, was the Norwegian border station in the far north.
Kirkenes.
I think it's called Storskogen.
Yeah,
Storskog.
of course, it's Storskogen, but it's close to
Yeah.
Kirkenes, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, if they come there, they're also going to come to Sweden because Sweden is not very far away. We're talking a couple of couple hundred kilometers, so it's a short trip to Sweden if they want to go there. So this is, of course, an interesting discussion. It's being held now, and we'll see where it ends up. So that's a really quick media roundup.
Mange tack.
Axel?
I just said mange tack just for fun.
Many thanks,
Yeah.
Ander.
That is not Swedish though. That is, I think, Danish, but close enough.
Yeah, that's why I said it. Sorry.
Yeah, all that thing I said about this being a rational space, forget it. Forget it.
I hope you have an enjoyable day in Croatia.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eric, and hope you will come again on the space. I will have to say goodbye to you all. Thank you very much. I will leave you with Domen, and the team will come right up in a moment. So the next one is Vincent. I see with his hands up. Bye.
Thank you, Ander. Bye-bye.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Vincent.
I was just on one of the many pro-Russian channels that I follow, and they're in a panic. They say Lehman is surrounded and our lads are stuck there, and they're sweating it. But I was just wondering the views on the panel. Is this Putin told them not to retreat because he didn't want a defeat on the day of announcing his new bit of land? Is this a sign of Putin involving himself more in military matters,
Was it a minute
which is a
of
good sign?
silence?
Pardon?
And is it a sign of Putin involving himself more in military matters? Maybe,
Yeah.
not necessarily, right? We can't know. This is very much a black box kind of thing. If you understand what I'm getting at.
Yeah, it was just because it's the first time they haven't retreated from an encirclement where they've done it successfully every other time except for this one time.
I get what you're going for. I would suggest the following. unless they had done an actual panic retreat. What day was the last day when they could have actually retreated organizedly?
I think it was 2 days ago.
I think there's a good chance some of our military folks would have told you it's way before 2 days ago.
Oh, well, I did see just there, check when I was listening to you talking. There's pictures of men running through a forest just with their arms, and it's claiming to be Russians in Lehman running. I don't know the truth of it, but it's just on Twitter there this morning, posted about 10 minutes ago, of men in military fatigue running in the distance. It's claiming to be Lehman. You know, so hopefully there is big news coming out with this morning.
Makes sense. There really should be. Ikuda was up with us, what was this? 24 and a half hours ago. So around this time yesterday. And he said, in the next 24 hours, there's going to be something big in Liman, right? Or that Liman is going to get, at the very least, on the verge of being liberated, whatever it was. Now, obviously, news travels relatively slowly. It takes a few hours for stuff to percolate through. But I think the history books will look kindly upon his crystal ball gazing.
I think this is Putin.
You know, CJ was like, no, maybe it'll be like 2 days, not 1 day.
But
see that bit, unless any of us is in on the chiefs of staff meeting, or Putin himself, that is to say, the Russian chiefs of staff, I don't think we're going to be able to say definitively one way or another. I think you get that, right? I think that your hypothesis is as reasonable as any.
All the people that talk about
idea. I think it's quite likely. No. I agree. I'm saying I can't say you either yes or no for sure, but I think that it's a very likely possibility. That's all I can give you. My feeling is, Vincent, that I think you're on the right track.
I was only thinking because of the day that's in it, he didn't want a defeat on his hand, and he's after making it look even worse, where he's just let them retreat, as you said, a couple of days ago. You know, instead of having this on his hands of all days, he's claiming parts of what's he doing this fourth day of taking them off.
Tim, isn't it great when a wannabe dictator blunders like this?